Well, good evening, everyone. I think I am. Mark, can you adjust my mic a little bit? Can you adjust my mic a little bit? Okay, test, test. Hi, I think we're ready to go. We have a big group here this evening. And good evening and welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting this evening. Welcome to those that are in the audience. We have a big group here tonight, and to those that are online. As we get started, and we have a proclamation coming later a bit, you guys may have seen some snacks out front. Please help yourself. I just want to say thank you to our Nampa School District's Culinary Arts Program as we're celebrating Career and Technical Education Month. And it's so great to meet you all. It's been fun, so thank you so much. We do have a tradition at this Nampa City Council, and that is that we open in prayer and in the pledge at every meeting. And I'm so appreciative of Pastor Chris Evanson with the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Thank you for your leadership in our community, and thank you for coming and opening us in prayer this evening. So let us stand.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Father in heaven, Lord, this evening we are thankful. We are thankful for the freedoms that you have given us. We thank you for the city of Nampa, the wonderful place it is to live, the state of Idaho, and this amazing United States. Lord, this evening as business is conducted, we pray for wisdom. There are decisions that will be made tonight that affect the lives of our citizens and businesses, and Lord, we pray that you will give wisdom to those who are making those decisions. We pray, Lord, for those families who have lost loved ones, whether it be through illness, through accident, or through violence. Lord, we pray that you be with those who mourn, that you will comfort them. Lord, we pray that you will be in all the decisions that are made, that they will be a blessing to our community, to our citizens, and a testimony to the power that you hold. We love you, Lord, and we thank you for your presence here, and we just ask that everything will go well this evening according to your will. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate your leadership in our community. Thank you for all you do, and it's good to see you again. Thank you for
Mayor.
being
Good
here.
to see you too.
Thank you. So we'll begin with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Bruner.
Here.
Jingula.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Bauer.
Here.
All present.
So we do have one proposed amendment to the agenda. That is item 7.5 that is just being removed from the agenda this evening. This has to do with an appointment to the Airport Commission, so that will be removed from the agenda. I'm not aware of any other amendments to the agenda. City Council, do you have any suggested amendments to the agenda or anything you need pulled from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve the agenda as stated.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
And then next, I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda this evening.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. So the next item on our agenda, we'll get it over here, is our proclamation. And so this evening, we do have a proclamation for Career Technical Education Month. And I'm going to read it. And as I do, if Cindy would like, Cindy Arzen, if you'd like to come forward. Is Cindy here? Because Thank you. Well, come forward as I read this. I was just looking for you. It's like, where are you? So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and thank you for joining us, and you can share a few words. Whereas Career and Technical Education prepares students for high-skill, in-demand careers while providing a talent pipeline for Idaho businesses who have reported increasing challenges in finding a skilled workforce. And whereas Career and Technical Education gives students experience in practical and meaningful applications of skills such as reading, writing, mathematics, thus improving the quality of their education, motivating students, and giving them leadership opportunities in their fields and in their communities. And whereas 94% of Idaho secondary CTE concentrators graduate from high school compared to 82% overall. 49% of Idaho's secondary CTE concentrators went on to college compared to 38% overall. Idaho post-secondary CTE students earned a total of 91,939 credits last academic year, and over 50,000 individuals were trained through Idaho's workforce training centers. And whereas last year, 1,234 total certifications were earned by CTE students in the Nampa School District. And this year, 2,523 Nampa School District students are enrolled in the CTE pathway. Whereas last year, the College of Western Idaho had 752 CTE certificate and degree graduates. And whereas Career and Technical Education offers individual lifelong opportunities to learn new skills which provide them with career choices. And now, therefore, in the month of February is established as the Career and Technical Education Month and is supported by the Idaho Career and Technical Education Foundation and Association for Career and Technical Education. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim February 2023 as Career and Technical Education Month. And I encourage all citizens to observe this month by becoming better acquainted with career and technical institutions and by attending programs held throughout Nampa. With that said, I am so proud of Nampa within our school district and our amazing CTE program and the College of Western Idaho located right here, even across the Treasure Valley, but I'll claim this right here. We are truly blessed to have such an amazing program and people leading the program, and so many students have graduated. So thank you for being here. So you guys can talk now.
Well, thank you. I'd just like to thank Mayor Kling and the entire Nampa City Council for your support of career technical education and the College of Western Idaho. Thank you.
I am Cindy Arnson. I am the CT Director for the Nampa School District. So first of all, I would love to congratulate our culinary department. And so if you guys want to just stand up and maybe, can they introduce themselves?
That would be awesome. And then we need to take a photo of
Okay.
them. Come on up.
So this is Hannah Johnson. So if you just want to introduce your students really quickly. They're all fine.
It'll be fine. I'm Hannah Johnson. I'm the culinary arts instructor, and I'm located out of Skyview High School, but I'm fortunate enough to get students from all 3 high schools in the district. So if they want to come through and introduce themselves.
I'm Sammy. I'm a second-year culinary student.
I'm Mackenzie. I'm a second-year student.
I'm Jaden, and I'm a second year.
I'm Antonio, and I'm the second year.
And I'm Junior, a third-year student.
So just quickly, I wanted to thank Amy Bowman. On next Wednesday, February 15th, we are going to send 60 of our CTE students out into the Nampa community to job shadow. So we have 12 businesses that have agreed to host our students. So they're going to experience the day in the life of a police officer, or we have health professions, we have some culinary, cosmetology. So I thank you guys very much for letting us do this. We're excited for the day, and we're excited to represent Nampa. So please know how much we appreciate you, Mayor Kling, for all your support in CTE, and we're blessed to be part of the Nampa School District. We also have Dr. Russell here, and he's a very strong supporter of Nampa CTE as well. So thank you all so very much.
So Dr. Russell, come on up here. Do you have anything you'd like to say? We so appreciate you and your work. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor Kling and City Council, just thank you for the opportunity to recognize our students. I often say this a lot. The best part of my job is to see the students be successful, and we have one of the strongest programs in the state. Really would encourage you, if you have time, to just come and visit it. Just takes a few minutes, and you'll get to learn what amazing kids we have and what they get to do and how it prepares them for their college and career. So thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. So let's do a photo. So come stand right here, Council. We can all get in the photo right here. And Cindy, I'll give you this, or Dr. Russell. It doesn't matter. We'll hand this down. Come on up here. Let's all get in this photo together. We could sit down.
Okay. Thanks, darling. Yeah. You got one.
Going to be good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for coming. Take care. Okay.
And Hannah, make sure, over here, make sure that I will be getting in contact with you because I'm going to take these kids out to lunch.
Of course, we appreciate it.
Okay?
Thank you.
Not sure where. But
Yeah.
taco time where Dara would take us.
Thank you again. So our next item on the agenda is the opportunity for Nampa residents to speak on an agenda item that's either agenda or non-agenda item. It is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. And just a quick FYI that comments related to zoning and land use matters may only be made during the public hearing. So any public hearing comments wait for the public hearing. And to get started, we have the opportunity to recognize a local citizen and Chief King. There you are. Come on up and I'll let you introduce Paige to us and what she has done. That's amazing. Thank you so much for taking time to be here and to acknowledge this. This is great.
Absolutely. Mayor and council, good evening. It's great to be here as always. Joining me up here at the podium is Captain John Turley. He was on the crew that responded to a situation back on January 17th. A young lady by the name of Paige Poitras was, go ahead, come on, Paige. She just happened to be at the right place at the right time. And Paige is actually an RN for a local facility down at St. Luke's, and happened to be at the North Walmart when the gentleman happened to come out of the bathroom and having chest pains and collapsed at one of the registers. Wow. Paige, having her background and know-how, she went ahead and initiated CPR. And when Captain Turley and his crew arrived, this gentleman had regained his pulses. So she had effectively restarted his heart. And so fast forward 3 or 4 days later, he was discharged from the hospital, following up with care. And so effectively, Paige saved this man's life. And so today we just wanted to bring Paige up and recognize her for her outstanding efforts. Paige, on behalf of Chief Carpenter and the Nampa Fire Protection District and the City of Nampa, we'd like to give you a Citizens Award for your valiant efforts on January 17th. It did make a difference for this gentleman and his family. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Cap, you have any word you want to share?
No, just thank you very much. This is what it's all about. I mean, we get to be the front lines, but when the community works with us, and it makes everything better. And so this is a perfect example. I live in this community. We all live in this community. We know when we're all in there together, that's how we make a difference. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You know what? I can't imagine. I know you guys get to save lives every day, but the average citizen, and you probably have over your career, right, as an RN, but just to happen to be in the right place at the right time, you got to return someone back to their family that otherwise maybe wouldn't have. And that's such a big deal. Thank you so much for sharing your skill set. And isn't it nice? You did it right. Good job.
Definitely.
No pressure or anything, right? Because you're doing everything you can do, right? I'm just so thankful for the outcome, for you and for the family, and the fact that you're taking time to recognize. It's neat to hear wonderful stories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
And to get a follow-up, because I wouldn't have known
How it turned out.
Yeah,
for
after
sure.
you guys leave.
Yeah.
That's great.
Awesome. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming, Paige.
Mayor and council,
Thank you.
for the opportunity.
So Amy, you're going to get a photo back there? Okay, awesome. Okay, so now stepping into the public forum. Shar.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Christian Case, who'd like to speak on a non-agenda item.
Good evening, Christian.
Mayor, Kling, and Council. My name is Christian Case, and I live at 435 Arrowhead Drive, Nampa. I apologize for my failure to complete my remarks last meeting. I will try harder today. So I'm trying to warn you that you are being deceived by Satan, his angels, and those humans who listen to him. Last meeting, I read several scriptures to try to give you an understanding that Satan has authorized certain of his angels as princes over various nations. This is what Paul refers to as principalities and powers in Ephesians 6. Basically, Satan has near absolute power over every official source and over many unofficial sources, whether educational, financial, news, media, political, or food, and many other things. I'm not trying to encourage you to get information from some other source I consider reliable. There is none. But I do believe much truth will come out this year. More truth than anything I know. Nampa needs you to be ahead of the curve. And we need to be ready to take advantage of this truth. Truth makes sense. Like, what should truth look like in medicine? It seems to me that medicines should help cure diseases rather than battle symptoms. Do you know that cancers need sugar to grow? Why do we never hear that from doctors? I heard an opinion on Fox News recently. It was about the last election. The commentator was saying that Republicans need to quit filing lawsuits to change the election results. They need to get some new laws on the books to ensure that the next election is better and focus efforts on the 2024 election. That's crazy. We have plenty of laws. Some people don't abide by them. We need to put teeth in the laws by filing lawsuits and forcing the truth to come out. We need those who steal elections to realize that people will find out what they did, correct it, and make them pay. This commenter was helping the cheaters to keep cheating. This is what I mean by looking for truth. Be cynical, be skeptical. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Kelly Rich, and she is speaking on a non-agenda item.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Councilman. My name is Kelly Rich. This is my friend Chrissy Whitaker. I'm going to read our letter first, and then I'll share just some of our other thoughts. We are writing this letter to open a dialogue regarding the corner of Roosevelt and Midland Road, where the tragic accident took the life of one of our community members' daughters, Kyan Jo Guest, on December 1st, 2020. We have lived in Nampa for more than 2 decades and have watched our own children run, play, and ride their bicycles around the neighborhood. Our hearts broke with the rest of the community members upon learning of the tragedy of Kyan's death. As with many of us, stories such as this can often connect to our own lives. Our community is rapidly growing, yet this tragedy reminded us of how small Nampa really is. And while we may not have known this family personally, the heart of our community was drawn together to grieve a loss that any of us could have experienced on that day. Our children are all connected through our neighborhoods, our schools, and our activities. Therefore, the news of Kyan's death caused all of us to pause, reflect, and look for ways that we could support her family through prayer, donations, messages, and just many other ways. The true spirit of our small town Nampa was really evident in the way that the community rallied around this grieving family, and that they still do. So this past December marked the 2-year anniversary of her death, and yet the community tirelessly updates the corner with beautiful displays of love using balloons, flowers, stuffed animals, and cards. These year-round efforts from family and friends impressed upon Chrissy and I, for a need to make a space that honors Cayenne's life, but not just her, all of our children. So depending upon space and ownership of this corner, we propose a statue be placed at the corner of Roosevelt and Midland. We feel this permanent memorial acts as a unifying symbol of the importance of Nampa's children. We come to you for your inspiring leadership, service, and love for Nampa, and we hope that you can guide us in some of the next pathways. We really, truly view this as a kind of a micro project. We're calling it the Cayenne Corner. As our city grows, we really want to remind people that Nampa is a place where we still love our children and we want to remember our children. So that's kind of like our macro plan, is to really start pushing that out to our bigger intersections in our town, that people can remember our children. So I have a little thing to pass out to you. So may I have permission to give you these papers? Okay, thank you.
Yes, please do. So thank you so much, and I think Kai's family's here. And I had such a wonderful privilege of meeting you all. And I tell you, you are such an inspiration to me as I sat and visited. And I'm just, wow. I've been impressed, and it's been my privilege to get to meet you and to visit. So thank you.
Could we have the family stand up and introduce?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm Cayenne's mom. Do I need to come up here?
Yeah, go ahead and come forward.
I was hoping I was going to get to speak, but I wasn't sure. I'm Cayenne's mom. My name is Kyla. She was named actually after me and her, my mom. We put the beginning of my name and the end of her middle name together, and it made Cayenne. And she ended up being our little pepper, our force of nature. She was. She was a firecracker, our pepper, like anything spicy that you could think of. And she lived that way. She was an aggressive hugger, an aggressive lover. And one of her favorite things was taking walks. And all she wanted to do was go get a snack, and it was that quick. And it was something that nobody should have to go through. And it's something that I don't think anybody who lived here when it happened is ever going to forget. And one of her themes when she passed away was that she was going to be a light. And I really hope that she can be the representation of the children who have passed away from a similar accident and our children in the future, so that we can keep them safe, because it's not something I would ever wish on anybody. And it feels to me in my heart, it's a fix that we can do. And if we can honor her and have her be the one that's like reminding everyone of this, I mean, just that we get to talk to you guys has made me just over the moon happy that people remember my little girl. And I want other people to feel that way about their kids. So if she can represent that, that would mean the world to me. So thank you for listening to me. Yeah, thanks. And this is her sister, Paige. She was actually in the accident. She was one of my three girls that were crossing the road. And she was the only one who wasn't hit. My other daughter didn't come this evening. She is okay, though. She got some road rash on the side of her body. But, for them to grow up here and be able to see some kind of legacy or something that their little sister could, she was only here for 4 years. And that's not very long to be able to get to leave your mark. And so I'm hoping she gets to have her mark somewhere in this city, because she was born here and she died here. So I hope she can be a light to you guys like she has been for us. So thank you.
Well, you are continuing to be a light that is amazing, a light of compassion, a light of hope. Paige, you too. I mean, to see you guys and to meet you is an inspiration. thank you for who you are and what you're continuing to do and who you're continuing to be.
And thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Ladies, thank you.
We're strangers. We didn't actually know her, so this is
really?
fun to meet her
Yeah.
tonight.
First time we talked was Friday. Yeah,
Oh.
so it's been an awesome journey. It's given me peace knowing that my daughter is affecting others' lives even when I don't know it, so, yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it, and then we'll be back in touch. That is it, right? That's the end, right? Okay, so that concludes those that are signed up to speak this evening. And thank you. This has been really meaningful. I tell you what, you talk about kind of an emotional, heart-wrenching tug tonight, right? About this is what really matters in life, is this. There are a lot of other issues, and they're all important, but it's life. So with that, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda. And I tell you what, so for Tom, Crystal, I apologize. You're going to be after public hearings. Where's Crystal? Where? Thank you. I'm like, where are you? I'm so sorry. You'll probably be staff report, which means, yeah, later on. I do want to move to our staff communications with Chief Huff because we have a couple presentations and things to happen with the police tonight. So we're going to do this before we step into public hearings. Chief, thank you for being here.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
So thank you for letting us not have to wait till later tonight. Sorry, Tom. So with me tonight, I've got three things I actually want to cover, and we'll do them really quick. The first thing I wanted to do was talk about partnerships that we currently have with the city of Caldwell. Everybody knows that Caldwell's had a rough time over the last couple of years. In July of last year, Caldwell hired Chief Rex Ingram. I thought it was important tonight that he came over here and met the council, and I just wanted to publicly talk about how much of a relationship we have with the city of Caldwell. In the 8 years that I've been a police chief, I can promise you we have more contact in 1 week than I had in the whole 7 prior years of that. So our relationship is bar none something I haven't experienced. And Rex and I have formed a pretty good friendship over these last couple of months that we've got to know each other. We think a lot alike, and we bounce a lot of questions off of each other. So real quick, before we get into Jason Cantrell, I just wanted to introduce Chief Rex Ingram. I don't know if you have anything you want to talk about.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. First of all, wow, thank you for having me here, Mayor. I appreciate it. You know, when I think of Nampa PD, I think of teamwork, integrity, and excellence, and those are their core values. And this department behind me here lives up to those core values every single day that they come to work. And I can't say how proud I am as a neighboring chief of another department, clearly having issues that your chief of police and everyone in the administrative staff and all the line level officers do every day. And some of my personal core values are being visible, approachable, and accessible. And that's something that I take near and dear to my heart. When I have someone like Joe Huff that is exactly that, and no matter what time of the day I call, whether it's to say hi or to run something by him, he answers right away. And he puts his family aside. And family comes first. But in this position, things come up, and this is a 24-hour job. And we can't just turn it off and say we're done. And that's what Chief Huff does every day. And that's what the men and women of Nampa PD do every day. And I can say that the relationship between not only myself and the chief are incredible, but when we have a symbiotic relationship with each other, the line staff pays for it. And they reap the benefits for it. Or of it. And I think that's why we're here tonight, is to talk about the relationship between my officers and your officers. And I'm super proud to be here, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming tonight. We're so glad you're there. I am, yeah.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, yes.
Chief Ingram, can you teach Chief Huff how to fix his hair?
Yeah, I can't slick it back like that. It's pretty good for a 50-year-old. At least I got a little comb over going.
I never had gray until July.
And I never had gray till I met him, so. So talking about partnerships, so that's Jason Cantrell, Sergeant Cantrell from our department. I thought this was appropriate to also let the council know about. So this was a letter that I got from Chief Ingram and I put out to the police department. Yeah, come on up. reference Jason Cantrell. I think most of you know him, but he's our training/gang he wants to be a lieutenant, but our sergeant here at Nampa Police. So this letter, I'm just going to read that real quick, and I know we're running out of time. But on December 22nd, 2022, Caldwell Police Department patrol officers responded to a report of a stabbing at the Extra Mile Chevron at 910 East Freeport Street in Caldwell. Upon arrival, they found 2 severely injured people, each with multiple stab wounds to the body, arms, and legs. Detectives were contacted and responded to assist, and it was quickly determined that the incident involved gang members and was directly related to an ongoing conflict between rival gangs. As the investigation was underway, Nampa Police Department Sergeant Jason Cantrell heard of the incident and called in offering his assistance. A short time later, Sergeant Cantrell, who was at home with his family on his day off, responded to Caldwell and began assisting with the investigation. The suspects were identified and detained without incident. Sergeant Cantrell worked seamlessly with the Caldwell Police Department to assist with the capture and interview of the 4 suspects. The span time from the incident to the arrest of the suspects was less than 12 hours. All suspects have been charged with multiple felonies by the grand jury and are in custody waiting trial. This outcome was achieved in part due to the generous offer of help from Sergeant Cantrell. We sincerely appreciate his help with this case and the partnership that our agencies have with each other. Please recognize Sergeant Jason Cantrell for his selfless, cooperative effort with the Caldwell Police Department to help make both of our cities safer. So I just wanted to recognize and tell Jason how much we appreciate it.
You need to talk. No, you need to say something. Let's do it. Yeah, that's right. Councilman Jangula said you don't get a standing ovation without speaking.
First off, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, guys. Well, I want to thank you for the work that you are doing, and Chief, the work that you are doing to bring the 2 agencies together. Crime knows no boundaries and no jurisdiction. So I will tell you, over my last 23 years, having the ability to work gangs and narcotics and everything else, I see our agencies growing closer and closer together, and I think that's going to reduce crime for our city specifically, but in Canyon County in general. So I think you guys are doing an amazing job. Please keep it up, and I'll do it again as long as Chief Huff keeps letting me paying that paycheck and letting me go over. But I would also like to thank my wife and daughter who made it here, because I was home that night, and they did allow me to come out and help the Caldwell Police Department.
Thank you. Photo up with Jason because he doesn't want to.
I think you do need a photo up.
Councilman Reynolds, no comment on Sergeant.
However you want to do
Cantrell's
it. Come this direction and do a photo up. Yeah. Okay, Council, do you want to come in and be a part of their picture? Rex, you're in. Yeah, you can't get out.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
How long till that lieutenant happens?
I so appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
And then the last thing here is Ken Keene, our department analyst. He's going to give you just a quick little rundown on the last year's 2022 numbers for us, so you can kind of see where we're at and where we're forecasting to go into 2023. So there you go, Ken.
You know, as Ken comes forward, I want to say Ken is the force behind the beginning of our analytics with the police department. He's the one that really had the vision and got it going with the chief. And thank you so much. It's been a game changer in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate those words, but you're one of the reasons, and this council is one of the reasons I'm here and I stay here, because of your vision for this city, the chief's vision for not only the department, but for the entire valley. I mean, and you can tell bringing a Caldwell chief into this place. I mean, seriously, just kidding. He's from LA. I gotta, throw that out there. So we always like to do a year-end wrap-up so that we know, and it usually happens in February. We can't do it January 1 because people report crime late. So we like to make sure we get things right. I spent all day auditing and auditing, all last week auditing and auditing to make sure these numbers are correct. So let's just run through them really quickly because I know everything, the evening can get away, but we ended the year 4.4% down in Part 1 crimes. Part 1 crimes are these 8 crimes that the federal government likes to look at as a measure to see what do agencies do and how are they doing it. Are they doing a great job? And these are the measures that we have and that we've used. And this last year, we reduced it by 4.4%. Not all the numbers went down, but they went down enough to tell us that we're in the ballpark. And this is our favorite slide, the squiggly line chart. I mean, somebody told me you can't make an arrest on a squiggly line. But you can if you look at it close enough. The chief and I like this. What this tells you, though, is really the blue line is 2022, the red line is 21. At the beginning of the year, we were all over the map, and it didn't look like we were ever going to get to where we wanted to be and get to the numbers we wanted to achieve. But by the end of the year, you can see that we pulled a lot of things together. The officers worked extra hard, and they get all the credit because they're the ones out there actually doing the work. And so it's a great visual to tell you what actually happened. Now, we started CompStat in June 18th of 2018. And so here's the 5 years that have happened since we started. The first year, we were down 21.8%. The second year, 4.7%, which is where we thought we would be. We went back down even farther, 12.6%. We never dreamed we'd be back in double digits. And then this year, we're back at 4.4% down. We really think that, and even perhaps even lower this year, because it's just so hard to keep lowering crime. And the reason that is because people keep moving here because they've heard this is such a great city. So this is a 5-year comparison just to kind of give you an idea where we are. When you look at it, some people like numbers, some people like a visual. Here's a Christmas slide, because it's red and green. But this gives you a visual of where we were in 2018 and where we are now. It just tells you we've really taken a great bite out of crime, if you will. So those are the numbers. That's where we are. But I also want to leave you with this last slide that tells you in 2018, this is where we were, 2,854 Part 1 crimes for the year, and 2022 we ended with 1,778. That's a 37% reduction, and yet our population has gone up 12.8% since then, and we don't even have the 2022 numbers yet. It's Compass Group, and we don't get those until March or April. So we know that 2022 more people moved into this city, but those are our numbers, and that's the work of the officers at the police department. A phenomenal place to work. Phenomenal commitment by those officers as indicated by Sergeant Cantrell. So I appreciate all the support you give the department, and we got a great chief, great mayor, great council people, so thank you for all your work.
Mayor, if I may, just quick question.
Sure.
And it's made more perception, but I want you to make it a reality if you may. 2018,
Yes.
that was high. What we hear here in the media, true or otherwise, is a lot of prosecution is not happening. So is that affecting our officers? Are we, when you say a crime, so are we actually charging, or are at times, do you feel that, and maybe I need to talk to the chief, but at times that we don't make charges because we don't feel like it's going to be prosecuted properly? So I guess I'm just,
I know in our department,
I'm trying to get
I
apples
understand,
to apples is what I'm saying.
Our officers work extremely hard to make sure everything is ready for the prosecutors, and that's really up to them to do their job.
Okay, so it's not like where we're lessening charges, that we are
No.
still, and I'm seeing their
Not that I'm
heads go
aware of,
like
the
this
chief might
back
be able to
there,
speak
so.
to that, but I'm telling you, they work extremely hard. They're not changing the line at all.
Good.
But that is in somebody else's hands, and I know that they get frustrated at times, but that doesn't deter them, and they never stop.
And I know in talking to the chief and the belief in Nampa, I know that's why one reason why you're here, that we're not lowering our standards as far as the office, even though we need more officers, we're not lowering the standards as far as who we're hiring. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank all of you.
Ken, thank you. Whoops, excuse me.
Quick question.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, Ken, one of the things that, these numbers, how many of those are repeat offenders? That's one thing that we always seem to get, because it's the same offenders, same crime, and they're repeat. And as far as the prosecution goes, they're not being dealt with correctly. And I'm going to talk to Chief Huff about that. And, and see if we can get something going. But what would you think about that?
I think it's a valuable conversation. I think it's a conversation we need to have, and I think we need to have it often and with a lot of people at the table, because I think it is something that can be solved. But we got to get people at the table, and we have to get them committed to make the changes that we need to have made.
Well, these numbers would change immensely, wouldn't they?
Oh, I think they would, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
And I
sir.
think our officers would appreciate that, too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Bauer.
So is that data not tracked? The repeat offender?
Oh, keep going. I'm sorry. I thought
Yep.
we were done.
Quick question. Is it tracked? Do you guys track that data?
We track it as best we can if we can get the data. I mean, we're always looking to get data from every agency in the valley possible, and if we can get the data, we will track it. Some data is more difficult to get, and if we can get it, we'll track it. So anybody you know that might have data, have them send it to me, and I will absolutely track it for you and give you a full report.
Thank you.
I know we're running short on time, and I could go on forever, so
He's the guy.
start the 3 minutes. No, I'll go quick on that. So, no, we don't do a good job tracking the repeat offenders. That's something that we have a hard time with, and we're trying to figure that out. And quite honestly, we started within the last month of trying to figure that out. I can tell you, I pulled some numbers for the legislative body on repeat offenders, and I believe we pulled 33 names, and the average repeat offender for Nampa contacts was over 100 contacts since they've been released out of prison or on parole or whatever, on a rider or something like that. So clearly, it's a huge problem. We're trying to figure out exactly how we do it. We arrest them, they start into the court process, and a lot of times we don't know that they've been released or they're out for whatever reason until they reoffend and we deal with them again. Clearly, over 100 contacts, I would consider that a repeat offender and a drain on city resources. But I'll get back to you when I figure out exactly how to do that.
Thank you, Chief Huff. Thank you for the staff report tonight. Thank you, Ken King. Thank you for Caldwell Chief being here. Thank you for Jason being here. Great, great job tonight. We appreciate your work. Thank you. So I have a quick question before we go into public hearings. Do we have any of our appointed commission members here tonight that we're waiting on their vote for the commissions? We have one here. Okay. Golf Commission. Okay, I think these will happen quickly. I would like to not have you guys wait till the end. And so I would like to go to action item 7.1. This is the appointment of Robert Nash as the Ridgecrest Liaison to the Nampa Golf Commission for a 2-year term starting March 1, 2023 and expiring on February 28, 2025.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the appointment. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So, and are you, Robert, you are? Okay. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for serving. So appreciate it. I know we met the other day, but I thought I better make sure I'm not messing up here on the name. So really appreciate your willingness to serve. Thank you. Thank you. And then you are serving on which commission? Art and Historic. Okay, so it's Janice Kamler, and then Ann Skook. Okay, so we're going to do both of those. I'd like to just go down all of them, actually. Let's go ahead and do 7.2, even though Neil may not be here. Appointment of Neil Murphy to the existing vacancy as the Centennial Liaison to the Nampa Golf Commission, expiring February 28, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.3 is an action item. This is the appointment of Janice Kamler to an existing vacancy on the Arts and Historic Preservation Commission, expiring on March 31st, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And 7.4 is an action item. This is the appointment of Ann Skook. Did I just say that wrong? Is that right? Okay. To the Arts and Historic Preservation Commission for a 5-year term expiring on March 31, 2028.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So Janice and Ann, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for serving. really pleased that you've stepped up and want to be a part. It's a very important commission, and thank you for your willingness to serve our community. Thank you. So with that, we have 2 other action items under new business, and I apologize for rushing. I know we have some people here regarding the Fort Idaho Center amphitheater floor. We can leave 7-7 till after the public hearing. In some ways, I would like to go ahead and address that so that they don't have to sit all evening waiting on that one. So, Council, do you mind if we move forward with that one? Okay, so 7-6 on the agenda is the authorization for a consolidation of the allocated FY23 capital budget funding for the Fort Idaho Center to replace the Fort Idaho Center amphitheater floor area with a permanent concrete surface and authorize the Oakview Group to procure bids. The estimated cost is $350,000. I'd like to start with our finance, Doug Racine. And Doug, could you make a comment on the motion just to ensure that we do this correctly?
The request for the spend of $350,000 is within the amount we budgeted for the FIC. But it's taking and aggregating a number of projects into one, and we had about 7 or so projects, small projects. In doing this one large one, we'll probably have to say, no, we can't do the rest, because if we did the rest, it would exceed our budgetary authority. So this is appropriate to bring it to council to say, should we want to spend this money here? When the total capital budget is $390,000, this would leave $40,000 left for whatever projects are left. But it's just kind of a reapportionment of what they budgeted.
And this is not a requested increase in spending. To be
Not at all.
clear, this is a request to take what they were going to do improvements on, setting them aside due to the emergent need of the arena floor. So what's happened is the good news, bad news. We've got a lot more events taking place in the amphitheater. The downside of that is the turf cannot absorb the volume of traffic that's taking place. They have made a decision to go with a permanent concrete surface. They've looked at design for that. I believe you have the information in your packet. Are there questions that you would like? Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Who do I direct him to?
Who is here tonight? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Gary Heath, Director of Operations at the Fort Idaho Center.
My question is, I didn't see anything as far as stormwater retention, where that's taking place. A very large impermeable surface. Stormwater is going to build up. Where does it go?
So currently, we have 2 retention ponds that the amphitheater flows to, and that's the studies that we've been working on in the last couple of months, getting them out there to survey everything. And it's been, they're still finalizing it, but that would still flow to those 2 adjacent retention ponds there that they say is adequate.
Are they, is it surface retention or subsurface?
Subsurface.
Okay, and they're large enough to take on that volume of water?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay. So with that, I would ask, what is the will of the council?
Approve, Mayor, as stated.
I'll second that.
It's been, there's been a motion and a couple seconds on this one. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Gary, thank you for coming this evening, and I will let you go home.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, council, for your continued support for what we're trying to get done out there. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it is time to begin our public hearings. We will come back to the remaining business items and staff report following the public hearings. So as we dig in to our public hearings this evening, we have 3 public hearings this evening. We have a lot of testimony ahead of us. What's important is that we get to all of the public hearings before the end of the evening. So when we do a public hearing, the applicant has 10 minutes to speak. The citizens have 3 minutes to speak. There are closing comments at the end for 5 minutes, and then the council deliberation. I am going to ask council this evening, during the applicant presentation, let's hold our questions, allow the applicants to give their full comments before we ask any questions. That way, it's easier for us to keep it within the timeframe allocated. I would like to ask, and this goes for all 3 public hearings, please don't feel the need to repeat yourselves. And I say that to say, if you're supporting what someone else has already said, please feel free to say, I support that comment, rather than repeating the same comment. It's important that we give opportunity. One of the things that we have discussed, and I think we decided we're not actually implementing it tonight, and that is that if one public hearing takes all evening and your 3rd public hearing isn't heard, it's not fair for that 3rd group. And so we are going to try to respect that time for the 3rd public hearing so that we get to hear what that group in the 3rd public hearing has to say. So we're going to try to keep things moving forward while at the same time respecting everyone's opportunity to share their comments. With that, we're going to begin with our first public hearing this evening. So this is a public hearing to present the recommended fiscal year 2023 increase to both irrigation water hookup fees and irrigation rates that is effective March 1, 2023. So we have 2 different actions here, but 1 presentation and 1 public hearing. Tom, thank you for walking us through this and sharing the information.
Mayor, City Council, good evening. Thanks for having us. Tom Points, Senior Public Works Director. We have a couple of members of our Board of Appraisers in the audience, Mr. Nathan Cleaver and Mr. Dave Peterson. I'll go through these slides quickly because Mr. Peterson has a couple things he wants to add at the end. So this is a rate increase request for hookup fee and rates, like Mayor stated. Here's some data on the number of customers that we've got that are hooked up to our system. 103,000 customers. Our goal is to have affordable, quality irrigation, use asset management to make decisions, preserve our natural resources. As a reminder, we do have a utility impact fee in place for irrigation. It's the first in the state. We're proud to have that. It'll help us out with pump stations, but it's not really, we can't do anything with pipe replacement, which is what we're here to talk to you about today. We also do look for grants to try to help offset costs, but that we haven't been able to find a grant program that has pipe replacement, so that's why we're asking for a rate increase. Here's some of with the existing money that come in today. This is some of the benefits that into our system. Filter programs, pumps and electrical replacements. We are almost up to a mile a year of replacement with the funding that we do have. Some unknowns that continue to happen are the failed culverts. So culverts have to be, that are through the irrigation and canals and drains are funded through the irrigation rates. We're seeing an increased number of pipe breaks as well each year. So this is our challenge, 516 miles of pipe. A good portion of that was installed in the 70s and 80s, and those what are calling our problem pipes. They're reaching their end of their useful life and giving us more breaks. In order to get the most critical done, we're estimating 5 miles per year to get this done within a reasonable time frame. And right now we're funded to 1 mile per year. This is an important map. You can see where the older pipes are. It's kind of in the center of the town there. And these are the majority of the breaks. And the yellow is what the key in on. That's the age that we're looking at. So to 1 mile of pipe is $1.5 million per year. So we're deferring 4 miles or $6 million annually of pipe replacement. So we have been diligently trying to get as much pipe done as we can the past few years. Due to the development irrigation stations that are coming in quickly as Nampa developed, that's diverted some of our funds out of pipe replacement. But luckily, we do have the utility impact fee, so that will be restored from the years going forward. These are the fees that are paid to the underlying irrigation districts. So those are part of the irrigation rates that are charged to customers. This is the comparison that Councilor Bruner, you were asking for last time. We talked about this at our workshop. I'll take just a couple minutes. It's a little bit of an apple and an orange. You'll see that Boise, they're the highest rate in the valley, and that's the private company Viola. So $380 per irrigation season for them. Caldwell is a little bit less at $121, and then our proposed fee is up to $165. You'll notice Meridian is $80, and actually that's Meridian, Nampa Meridian Irrigation District. It's not the city of Meridian. And the reason that theirs is less is because they have not funded pipe replacement at all, because they haven't needed to, because their system was built in the mid '80s. So they're having a problem. A problem will be coming, and they haven't funded it yet. But so we did talk to and confirm that number with them. They're just not in a situation where they have to replace pipes. One of the questions was, why doesn't all the new customers coming in, that generates revenue, and why can't we just use that for pipe replacement? Well, trying to get $1.5 million a year to replace 1 mile, you can see from these numbers, the increased revenue, we're not getting there. You know, we had one good year at $257,000, but it's not going to be enough for pipe replacement. On top of that, we're seeing record inflation costs. Asphalt has been going up a number of years. It did start to go down, which is good news. We looked at projections for '23 on plastic pipe, and it continues to increase each year. So the Board of Appraisers, they meet and help us decide on rates, and it's a group of citizens and some folks from the city. They did propose a 20% or 19.98%. This is based on the PPI West Producer Price Index. It's an index it's specific for construction in the western United States. So here's the numbers. If went through some options, 6%, and these are the numbers, and you can see the fees at the very top. We're in fiscal year 22 now, and then 23 is what we're proposing. So 159 to 169. And then this is the fee with the recommended from the Board of Appraisers, 159 to 191 for the average customer. This is the one-time yearly fee. And then with no increase, you can see what we would be at. And then lastly, I'll just talk about the hookup fee. Again, the Board of Appraisers were given some options, the 5.7, the 19.98, and the 7.75. These are different types of rate increases or indexes. The Board of Appraisers, again, recommended a 19.9% on that. So, Mr. Peterson, would you like to come up and...
Mayor, Council, I'm Dave Peterson, 718 Whisperwood. Lived there for 15 years, minus 1. Thank you. You've heard Tom say that in the best of circumstances, we might be able to pay for 1.5 miles of pipe next year. We've had about 1 mile in the budget for the past several years, and we've never achieved 1 mile. The culprit has been unanticipated pipe breaks, among other things. Mostly unanticipated. In several of the recent years, we've installed 0 miles of new pipe. In the past 3 years, we've installed 9/10 of 1 mile. So we're failing at the 5-year point. We decided 10 years ago we needed 5 miles a year. Never gotten close. Had we prudently addressed the 5 miles a year, beginning in fiscal 2010, we would have replaced 65 miles of our oldest pipes by the end of last year. That's 65 out of 105 that are 50 to 70 years old. They were 40 to 60 years old, but we've ignored that. They'll be 70 to 90 in a few years. You saw on one of the charts that there were 23 pipe breaks last year. 19 were in that downtown area with the old pipes. 23 pipe breaks in an irrigation season is 1 every 8 days. When you have a pipe break 1 every 8 days, that's not really unanticipated. I think you understand that. It takes just a bit of 4th grade arithmetic and a small amount of logic to understand that 2/3 of our 50 to 70-year-old pipes would have been replaced by the end of last year. And the 19 breaks in that section would have not been 19, but probably 6 or 7. We would have not had to expend the money for those other breaks. I'll remind you that we have years of data that supports the notion that it's 8 times more costly to repair a broken pipe than to lay a new pipe. I know you're wondering, well, what does it take to get us to 5 miles a year? I have the answer. 5.25 million would be the cost to add 3.5 million to the 3.5 miles to the 1.5 miles that Tom thinks we can get out of this year's budget. That $5.25 million would represent, in addition to the 20% that the Board of Appraisers is asking for, that would be a 98% increase to the normal ratepayer. Normal ratepayer is $159 once a year. It would go to about $315 once a year. That's a big number. It's a big percentage, and for a lot of people, it's a big dollar amount. My bill would go from just over 300 to just over 600. I'll be happy to pay it if you approve this rate increase. Can we soften that impact? Yes, but first we should recognize that our irrigation cost, while being has been artificially low for the past 15 years. We've had 7 out of the first 10 years of this period I'm talking about where we had 0 increase. That's just imprudent. You could say malfeasant. I will. So how can we soften it? Well, there are a couple different options, but one that we could do is to simply give the citizens the privilege of paying this bill over 2 consecutive months. Normally, the statements come out in March. I think they're due in April. We could give a 2-month time frame, either through the software in our utility billing department or as simple as a statement insert. So I know that your decision before you is to accept the 19.98 from the Board of Appraisers. This wouldn't be the first time you didn't accept the Board of Appraisers' recommendation, and I'm suggesting you go higher. I say that as a citizen, not as a member of the Board of Appraisers. I know that that this decision, if we would do what I'm suggesting, would just begin a modicum of effort to address our underground irrigation assets. It will not result in increased popularity for you or for others. But that's not why you ran for the tough job of being on the City Council. We've ignored this problem for a long time. The option that we won't get to make, but we will have to realize, is we'll just have a section of town we can't afford irrigation. We can't provide irrigation. And that'll be a bad day for a lot of us. Thank you, and thanks for your service.
David, thank you for taking time to share the rest of the numbers and the reality of it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any questions for me? at this
Mayor,
point?
I do really quick. Hey, Tom, what's the difference between the PPI West and just the PPI?
So, Councilor Zandula, so there's PPIs for, they're all, different regions. So you have one for the West, you have one for the middle of the United States, you have one for the East, and so that's the difference. So we're giving you the one for the West, which is more applicable to here. So we're seeing less cost and construction increases in other parts of the country. This is probably the highest in the country because of all the work that's happening with the development and projects.
I didn't see a copy of the PPI West in our packet here, but I did print just the PPI today.
Mm-hmm.
And that number that was there was 6.2%. And so and this is the most updated one. So I'm just wondering, is there a way that you could maybe find that and pull it up for us, the PPI West? I know I'll get in trouble if I look.
I can try to look for it
Big
while,
dog nipple
during the
stop.
question period. I'll see if I can find something.
That would be helpful,
Okay.
thank you.
Mayor, if I may question, Tom, thanks for your good work. Question, as David said, and I believe what he says, 8 times as costly to repair a pipe. Okay, as it is to lay a new one. Do we have a comparison? And I'm putting you on the spot here. I'm not seeing it in the packet. Like for the last year with the number of breaks that we had, that dollar amount, what that total dollar amount was?
Yeah, so Jeff calculated it, was it $200,000 a year, Jeff, somewhere in there? Yep. So
I'm just looking for the comparison. If we would have done this ahead of time, what the comparison would have been as far as expense on replacing those broken lines if those lines had been replaced with new pipe. Is that making sense? So you said it's 8 times. I'm looking for a dollar figure though. So I'm figuring it's whatever. If it's $100, I'm figuring it was $800 to $700 more to in my poor math. But
right.
I'm just curious if we have any type of data for the last year or two as far as to emphasize this point.
Well, Councilor Bruner, I don't have data that's multiple years. I thought we ran what it would cost to, if, let's say we just do nothing and let pipes continue to fail, and our 23 breaks is costing us roughly $200,000 in materials and labor for that particular instance. The problem is that's not really solving the problem because you're just fixing that one spot. It's only a 10-foot section of pipe, and you might have another break just 50 feet down the road from there. So that's what we're trying to explain. Is that
Yes.
that's
So,
not
Mayor,
an
if I
efficient
may,
way
so
to go.
putting in new pipe, does that cause further breaks with older pipe?
Councilor Bruner does not.
Okay.
Yep.
So that does not affect it.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's just one other thing. So the worst scenario is our oldest part of town not having irrigation potentially in the future.
That would not be a good day, as Mr. Peterson said. We don't want to go there. So. but, yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty much a choice, though. But what I'm hearing is what you gentlemen are believing is that is a reality. We don't know the timeline. We don't have the crystal ball. But if we do not improve, then it's either shutting it totally down or spending a lot more money in the future.
That's correct, Councilor Bruner. And the other thing that is important to know, by just letting these break, it brings a huge risk to the city, and that's a whole nother dollar figure that I really don't have defined, because if we flood out somebody's house or crawl space because of a broken line, well, that's going to cost the city as well. So that's a risk factor that we need to consider in these decisions.
Are most homeowners, is that insured?
Well, if it's the city's error, it'll go through our ICRAMP, and then that's our insurance company. And yep.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you. I was getting excited there. I wanted to get in there. Thank you, Darrell. Yeah, there you go. Tom, one of the things that our community has reached out to me about, and vast majority of people are always saying, well, what about the growth? The growth in Nampa has from, 80,000 to 100,000, 200. And so now to me that equates, back where I'm come from, in Burley, Idaho, in math, that you have more people buying homes, living in Nampa, equals increased revenue. But we're still at the point now that we're having to keep funding and keep funding and keep funding. Well, I thought that the increase that we had in revenue from all the people moving in here would kind of alleviate that. And that's backwards, apparently, from what I see, because it's not happening. So maybe it's a funding issue that we're having issues with. Maybe we don't, and I don't know where to go to that. I'm just thinking maybe explain that to me, that average increase to each home and commercial is increasing, then there should be a break line somewhere that says that's enough.
So that's a good question, Councilor Rodriguez. So the answer is on the slide right here. So this is the new customers that have come in over the past 5 years. And on the very far right is how much increased revenue annually that brings in. So you can see 136,000, 159, 84, 257. So if we're trying to fund 1 mile of pipe, that's $1.5 million. The new revenues aren't coming in enough to fund that. And on top of it, when that new pipe that goes in the ground comes with another pump station that requires power and maintenance And so some of these costs are actually going towards additional costs just for us to maintain the system. So it's not, those numbers, if we rely on those numbers, we won't catch up to what we need to do for pipe replacement.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have something else. Tom, we forgot to tell you to bring your boxing gloves. So if we did this increase of the 19.98 and we increased 13%, and then if we also increased 7%, so would that be accurate in the last 2 years that we would increase roughly 40%?
That's correct, Counselor.
We're gonna have to do a lot of dancing to find a happy medium, I think. Thank you, though. Yes, appreciate that.
And Tom, as a reminder, the utility fee, impact fee, can you go back and restate the utility impact fee that we have implemented, what it is funding, and what it will fund as we move forward?
Yeah, so that's a real positive. Thank you for mentioning that, Mayor. So the utility impact fee gets paid by the builders when a home is built, and there's a capital improvement plan that we have put together to fund projects, and that's, so one of our issues of our irrigation fund is development happened so fast that there was irrigation pump stations that needed to be constructed for development. And then NAMPA's policy is that once that developer builds it, we reimburse them that cost. And often it's $1 million a year. And so that $1 million a year is being deflected off of what we can do for pipe replacement. So by having that utility impact fee, we'll gain $1 million for new growth. And then we'll be able to do more pipeline like we want to. So it's a really good thing to have. It just hasn't kicked in to the point to getting the mileage that we're recommending.
So what's important about that is that we're the first city, I think, in Idaho that has implemented a utility impact fee. The goal of that is that growth needs to fund growth. And so in the future, as we collect the impact fees, that's exactly where we're going, that growth will fund growth. The challenge that we have today is that we have a large, older city with a lot of older irrigation lines. And so as Tom said, we can either spend all the money just repairing breaks and never get to the infrastructure replacement, or we can invest in the infrastructure replacement to where we can reduce spending all the money just trying to keep up with breaks. That's kind of a simplified, did I state it correctly?
That's right, Mayor, thank you.
Yeah, it's overly simplified, but are there any other questions?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I do have one more. When I talked about the funding, Tom, I said this. I said we need to figure out a different way that we can fund this program. And one way it could be is because, let's say $165 a year, and why don't we base that on user amount, like we do the water, the domestic water? In other words, I hardly ever use my irrigation because I went to Zamzows and told me how to water the yard, so it's less. But there are some that overwater, and it doesn't matter whether the businesses are overwatering, overusing, we all pay the same amount. And I think we need to start looking at a different project of how to take care of that. I mean, is that, I know, Mayor, I'm out there reaching out, but I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, and I can comment on that. So,
And then we should move
yes
to public hearing, but
So,
go ahead.
and the Board of Appraisers actually mentioned that, and the question was, why don't you put meters on your irrigation system like you have the domestic? The problem is the initial capital cost is massive, plus $40+ million just to get that done. So didn't seem like it was reasonable or feasible. So what we have done is, that's why we've started a drought task force, is to bring some awareness on watering practices, try to reduce the amount of water we're pulling out of the river, and then optimize our pump station. So that's what we're doing, what we can control. That unfortunately, it's such a huge price tag to change the system out like that.
Okay.
Mayor, just real quick perception. So we have no control when the irrigation water gets shut off, correct?
That's correct.
That's that's the irrigation districts. And I realize that's the frustration with folks, especially if we're in a drought period or whatever, that it gets shut off. You still pay the same whether it gets shut off in June, July, or August, or whatever the case is. But that's out of our control.
That's correct.
I just want to make sure folks are aware that that's not a decision that the city of Nampa is making.
Citizens can control it some by using the proper watering practices and materials that keeps the water behind the reservoir. It'll extend weeks out if we do that altogether.
And the city of Nampa actually reduced our consumption as a whole from 100% down to 70% to do our part to extend the timeframe that the water was available. But it takes the entire Treasure Valley and beyond working together.
Mayor, I
So-
give you the credit for the rain dance when that spring rain hit.
Yeah. Okay, so there may be other questions from council, but we need to move into the public hearing time. We've been at this one probably about 30 minutes almost. So this is a public hearing, and this is an opportunity to hear from the public. As you come forward, please state your name and your address, and then you will have 3 minutes, and we'll get started, and Shar, I'll let you walk us through.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Hubert Osborne, who is opposed.
Could you say who's next up? We're going to have you guys stand in line so that you're ready to move quickly, and the next person will be?
It's Gino Della Libra, who is also opposed.
Okay, so we'll just be standing in line, and the one after that is?
We actually have Jean and Michael Darlow, who are opposed but do not wish to speak. So the next person would be Gary Vanalier, and he is also opposed.
Okay. Thank you. And just a reminder, everyone to state their name and address as we get started. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Hubert Osborne. My wife and I reside at 4199 East Switzer Way. My daughter, when she was here a couple of months ago, she said, "Dad, you've lost your cognitive skills." When my wife heard that, she said, "I never had it." So that's why I wrote my comments out. My first comment is, why has the city not informed the public of the large proposed fee increases? I received notices from Idaho Power, Intermountain Gas, and Dish TV. You could send that to homeowners association presidents who are going to pay more in your homeowners fees if this goes through. I'd like to quote from the Nampa Meridian Irrigation website. Irrigation water can be scheduled for intermittent use 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, depending on need and supply. By spreading over a 24-hour period, the pump station and use of irrigation water will be more efficient. This is not being done by the city of Nampa. It is any amount at any time. From casual observation of city-owned property, the city is the worst offender. I live next to a park, and almost all water is put on at night. I think a legitimate question is why culvert repairs are paid out of irrigation funds. Streets should be paying for the expansion and replacement. The culverts would not be needed at all if there was no street crossing over the lateral or drain. Public Works puts the figure at 1.5 to 1 million per year. This would almost double the amount of mileage that you could replace. According to the budget for 2023, many city properties are not paying their fair share. Parks are probably the worst offender with their large acreage, but each department's budget should be examined and pay the residential share. Cemetery only pays $600. I don't think those people are going to mind it. Streets, $925. Airport, I don't know where they spend it, unless it's only underlying assessment, $2,300. And if you can believe it, the wastewater penalty and interest was $2,000. This all comes from the 2023 budget. Golf courses, $43,500. Are you going to cut me off?
We're going to need to, but the good news is that you gave it to us. So it's in front of us to read, and I greatly appreciate it. And Hubert, I would prefer not to, but I have to be consistent with everybody. Otherwise, I think I'd have to be inconsistent.
I thought I was special, Mayor.
I know, you are special. I do think you're special, and I greatly appreciate you coming forward.
Well, I hope you guys have time to read this before you make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much for putting it in writing, Hubert. We appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, our
Yes.
next speaker is Gino Della Libra. On deck is Gary Vandelier, Diana Stanford, and Marilyn McIntyre.
Excuse me, I'm Gino Della Libra, and I live at 4185 East Switzer Way, and I'm a neighbor of Hubert. I found out last meeting that this was going to come about. I'm an escapee from California, and I see somewhat the same operation that's going up where cities don't take into consideration the individuals in their towns. You're going to put a 20% cost over and above what they're paying now. Some of these people have had their homes for a long time, but they were older homes, and they probably don't have the funds for a 20% increase. This is, I can take care of it, but I'm worried about my young people in the town that can barely afford a house. And I don't think that if we're all on the same pipe, and that's got to be replaced, then it should be spread out of how much each of us pay. Now, I know that I'm going to pay over $100, or no, $70 from last year. And there's going to be a lot of them that are smaller homes with smaller acreage. They're only going to pay $20 or $25 or $30. So it's got to be a different way to fund this thing. And if they're trying to pay it off within 5 years, there should be possibly a way. Did I hear somebody? Just a ricochet of my own voice, where we can borrow the money and put it out in a longer period, rather than try to pay it off in 5 years, I think I heard. That's about it. Hubert covered everything that I was going to tell you anyway, so, and you asked for us to cut them short. I'm short now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Gary Vandelier, and on deck is Diana Stanford, Marilyn McIntyre, and Doris Phillips.
Good evening. My name is Gary Vandelier. I live at 2887 South Benicia Way, Nampa, Idaho. I am the HOA president for Bridgewater Estates, and I'm here in opposition to the 20% increase for irrigation. I can tell you that I listened to these gentlemen with the amount of new hookups and everything that's been going on, and I can understand that they have a revenue shortfall. And I can tell you that I think that there's other ways that they can overcome that problem, and I do believe part of that problem of lost revenue is the fact that we grant a lot of new large projects like Amazon, like the industrial complex across the street that was sitting on cornfields. That is now paved over, and the lost irrigation money from that never appears. I think it's ridiculous to charge the people of this city 20% increase when a lot of us are on fixed incomes. If you do the math, simple math, the federal government just gave seniors an 8.7% increase, and you are fixing to take from me 1/6 of that amount of money. I think that small increases work better. The last time that we had a mayor that told the seniors that we would have to swallow a price increase and the whole thing all at once, he's not here anymore. He was a one-termer. So I think you get where I'm coming from. If you collect from our subdivision, on average, $50 per house, and for some houses, it's going to be more, that increases the amount of money you collect, $8,400 this year from just our subdivision, and I did not include the common area landscapings, which right now runs us about $500 a year. I would ask every member of the City Council to vote this request down tonight and consider the 5.7% increase. And I would opt for 0, but 5.7 would be acceptable. And I think that we wouldn't have as many problems. And I would ask those gentlemen who are here from the irrigation district, I have one question. What size pipe are the mains downtown that are 60 or 70 years old that have been ignored? What size and diameter are they? Anybody know? 3-inch, 4-inch? And I want to know why they're not employing new technologies like pipe bursting, which is far more efficient and results in little to no asphalt damage. That's all I have for you this evening, and I hope you will understand our plight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate your comments.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Diana Stanford, and on deck is Marilyn McIntyre, Doris Phillips, and Vince Lavarte.
Hello, I think they've got me on the wrong one to talk. My rights, I filled out the wrong form. I'm here about the expansion area in Nampa's agricultural area.
And unfortunately, that is our very last one, so it is the wrong one, and I'm so sorry, so you're going to have to wait a while.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, so we'll get you switched.
All right,
Thank you
thank
so much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Marilyn McIntyre, then it's Doris Phillips, Vince Lavarte, and Lisa Hendricks.
Is Marilyn McIntyre here? Okay, I'm not seeing her, so what did she put on her list? As far as she was in opposition?
Support.
She was in support, but not here, okay? And then the next person after
is Doris Phillips.
Is that you? Hi, Doris.
Hi. I'm Doris Phillips. I live at 220 South Ivy Street in Nampa. And I realize some of the pipes that are probably in my area are old. That being said, the increase at 20% is not reasonable. And I agree with some of the other people that have already spoken, so I won't repeat some of the ideas that they had on how to lessen that. But I definitely second that if there needs to be an increase, that it be less over a shorter period of time, and that the new developments that are going to come in be considered to see if we can afford to put irrigation in those places. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Vince Lavarte, and then it's Lisa Hendricks, Nathan Cleaver, and Cheryl Higley.
Good evening.
Vince Lavarante, 4172 East Switzer Way, Nampa. I've known Hubert Osborne for 18 years. We've had many, many discussions, and he's a credible guy and knows the facts. So I'm here just to support him, and I ditto all the facts that he has, so there's no reason for me to go over anything. But so I'm in agreement with Hubert's viewpoint on this topic here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming and supporting Hubert.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Lisa Hendricks, then on deck is Nathan Cleaver and Cheryl Higley.
Hi, my name is Lisa Hendricks. My husband and I live at 323 Winther Boulevard in Nampa. I'm going to take you back. In 2016, our irrigation fee doubled. At that time, the city told us their projections were to replace 5 miles of line a year, just like they said this tonight. But as he informed us, they're lucky to get a mile a year. Our fee just between, let's see, at the time, so we looked at the information we received in 2016 versus tonight, and it was pretty much the same. According to a comprehensive study the city paid for in 2015, most of the irrigation lines are PVC. Although I do recognize that it's a small number of lines that need to be replaced, but they do need to be replaced. Despite receiving a huge increase in fees in 2016, the city was still unable to replace more than just over 1 mile of line. Between 2020 and 2022, my bill has increased 15% in just those 2 years. We paid $370 in irrigation fees in 2022. In 2022, the Napa and Meridian Irrigation District said the cost for an urban system is $90 per quarter-acre lot. That means my half acre is $180. That leaves the city of Nampa $180 towards maintenance. Our biggest concern is, how does the city expect to replace 5 miles of line moving forward with a 20% rate increase when they haven't been able to do it for the past 6 years with even larger increases? We had a 100% increase in 2016. That was supposed to do it. It didn't do it. So what's it going to take? I'm not buying that it's going to take just 20%. I'm wondering where that money's gone to and why it hasn't been used more effectively. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Nathan Cleaver, 965 West Mollywood. Council, I am on the Board of Appraisers. I'm one of the 3 citizens on the committee. This is a painful subject that we've been looking at for several years, and every year we make a recommendation based on inflation, based on the end goals of replacing the water mains. Councilman Rodriguez, you mentioned shutting off the water and watering sparingly. That is very important for the supply, but that's not what causes leaks. Flows to the pipe doesn't cause leaks, it's the pressure. And to be able to water, you need to have that pressure, and that's why the pipes are leaking. The overall goal of replacing these pipes is, I should say the large increase that we're seeing is because of councils have passed a very little increase. They haven't done an incremental increase to even keep up with inflation. And so not only is this needed to increase the amount of to 5 miles, but it is also covering the cost of inflation. And being somebody who's in the construction industry, and I know that several of you are, the construction costs have well outstripped the cost of the consumer price index inflation. Enough so that over the last 2 years, it's well over 30% we see in construction. And so I am one member on the board. It was a unanimous vote by all of us on the Board of Appraisals. And I recommend that you approve this rate increase. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Madam Mayor, our last speaker is Cheryl Higley.
Thank you, Cheryl. Okay, is there anyone else listed?
Madam Mayor, there is no one else.
Okay. I'm trusting that everyone got signed up that had intended to speak this evening. Is there anyone that had intended that did not get signed up? Okay, seeing no one. In a public hearing, this is the opportunity that the applicant gets to come back and provide closing comments. Tom, that's you. And so at this time, it's the city. And so, Tom, as you come, I think you've been writing down some questions. I have also. If you could provide response to our citizens, and I just want to say I greatly appreciate the research of our citizens, the comments that have been made tonight, because it takes a lot of time, and thank you for being here this evening. So I appreciate the testimony. But Tom, thank you for providing some response.
Okay, Mayor, Council, I took down some notes. Hopefully I'll catch everything from the comments that we heard. First was noticing this public hearing. So we did notice it with the clerk, and we also went the extra step of going on the social media on Nextdoor. So try to get this out as much as we can. I know we don't always get everybody's attention, but we tried. We definitely try that. Question why you replace culverts with irrigation funds? Why not use streets funds? Well, I guess the question would be, the number one thing we've heard from the citizens is the fund streets. So if we take $1 million out of a streets fund and put it towards irrigation culverts, then which intersection do we not do? So that's a difficult question, but that's certainly an option, but it would definitely impact a different enterprise fund. And then parks, paying more for theirs, so that would be coming out of the general fund. So as you know, the council's aware of what competing resources on the general fund with the police and other services. So again, it's the same question, where do you pay for this? The paved over surfaces, there was a comment made about the lost irrigation revenue, that when something gets paved over, actually the commercial businesses still pay an irrigation fee. They pay the underlying irrigation district fee, plus they pay another fee for the city, because as long as there's a pipe that can get water to that site, they're not excluded. They still pay they still pay that. The question of pipe diameter downtown, generally 8-inch, somewhere in there. Is that right, Daniel?
So many of the older downtown areas are 4 to 6 inch pipes, with some 8-inch interspersed throughout.
Okay. And then pipe bursting was mentioned. So we actually have used pipe bursting on one of our projects on crossing 11th Avenue North, and it's a great tool when you don't want to impact traffic. So that was more cost effective on that case. We'll look at it where it makes sense. 2016, the rate increase. So from what I'm gathering from hearing from the board, that rate increase really went to fund our filtration program and making the water cleaner. So I'm not sure if the goal was mentioned at 5 miles per year at that time. I can't answer that, but I can, what Nathan was saying about the cost inflation has really impacted our ability to get whatever mileage goal we're trying to get to. So that with the development pump stations, we're taking care of that with our utility impact fee. And then the large culverts. So since I've been here 6 years, we've replaced one major culvert every single year, and it's about ready to fail. And we really don't want to wait for that to happen. So it's a little less than $1 million a year for some of these large 6 diameter pipes. Let's see. So I was texting Heather, our business manager in Public Works, to see if she could pull up the PPI. She wasn't able to get logged in. I can send that to you later. It's from the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and I wasn't able to get the sheet opened up to find or answer that, but I certainly can send it out to council. So on average, this is a $40 increase per year per customer. I know this is never easy discussions, but this is what the board as appraisers has brought forward to you.
Tom, there was one other comment about a different way to fund, rather than funding with a generalized rate increase, but actually having the citizens participate where their irrigation needs to be upgraded. Have we looked at, I think I captured that correctly, but have we looked at other funding models in answer to that question?
Part of the response to that, Mayor, is that this is the entire system is interconnected. So if you start chunking off pieces of it, it's where do you draw the line on where the border is. So if we wanted to try to charge the people that are in downtown in this area in the yellow, their rate would go up. They'd probably go up a lot, and you'd probably hear a lot about that. And then so at some point, we are collecting funding. Let's say we were collecting funding from a subdivision that has a pipe that was installed in the 80s. We're collecting revenue and, taking care of the oldest stuff first. But it's also, you have that rate set, so whenever that 1980 pipe comes due, we have the revenue there to take care of them. So we're building a revenue base so we can continuously keep, as decades go by, be able to replace pipes.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Tom?
Mayor, just clarification. The one citizen mentioned the rate increase in 2016 with the promise that we would get to the 5 miles. My understanding, unless I heard wrong from David, is this 20% is not even going to get us close to 5 miles. What would you estimate a 20% increase if this council approves that? What, from a 9/10 of a mile to where would you realistically, conservatively estimate?
I think I've got that on one of the slides. Let's see if I can
I
find
probably
it.
missed it.
Okay, so. Three-quarters of a mile of pipe with the 20% increase,
So we're looking at at the most 1 3/4 miles per year?
Correct, Council, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor, and make a quick comment. The issue that Tom's talking about, if the CPI is going, or the PPI, Western States PPI is going up 19%, and we charge 19%, to keep even with cost, we've heard talk about where did the money go? Well, the money's getting eaten up by inflation. You can't get more pipeline with 20% if you're just treading water to keep even with the cost. That really makes for a difficult issue all around.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Tom at this time? Tom, just a quick comment. I think a challenge that I'm going to face this evening is the PPI West Index that we can't validate, what Councilman Natalie Jangula had mentioned this evening, the source of that. And so you're not able, there isn't anybody here, Jeff, there isn't anybody that can actually come back and speak real quickly to that, to answer the question?
If we delay the public hearing decision, maybe I have some more time this evening to work on it?
Okay, if we put it to the end?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have heard everyone that was wanting to testify. If council would like to actually close public hearing but delay our vote until the end, then we could come back. I'm trying to think, or legal, do we need to leave public hearing open? We don't?
Madam Mayor, typically staff can comment after the public hearing is closed.
Thank you. My thoughts exactly. So would that be an interest to our city council members to delay the vote until after the other public hearings? It does not allow, though, the people that have testified to see the resolution to our answer, but it would give us better information, a more clear information. I think that's a very important question that needs to be resolved.
I would agree with that, but rather than waiting until the very end, if they have the answer after the second public hearing, I would think hopefully we could come to resolution at that time rather than waiting until after the third. Is that what you're suggesting, is after the
Yes,
third?
we could do that. It was
Okay.
after the third, but it could be after the second
Yeah,
if
I
we have
mean,
the answer.
if we have the information by then, so
Yeah.
rather than, okay.
Okay. So with that, I would like to stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are going to continue this particular action item to later in the meeting so that we can actually get the information we need to make a good decision. So for those of you here, I apologize. You're welcome to stay. But I've been pondering what to do on these next two public hearings. Typically, what we try to do is take the public hearing with the most comments, put it last so that you can get through the one ahead of it. Our last public hearing has 17 people. The one coming up is 26. And so I think with that, I think we're going to go ahead and follow the order. It's fine. We're going to follow the order as published, just because I think we need to be true to what we published, even though there's quite a few people in this second public hearing. So we are going to move to public hearing, 8.2 on the agenda. This is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to Community Business Zoning District for 4.69 acres, addressed as 2522 and 2508 North Middleton Road. This is also located, well, I won't go through that. It's a conditional use permit for a multiple family development in a community business zoning district, also on 12.48 acres, addressed as 2440 and 0 Karcher Road, and 2522 and 2508 North Middleton Road. This and a consideration of a potential development agreement for the Northwest Village Development for Randy Haverfield representing TV Holdings, LLC, and Zion Ventures. So as we begin, so Councilman Randy Haverfield, as the applicant, has recused himself from this meeting, will not be participating in any discussion whatsoever related to this particular meeting. I also want to state, in fact, unless legal would like to do this on our behalf, I think it's important for our citizens to know that for Councilman Haverfield, he has not had any discussions with us regarding this particular project. Is that a correct statement? I just want to make sure. So there is not any discussion that takes place with an applicant. In fact, that's true on any public hearing. So we as council people, myself as mayor, we don't meet with the applicants during the process period at all. And so I was asked by a citizen why I'm not intimately aware sometimes, and I think all of us feel sometimes, why aren't we more aware of a project? To be impartial, we listen to the same information everyone listens to in the public hearing process because we want the process to be fair. The voice of the people does matter, and we want to maintain the integrity of that, which we do. And so just for legal, is there anything else I should have said, or did I make any, did I cover it? Okay, good. So with that, as we stated earlier, the applicant has 10 minutes for their time. Council, let's leave our questions. And then let's also make sure that if we have a question, it's not a discussion sharing an opinion before the public hearing, or actually even write down our questions and address them after if need be. So thank you, Councilman Haverfield. Randy Haverfield is the hat that you're wearing right now as our applicant.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, for the record, my name is Randy Haverfield. Reside at 1015 Heartland Drive here in Nampa. I've lived in Nampa for 44 years. I represent Architecture Northwest, founded the firm 30 years ago, again in Nampa. So as you've mentioned, Mayor, in order to avoid any perceived conflict of interest, I am stepping down from my position as a city councilman tonight to recuse myself and not participate in the council's deliberations after the public hearing is closed. I will not have any involvement in the vote process regarding the project. That's strictly yours. And I will be representing my client on the presentation of the Northwest Village Apartments. I have a PowerPoint. I'll try to get through this quickly. Again, it's the Northwest Village. It's an annexation request of 4.69 acres of a 12.48 acre site, plus zoning to BC to match the balance of the site that's already a BC zone. The conditional use permit is also for a mixed-use development. Key takeaways from this project is we feel that it's an ideal location for a first-class residential community. It offers multiple access points to the site from Middleton Road. I'll go back a slide. As you can see on the screen, Middleton Road, Karcher Boulevard, and Sundance Road on the east. Proximity to many things, but immediate proximity to St. Al's Urgent Care up on the north corner up there. Karcher Church of the Nazarene across the street. There's the Maverick Convenience and Gas right on the corner. A mini storage and boat and RV storage along with multiple other businesses adjacent to the property. The site, as you can see on the screen, everything in red is commercial. That's a BC zone. We are looking at the, I don't have a, it doesn't, no. There's a crosshatched area. That's the 4.69 acres that we're looking to annex and to zone BC. Everything else there in yellow is enclaved parcel in the county. So the residential lots that are there are large acreage commercial or large acre lots that are in the county. We are again requesting annexation and zoning to BC for the remaining 4.7 acres. All city services are available to the site. As you can see, within near proximity to the property on the corner of Middleton Road and Karcher, there are several businesses that are in near proximity. So this site offers quick access to medical urgent care, gas convenience, veterinary clinic, banking, shopping, retail, entertainment with a theater there at the Cinema Edwards, restaurants, churches, mini storage, and boat and RV storage. There's even barber shops, and down Sundance to the boulevard is the College of Western Idaho Canyon County campus, where VRT has an access to bus pickup location. Thus, it's providing employees and customers for these businesses. So it is truly a live, work, play opportunity for the residents of this community. The project itself, we feel, is the right project at the right place at the right time. It's a multifamily, as we look at the multifamily vacancy rate, which was presented to council back on December the 5th, the Collier's report presented us that 2.5% is the vacancy rate for multifamily housing in Canyon County. So that's very low. It's a first-class development, contemporary architectural design utilizing a material palette of cedar, stucco, stone, and metal wall finishes. This project will provide much appreciated quality housing to meet the needs of our growing community. We'll bring in impact fees for much needed road improvements along with taxable revenue to the city. Amenities include a main clubhouse, swimming pool, pickleball court, kids play equipment and play areas, and a dog park. There is also in the center of the development a quarter-mile walking track for walking purposes for adults and for younger people as well. Also, there will be an improved public pedestrian pathway along Middleton Road as right-of-way is granted and road improvements are created there, as stated in your staff report. Hopefully you've had a chance to review all that. Okay. Okay, there you go. There's a little animation that will kind of show you the development, and I'll just talk as it's going. Proposed is 11 three-story apartment buildings, 264 dwelling units that will offer 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. And then along Karcher Road is a single-story, 5,000 square foot commercial building fronting on Karcher Boulevard. Attractive design features, this will be a quality first-class development that we need to promote in the city of Nampa. Building area only covers 20% of the site. The balance of the site is 35% landscape and pavement and walkways on 45% of the site. So 80% of the site is open air. The closest residential structure to the west is 220 feet away from the facades of the apartment buildings. Parking count for the site will be 554 spaces, 284 of which will be either covered in garages or shade structures, plus an additional 11 ADA parking spaces. For comparison, a residential subdivision with this many dwelling units would take like a 6,000 to 8,000 square foot lots would need to develop approximately 40 to 50 acres of ground, farm ground. So we're hoping to retain that farm ground by virtue of this infill project. So as you see the rotation around there, the property is on the east is industrial, the mini storage and RV storage. As you can see across Middleton Road there, as the road is widened, the larger structures are again about 225 feet away from the homes that are on the opposite side of Middleton Road. Site access, again, provided onto 3 streets, Middleton Road, Karcher Boulevard, and Sundance Road, providing multiple routes for movement and flow of traffic. This development will dedicate much-needed road right-of-way and bring forth needed improvements to roadways via collection of impact fees, widening of Middleton Road on the way to the northern boundary of the project, and per the staff report, a pedestrian pathway extension will be provided on Middleton Road. Timing of this and construction of this project, we feel fits well into the future planned roadway improvements for Karcher Road. If approval is granted this evening, the developer hopes to break ground by the end of 2023 and be ready to rent in 2025. ITD is currently in the design phase of improving Karcher from Middleton to Midway over towards the highway. Those improvements are likely to be completed in 2024 to 2025. Karcher improvements. The timing and construction of this project fits well into the future planned roadway improvements for Karcher. ITD has plans to start construction on improvements from Middleton Road to Farmway Road in 2024. Their plan is to widen Karcher Boulevard to 5 lanes. And then again, as you look at its access to the VRT service area, again, it's just right in the middle of a surface pattern or bus pattern from the campus at the College of Western Idaho at Sundance and Nampa Caldwell Boulevard. This project received positive scores from Compass for Activity Center access, net fiscal impact benefit to the City of Nampa, Highway District, and County. It is within the Communities in Motion forecast for growth. It's near a VRT bus stop at the CWI campus, and proposed higher density is supportive of VRT multimodal valley transit system. And I got done in less than 10 minutes. So if you have any questions for me, I'll answer them now or wait to come back up.
Mayor, I do really quick. Randy, is there any way in the design that you can change to have 2 exits onto Garrity instead of 2 onto, what is that, Middleton?
Garrity?
Or sorry, not Garrity, Karcher, thanks.
No, Karcher would be limited to the 1 access just because of the distance needed from Middleton Road. A second access could possibly be granted onto Sundance, which would allow 2 accesses to the east. As we look at interstate-bound travel, it would be north, so it would either be up Middleton Road or up Sundance to get onto the boulevard to cross over to get on the interstate. You could actually go off of Middleton, go down to the intersection at Karcher and Middleton, and then go to the east as well there.
Thank you.
As long as it's a specific question and not sharing your opinion on
Okay.
anything, just a specific question.
Randy, 2.5% vacancy rate. That's the current. I realize Collier's representative, and we have lots of developers right
Yeah.
here. We have, 260 units going behind Karcher Mall. I know there's an increase across from Karcher Church there. They've already built a ton of apartments, and they are continuing to increase. I guess what I've seen in my lifetime is a tendency to, build like crazy, and then all of a sudden, there's overbuild. I realize the positive of that is rental rates and so on would come down with the supply and demand. But so projections-wise, with all these apartments that are going in, these 264 and the ones in Karcher and all the others that are coming across town, and where are we? Is there a projection as far as vacancy rate in 2024?
Not that I've been given. Obviously, council received the same report that I did. And again, Mike Pena is here from Colliers, which is
Right.
nice to have him available to you, but he wasn't a part of my presentation this evening. But
Okay.
again, back to your question, yes, what you're seeing is the market meeting the demand. There's demand for housing, demand for multifamily housing. Again, when you start looking at the current rates of interest being in the 7 to 8% range going up, home ownership is going to be difficult to attain for some. So having rental communities like this available meets that need. Sometimes people would rather even live in something like this. But again, when you talk about vertical communities, you can have your family in one apartment building, main level being your older folks at more non-ambulatory. All of the lower level units would be designed to meet HUD standards for Fair Housing Act compliance. So the adaptability for ambulatory, non-ambulatory folks would be on that main level. Other family members could be available on the upper levels. So again, a vertical community is just like that. And I would just remind you back when we were looking at a half acre of ground with 159 units on the corner of 2nd and 12th, That in itself was, again, a vertical community concept. So when we look at this project, going vertical 3 stories allows us to have 80% open area. So that's a positive.
And Mayor, just one other question, and then I'll let that go for now. The other thing that's in our packet is this area is in Valley View School District. By being 3 and 2 bedroom, families, I take it these are going to be more than just senior couples or whatever in a 2 or 3 bedrooms, so there's going to be young people. In our packet, there was a letter from Valley View School District saying that they do not have capacity. They are overflowing now. So as far as in a development in an area, what consideration, or has there been communication with Valley View School District? And what's the projection? Do we have any projection as far as the number of student-age kids that would be in this complex?
And again, that's a difficult question to address simply because they're looking at worst case. When you look at a development community like this, how many people that would be moving into it already live in that area? So, I mean, you can't determine the true metric behind it just on the surface. So I know in talking to my client, there was a desire to be open to all needs, students especially. But when you look at the sheer volume or the sheer value of their impact fees that they'll be paying for this project, they felt that that was a significant investment in the Nampa community. And I'll let legal speak to the reality behind using school district numbers as a reason to either accept or not accept a project. We've been counseled in the past, but again, I'm not
No,
going to repeat that.
that's in our packet, so that's why I'm and that's why I'm asking if we've had communication with the Valley View School District regarding this. And they're aware of it because it's in the packet, but whether we've had
And
discussion.
I know my client has reached out to Valley View and
So
had conversation.
down the line, then I would be interested in hearing what that communication
And it might be that they
involved.
would need to come up and answer that question for you, Councilman Bruner.
Thanks, Randy.
Any other, there we go. Any other questions from council? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. This is a public hearing, and we do have about 26-ish people signed up to speak. And so Shar will take us through, just as a reminder, I know you guys have already.
Mayor?
Oh, I forgot Christy. Oh, excuse me. Forgot staff report. Rodney, thank you. And Christy's online this evening. Being careful.
Thank you.
Christy, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Actually, you can skip over me if you want. That's fine.
I think we appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Christy Watkins. I'm the principal planner for the city of Nampa. I will try to get through this without coughing in your ear too much. The request before you this evening is for annexation and zoning to BC for 2 parcels on North Middleton Road, and for a conditional use permit for a multifamily development for 4 parcels that include the 2 parcels that are being annexed, all on North Middleton Road and Karcher Road. For the annexation and zoning, staff finds that the property is contiguous with the city limits on the south and east sides, where it adjoins other BC zoned properties and an IL zone property. The proposed BC zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan future land use map designation of commercial. Therefore, it would not create a spot zone. The proposed BC district is the same as the adjacent zones, so the zoning is compatible. There are apartments on Karcher Road to the east and west of this property, so the uses are reasonable with the existing uses along the corridor, even if it's not immediately adjacent. So according to 1032 Schedule of Uses, multifamily is an allowed use with a city-approved conditional use permit. There are city services, utilities, retail, and medical services available to this property, showing that the city does anticipate growth in this area and is available for orderly development of the city. City codes are written to protect the public interest by providing guidance for development. Therefore, this project is presumed to be in the public interest because it meets all the applicable codes in regards to multifamily uses in the BC zone and shall install appropriate site improvements. Upon annexation, this property will dedicate right-of-way along Middleton Road and Karcher Road, which will provide for appropriate widths to handle future traffic, and it is in the public interest to increase that capacity for transportation corridors. The CUP criteria is there are 3 criteria that the project must meet. So staff finds that this multifamily development provides for a variety of housing types that will contribute to the community as a whole. It provides convenient access to services, working, and shopping. This development is subject to design review standards listed in Title 10, Chapter 34 of Nampa City Code, and will be an attractive development. Providing housing of all types allows for residents to keep and find jobs and potentially establish permanent residency in this community. All phases of housing provide an essential service to the community. Also in Chapter 3, there's a footnote for multifamily projects in a BC zone that requires that they show a certain level of commercial use that is provided within the development, and this project shows that commercial pad on Karcher Road. A traffic impact study is in review with the engineering department currently. Access A, B, and D state that there is no turn lane warranted. Access C would require a westbound right turn lane. And it also triggers an eastbound right turn lane at Caldwell Boulevard and Sundance Road right up here. There will be 50 feet of right-of-way required to be dedicated to the city on Middleton Road. 10 feet of right-of-way is required on Karcher Road, and a 10-foot wide pathway along Middleton Road will be required. The applicant walked you through the amenities on the site, so I won't take up your time to do that. The correspondence received, we received from the public many comments that came in that are attached to the staff report. There were also some that came in today that I hope that you have in front of you. The Idaho Transportation Department has requested a review of the impact study and an approach permit onto Karcher Road. Engineering does not oppose this request, and their memo has listed the conditions of approval, which are in your staff report. Code compliance stated that there's some weeds that need to be destroyed on the 2 properties that are requesting annexation. The Valley View School District did supply a letter that says that the schools are over capacity and there are no bonds available to increase capacity at this time. Police officers have required or requested an amount of funding to increase their officers by 1.06 and support staff by 0.35. And fire has stated that the response time from station number 4 is 5 minutes. These are the conditions of approval that are listed in your staff report. And here are your potential motions. This screen shows if you were to do all of them as one motion. And this next one is if you wanted to divide them out and do annexation and conditional use permit with different motions. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Christy, I just have a quick question. If you can go back to I think it was the analysis slide. Yeah, nope, it was one before that. And it actually talked about right here, a traffic impact study on access A, B, and D, no turn lane is warranted. Can you speak to that a little bit more on the fact that a traffic impact study is in review? And then, of course, ITD asked for a little bit more look at it, but help me understand how no turn lane is warranted when we're adding that volume into that area.
Mayor, thank you. I would defer to Daniel, which I think he's ready to do.
Thank you.
Mayor, the traffic study looks at the volume of traffic coming out of the approach and the volume of traffic on the existing roadway. And there's a defined metric that determines whether there is a warranted turn lane for those volumes for the roadway versus the approaches. And so those volumes that are on Middleton Road, as well as those projected on the approaches, do not meet the warrant to require a turn lane at those locations. That is certainly something that council can take into consideration as they consider this. But based on the data, it does not show a warrant there at this time.
So a follow-up question. sometimes I'm a little bit confused about what it takes to warrant a turn lane. Because we just recently had another situation where, I'll just be candid, Nampa Christian came because they're needing some type of thing because of the speed, the volume coming out there. And one of the things that they talked about is adding a turn lane. What is it then that warrants getting that there? Because it's a wise thing to do.
So Mayor, it does come down to the defined warrants, and I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head for when it warrants and when it doesn't. It's a graph that you graph the two together, and if it lands in one part of the graph, it's warranted, and if it doesn't, it's not warranted. That doesn't mean that it's not something that can be done there. It's just saying that the data does not show that it's necessary.
Thank you for the response. Council, do you have any questions for staff before we step into public hearing?
Mayor, really quick.
Yes.
Christy, is it too soon to ask the impact that this will have on our water lines?
Which water
kidding.
lines? Are you taking-
Failed
you're-
joke.
Councilmember Jangula, they will be connecting to city water, and our aquifers are adequate right now, so I don't think it will have any impact on the water in that area.
Thank you.
There you go. You got it up front. Okay, any other questions? Christy, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, this time it really is time for the public hearing, and I won't go over everything I've already said. I think you guys have it, right? You know how we're going to do this, and we'll go through it well. So I'm just going to turn it over to Shar. Thank you for deferring if you don't have anything to say. Thank you for lining up so we're not waiting for people to get out of their seats. And Shar will walk us through the list.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is going to be Stephanie Peters, and on deck is Nancy Higgins, Deborah McCarver, Marilee Spath, and Mike Ludwig, although Mike has stated that he will defer his time.
Why don't we go ahead and just pass those down? Let us pass them down. That way we don't waste your time doing that. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and City Council, my name is Stephanie Peters. I live at 2609 North Middleton Road. My husband Dan and I have lived there for almost 40 years. As you can imagine, we have seen quite a change in our once rural neighborhood. We chose this property, 1+ acres, because of the rural neighborhood it once was. We live in the original farmhouse that was built over 100 years ago, which was the home on 365 acres of dairy and cropland. Our opposition has nothing to do with change. We experience change every day. Each time you go to the store, eggs have gone up again. Every time you drive down Middleton Road North, you see more of our precious farmland sold and another proposed development waiting to go in. Nampa is no longer what it was even 5 years ago. It is rare that people feel a sense of community anymore, unless it comes through their church or maybe a club. Yes, that is my opinion and hundreds of others I have talked to. In talking to people while gathering signatures, I've had many tell me that they know only 2 or 3 people in their subdivision. What you will be doing to us is dismantling our community. It is nearly impossible to walk on Middleton Road without taking your life into your hand, risking your life, sorry. That is not exaggerating. I used to walk my German Shepherd every day. This is how I have met a lot of my neighbors. I do not walk with her anymore, even to the irrigation gate, as it is too dangerous. There is nowhere to walk but on the road, a road that is overcrowded and full of distracted drivers. It is dangerous. I'm blown away that we have not had a fatality recently. I have witnessed some horrible accidents on the street, and I have seen the street so full of cars that emergency vehicles cannot get by. There is no shoulder for drivers to pull over to. There are a few property owners who have parking in front of their homes, and with a lot of maneuvering around, they can get around, but the 2 to 4 minute delay it takes to do that could cost somebody's life. What if that life was your parent or child? When I recently had a sheriff's deputy out in November to do a VIN inspection and asked him his opinion of the proposed apartments, he said, "What are they thinking? This is one of the worst areas already for traffic and accidents. Detective Troy Hale reported to me that there were 92 reported crashes between 122 and 123. That is over 12 months. In Road KO5, which is Karcher and Middleton, to Karcher and Cassia, and the neighborhood just south, one major crash on Middleton and one Middleton between the Boulevard and Karcher. This is reported crashes. If no one is hurt and damage is at $1,500 or less, you're asked to just exchange information. If you call it in, I have been told it can take an hour or so to have someone, usually a community resource officer, respond, if at all. That averages to 7.6 crashes per month in our neighborhood. Well, zoning is the same. There are no multifamily units adjacent to this neighborhood or north of this neighborhood where we live. Therefore, it is not compatible with all our other Canyon County properties. This project does abut to another property, contrary to what Mr. Haverford said. Okay. So the last thing I would just want to say is, if you would please, you go ahead with this, could you please have the developer put in a crosswalk with a beacon light or some kind of lighting on Hunt and Middleton and one at Haley and Middleton. We also need sidewalks continuing from where that neighborhood ends to Caldwell Boulevard. So there's a safe place to walk. We'd like the unit scaled down from 3 stories to 2 so we can keep some kind of privacy. Either that or put a 3-story fence on Middleton Road, LOL. These would be only temporary remedies. However, it would help ease the devastating results that this and many cars are adding to Middleton Road traffic. And I also wanted to just ask a question of how you can approve a project without the traffic from ITD. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Nancy Higgins, and on deck is Deborah McCarver, Marilee Spath, and Mike Ludwig.
Hi, I'm Nancy Higgins, 2511 Leo Drive, and I recognize some faces here. I worked on the Healthy Nampa Healthy Youth Coalition for 15 years, so I'm very invested in this community. I bought my home 35 years ago. I'm a half mile from this, and I have watched this community change, and I have no problem with growth. I just haven't, you know, we all wanted to come here, and I understand that. My question is, how do we manage without the road change? I commute 14 miles every day. In the past 5 years, it has gone from 18 to 20 minutes to 45 minutes to an hour. I have sat at the light at Middleton Road North, up over the overpass almost to U-Stick. I've also sat at streetlights 3 miles back. Do you know how long that takes? It takes a long time, and it changes your quality of life. And so having been here so long, I understand people want to come here, but I would respectfully ask if we couldn't increase roads before we build subdivisions. It seems like the only roads that are closed for improvement actually are just being dug up for subdivisions, and nothing is widened. I see at that intersection, Karcher-Middleton, I travel it at least twice every single day. And I have watched more UPS trucks, 3 trailers, run that red light. Everybody's tired of waiting. And sometimes I've watched 4 and 5 cars run the red lights day after day after day. You always wait before you proceed. I also have tried to turn right off of Middleton Road. I just live a half mile down. Sometimes you can't even get out of the intersection. I mean, onto the road, out of the subdivision. But I have not been able to turn right because it's backed clear up to the boulevard. And so there's nowhere to go as it is right now. And so I'm curious how 500 more cars on that very corner where it's the worst. And when he's saying no turn lanes, I'm like, are you kidding me? I see accident after accident after accident happening on Middleton Road. In the morning when I drive, sometimes at 5:15, there's a lot of cars out there. But the road north on Middleton Road is like an old country road, really. It is broken down on the sides, and when it's icy, there just isn't a lot of room to maneuver. So I've watched the change, and I'm okay with the change. I really am. I just think that our vision statement in Nampa says that we believe in this community and we take care of it. And when I was on that city coalition, we really worked and put our money, did we put it to hard work? We stretched that money and tried to make Nampa a better place. And so I'm speaking up. I'm just one citizen. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a planner, but I've talked to all of them. And my understanding is that we keep approving homes and apartments without any thought to the roads, that's where we get the money after the fact. And so I would actually respectfully ask you to decline this motion. Thank you.
Nancy, thank you very much for that testimony.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Deborah McCarver, and on deck is Marilee Spath, Mike Ludwig, and Jean Mucci.
Well, hi, Mayor and City Council. I'm Deborah McCarver. I live at 16159 Kootenai Avenue. I live right across the street from where this is going to go in. So the Mavericks kind of here, we're just down and barely across the road. And we have quarter to half to 1 acre lots in that whole subdivision. So anyway, I wrote you all letters you probably read. I wanted to start with I don't know if you knew what happened at planning and zoning, but this barely made it through and shouldn't have. There was a lot of testimony against it. It was a very close vote. I talked to my neighbors and husband afterwards, and they were all just shaking their heads in disbelief that it even got through there. The traffic, as she mentioned, is absolutely obscene. So when your engineer is looking at data from now, that's before, we're looking at the apartments that are down across the way. They're building like gangbusters, and they're not full yet. Go down Karcher. Anything down Karcher that's being built is going to come into that whole area. So even if you stop approving stuff, what about the county? They're approving stuff down there, or the city of Caldwell. It all comes right down Karcher, and it comes right to that area. So it's a super bad place to put 550 more cars. The roads, the access points, there's 3. They're all short roads. So Sundance is not very long. I don't know if you've zipped down that recently. Middleton between the boulevard and Karcher is not very long. It's already backed up. And while I'm glad there would be some improvement with some sidewalks and widening and a turn lane, we probably should be looking at that just for the existing. It's already needed. It's already past due. Without a development. So, the other things I think about, I have a friend who's a firefighter, and he's right on that fire station that services our area. And I keep his kids sometimes when he's on duty. And when he gets off at 7 in the morning to pick him up, I say, how was your night? And they're going all the time. Recently, had to go to California for PTSD stuff that they endure from being firemen. I had never thought of that, but the stuff they deal with and see is over the top already. And so we're talking about adding another, 500 plus people to his zone. So there's things like that. And then every time I come to the city council meeting, I hear, we can't keep up with the development, the water, the sewer, the irrigation. But then on the other hand, we've got all these things approved. We're turning into Apartmentville, and I don't think that's the vision for the city of Nampa. So I'm opposed to it. I love all of you and want to thank you I knew it was coming. I wanted to thank you all for your service. This is not an easy job you have. I looked at 800 and some pages that your thing was just for this one meeting. I'm like, this is ridiculous. These people need to be full-time. So thank you for listening.
Deborah, and thank you for sending us the information that you sent in advance. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Marilee Spath, and on deck is Mike Ludwig, Jean Mucci, and Margie Potter.
Marilee Spath, I live at 11195 Hunt Avenue. While this proposed project is well designed to meet the city's vision, this is not the time nor the location. During the planning and zoning hearing, Haverfield stated that when looking at urban infill and the potential for a site to meet the desired intent for the city, this project is perfect, as half of it is already zoned BC. Then he went on to talk about the developers meeting a need at the county vacancy rate is 2.5%. Well, I did a Zillow search of available rentals in Nampa. There's currently 159 available apartments as of today, apartments and townhomes, down from the 200 when I checked in January. Those are just the ones listed on Zillow. I reviewed the city's comprehensive plan, and I'm beginning to wonder if there is any plan to preserve any ag lands or open spaces. Are we going to get any new parks? And lastly, are the concerns and the needs of the Nampa residents even considered? If you review data gathered during an online survey, residents do not approve of this project and do not think we need to be building more apartments in this area before proper infrastructure is in place. In fact, they expressed wanting more businesses in this area, places that they can take their families for affordable entertainment. That's something that this side of Nampa lacks. There are several of these complexes already approved or under construction. The architect stated that this development will contribute to the community as a whole, as we heard Tim say tonight, that it provides convenient access to the working and the shopping. While this may be a convenient location when you look at the proximity of it, it is irresponsible growth. The traffic impact study estimated that it would be 1,902 trips by a car, 137 in the AM and 187 in the PM peak times. This is not traffic mitigation. This is adding more traffic to an already congested area. These new residents will be driving and not walking to these surrounding businesses. How many of these trips will be taking using the old Kmart parking lot as a shortcut? Not safe. During the planning and zoning hearing, they stated how easy it would be for these residents to walk to the nearby businesses and that this complex will be providing employees to these businesses. Walking in this area is not easy nor safe. While some of these new residents might work at the surrounding businesses, it will still be adding traffic to the congested area. When you look at good communities in motion, what does this development actually provide? What need does it meet that isn't already being met through the various already approved projects? There is no safe and easy way to get to the bus stop. He stated the one at Sundance. Sundance is a very narrow road, and the parking spots in that apartment, once they're filled, people will park on that road. There are no sidewalks or bike lanes down Middleton. There's no community parks nearby, no public schools. Sure, the development provides activities for the potential residents, but what about our existing community? All we are is getting more traffic and the potential for more crime, as statistics have shown that development such as this brings with it more crime. I quote, "Land use matters when it comes to predicting violent crime rates. According to the results of a study by 2 professors at the Indiana University, the study found that higher rates of robbery, aggravated assault, and rape in commercial areas, and higher rates of violent crimes in areas traversed by major streets. It is found generally lower violent crime rates in areas with parks, cemeteries, and schools. There seems to be something about high-density residential units associated with all types of serious violent crime, even controlling for those other factors in the model. Apparently, high-density housing unit promotes serious violent crime." Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. And next.
Madam Mayor, we have Mike Ludwig, although he stated that he would defer his time.
11363 Hunt Avenue, I oppose that. And Stephanie's going to speak for me.
Madam Mayor, Stephanie has already spoken.
They said that we could defer, they could defer time, even though we've spoken. I have even the email that you sent me.
Right, and it's to extend the time that you're up. You're not supposed to keep coming back and
I
forth.
didn't know that.
Okay.
Okay. Well, go ahead and.
Okay, do I have any other deferred time, so I know what to cover in this PowerPoint?
Well, you already knew what the deferred time was. Should have just left her up there.
We weren't, I'm sorry, we were not aware of the deferred time. And so, I mean, I'm
Madam Mayor,
sorry.
I can speak to that.
Okay.
We were aware that Mr. Ludwig was going to defer his time. We were not aware of who he was going to defer that time to.
Could you tell
Okay,
me if
go
there's
ahead.
any other deferred time to me? So I could go through this whole thing?
Give me one moment, please. No,
Okay.
there isn't.
Then I know what to cover. Okay, first of all, I want to give you, you have in your packet 227.
I'm sorry, we have to get you on the mic.
So we can hand it to Rodney. Rodney, can you take her papers so
You
that
have
she's on her mic?
227 signatures in your packet. This is an additional 20. It's been really cold, so we haven't been able to get out. My name is Stephanie Peters, as I told you before, and I prepared this, it's PowerPoint, bear with me, I've never done one before, and it's called Infrastructure Before Growth. Talks about our police department, how many officers that we're already short. You have funded 8, but they have only been able to get 3 because of the climate of police and just people don't want to do the job. So We have real concerns. We want to know that we have enough officers to control the gangs and drug dealers that have infiltrated our neighborhoods, to be able to respond to property crimes and to be able to assist us with whatever's stolen, whether it's a catalytic converter or packages or somebody ran into our car. Currently, they have the community service officers respond to those things. People are discouraged. They're thinking less and less of our police department that put their lives on the line every day for us. You make them look bad because we don't have what we need. They don't have what they need to be able to support us. Same thing about EMS, and I want to address Valley View Elementary Schools. Mr. Havisfield presented this project at our neighborhood meeting, and we asked him about the schools, and he said Nampa schools have plenty of room. He didn't even do his due diligence to know what school district these proposed units would be in. The school these students would attend is East Canyon. They are not just full, they are over capacity by 75 children right now. They have no more room for even portables. Desert Springs and Lakeview are all in the same position. No room for kids, no room for portables. Some of the children in, that are supposed to go to Lakeview School are being bused over to West Canyon. That's really inconvenient for parents, longer bus times for these little kids. In our opinion, this is very irresponsible growth. Even though we know the city has no obligation to fund schools, that is our taxpayers' burden. It is our opinion that this is not only unethical, but immoral. We want to be able, other services, we want to be able to not wait 4 to 6 weeks to get an appointment to take our pet to the vet, to find a vet that is taking new patients, to find a doctor that is taking new patients, or about having to wait 3 to 5 weeks to see your doctor you're already established with. Did you know that Walgreens on Midland and the Boulevard closed last summer for a week? My son, who has a brain injury and takes special meds for his traumatic brain injury, could not get his prescription filled. We called in Walgreens on 12th and 7th. They said they couldn't fill them as well. They have closing at 5 every day instead of 9 to try to catch up with the influx of people and prescriptions. So I called Walgreens on Greenhurst. They had his med in stocks. We went to go get them, and they were closed. So this responds to all of our other services. The mayor says she wants facts, not opinion. Today I've showed you the facts. So we are just asking right now that you put this project on hold until our infrastructure catches up. Thank you.
Stephanie, I do apologize for the confusion, and thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you. Council, I want to pause for just a second. We've been sitting here for about 2.5 hours, and I'm wondering if I want to make sure that we don't have council members that miss testimony because we need a bathroom break. So I hate to have everybody wait, but I also want to respect. Yeah, could we take a 5-minute bathroom break so that we don't miss a testimony? I just think out of respect to you guys. So, and then just a quickie, the council cannot have discussions with you as we go to take a quick bathroom break. So we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Doris Phillips, and I am on your list of people to testify. I just agree with what's already been said, and so you can take me off your list. Doris.
I'm here to represent a landowner. Area
I don't know if I should talk to him now. I'm against it. You'll and it's girls kind of have it now.
I'm here to talk about one pocket we're looking at having an overlay for multi-family. I'm here to talk about
that near Franklin Junction.
It's on the corner of Franklin and Canada.
Oh, so you're further down. Okay, you're doing further
right
down.
next to Jason's.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm here to talk about multi-family next to CWI. Just in that area, so.
That'd be a good rental place for those kids to have a place to, yeah.
That's all I'm here talking about. You work for Alturas?
Used to. I got laid off. November? I'm sorry. I'm not. Being laid off was the best thing you could ever happen. Have more time with my kids. I got to do my projects on property.
I know Travis. I only do commercial.
Now I'm on stage.
Oh, there you go. How you doing? Had a bull, desk kind of? Yeah, pretty much word. Wilson, that's a nice one. That's the best. Where are you? You right here too, right? Yeah. How you doing, Gene?
Glad we figured out what's wrong with you. That sounds like the last time. I go to the doctor on Thursday. And that can't see if we want to get into it, just tell them my feelings. But I didn't want to do it. But I know they call me. It didn't start until later. Jerry does too. My wife has they see what the doctor said. My doctor, and he wasn't a I mean, he's more like he says they're responsible. The city, my wife was there a while. And so I just set it up, and I'd put a pillow on the side like he gets, and then I would fall over and kind of like sit down. No, like this, like turn hurts. If I go this way, you catch it right here. So it catches on this side. And I did. It's kind of like what's that sports big gay. So that's I know. And that's I started rubbing your lips. So you start rubbing it on. I put it on last night. You know, the back of the side. Because it has to stop. I didn't put that
Well, they everywhere irrigation process, they're responsible for back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, no matter what.
That day, my
City has too much pressure on
Guys, we are going to get going again, so everybody get ready to take your seats, please.
Use Daryl's snacks.
Okay, guys, we're going to get going. I actually found a gavel. So there we go. All right, so we are going to resume our testimony, and thank you for giving us a moment's break. And Shar, where are we? Can you tell us how many more testimonies we have ahead of us, by any chance? Do we have a lot?
Madam Mayor, we do.
Okay, that's good.
Before we start, Madam Mayor, I would like to announce that during break, I did have 2 individuals who stated that even though they had signed up, they have chosen not to speak, but they wanted me to state that they are in opposition. That is Doris Phillips and Susan Heidecker. Our next speaker is Jean Mucci. Sorry, Mucci. Sorry. Mucci. And on deck is Margie Potter and Helen Baptiste.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't envy you sitting up there. Okay, so I'm going to be the first one to say I'm actually in support of this. Because, let me tell you why. Sitting up there making decisions on this, growth is never, ever, ever easy. But what's happened in our community is that the cost to participate in homeownership is just unattainable to too many people. I could go back and tell you 20 years ago when I moved into my neighborhood, most of the people that lived next to me didn't live there. I love to look out at the green grass and fields, and that ag land has been consumed into residential homes now. I'm struggling because our schools are overcrowded, but we don't change the funding formula for schools. We make them bond and levy, and nobody votes for a bond or levy because we're going to tax ourselves, right? But then our schools are overcrowded. That's a challenge. We need state tax reform. I'm looking at Senator Lakey. Finally, we need state-level tax reform. We need different funding formulas for school, and we've got to have smart growth. This development is smart growth. It's hard because it's multifamily. I just did a little math, and I graduated from a small school in Idaho, so if my math's wrong, it's my fault. A 1,112 square foot house, tax assessment in 2014, $100,600. This is on Greenhurst. 2022, same house, tax assessment $330,400. So that house is currently listed for $339,000 today. So I wonder how many people sitting here have the 15% required down of $50,000, $850 to get into that down payment, right? And then you have to pay taxes. So we have far too many people coming to this community who cannot participate in the American dream. They have a right to. That American dream for them may be multifamily homes. They may have to rent a place because they don't get a choice at this point because they've been precluded. I could not afford to live in my home today that I built 20 years ago. I could not afford to live in my own home. That's the reality, and I have a good job. We're a double income family. We've got to change at the state level the way that we tax. And when we want to have a free market industry, people have the right to live in our community. We don't get to shut off growth for people because we got here, and now we want to say no more. It just doesn't work that way. And the price to live here has gotten so high for so many, but we still need infrastructure, we need laborers, we need all of the things that come with growth. So we have decisions to make, and you get the hard choice, but we need more multifamily. Thank you. 12294 South Brunswick Way, thanks.
Thank you, Jean.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Margie Potter. On deck is Helen Baptiste and Slobodan Stevanovic.
Usually I'm the one running. It's just so funny. Mayor and council, I'm Margie Potter, and I live at 1811 North Cobble Way, and I'm like breaking things. I chair the Region 3 Innovative Housing Solutions Committee. It's a long name. And I also co-chair the an IHFA committee for the IHCC. It's called the Idaho Homelessness Coordinating Committee, but actually the name is Strike Force, and I like saying that, so it just sounds fun. But we're addressing homelessness in the state of Idaho. I've lived in Nampa for 33 years, and my current house, which is right there on Karcher and Cassia, I've lived there for 23 years, and I will out Stephanie Peters is one of my dearest friends ever. And so I really love that we can all say our opinion and not, come fisticuffs outside. So I really do love Nampa for that, that we can all say what we feel passionate about and do it respectfully. The many people that I spend most of my days with can't afford to or aren't ready to buy a home yet. Recently, a nurse, she's a single mom of 3 that I know, had her rent raised 2 times in the past 2 years, equaling $500 extra per month. And she's been showering and cooking at a friend's house and sleeping in her car at night. She's a nurse. But there's no place that she can afford to live. She thinks she will probably have to move out of our area because of that. It is also difficult for Nampa business owners to recruit and retain good workers. Stephanie was saying that, the Walgreens was closed. A lot of that is staffing. That's my Walgreens too. And it was closed for me too. And it's because they can't get anybody there. They can't get staff. This project is actually in the perfect area because it's walkable to everything. Those apartments for the Karcher Mall are going right up out of my subdivision. I look at them. I didn't know they were going that far over, but they are. And it took 2 years for those to get started after it got approved in the city council. And you guys know I sit in here every meeting. And so I remember when that got approved. And I believe Randy mentioned that this wasn't even going to start, or 2025, I believe is what I heard. He can address that when he comes up here. So anyways, that's, I just want to thank you. There currently are a bunch of people on the waiting list, tons and tons and tons of people on agency waiting lists that need housing. And those are just the people that have asked for help. So there are hundreds and hundreds, Councilman Brunner, that need housing right now and can't afford to buy a house or even rent a house. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Helen Baptiste. On deck is Slobodan, thank you, Stevanovic.
Hello.
And Riley Verver.
I'm sorry. Hello, my name is Helen Baptiste, and my husband and I own the property adjacent, a residential home located at 2519 North Middleton Road. I'm not sure what measuring tape we're using, but maybe from my front door to the first apartment front door is 225 feet, but that road is 50 feet wide. So my boundary, 4 homes, dead center, my boundary of my property, 50-foot road, boundary of this development. 3 stories high, and my property is down, because of the irrigation system, about 2.5 feet. So the level is very different. Our community has set forth efforts to bring light to the true concerns of why this development should not be approved at this time. Our continued efforts tonight will hopefully be received, considered, and result in a decision that is truly for our best interests of our Nampa community. Issues regarding Valley View School District, overcapacity. Emergency responder vacancies not being filled. Respond 5 minutes at what time of day? That's the issue. What time of day? I can get out of my driveway in 5 minutes. So many of the issues and the stats that are given, engineering defined by a metric system, a graph, and it depends where you fall, if a turn lane is required. Come on. Just come on down. We'll have a block party. These people live there. We live it. We know it. It's not because development is not good for the area. This is a half-mile corridor. It doesn't happen on lots of the other roads. It just flows nicely. It is a real unique situation. We're not against the development. We're against the development at this time. There are 47 developments in Nampa, apartment buildings, excuse me. I've been tracking their location, their sizes, their amenities, their pricing, their supply and demand. Normally, there's an average of 190 vacant apartments in Nampa. Right now, today, someone else had a slightly different figure. We checked, 136 available today. They range from $750 to $3,000. That poor nurse, if she can't afford a $700 apartment in Nampa, I don't know where she's going. It's not necessarily about the lack of housing. I'm a 30-year retired property manager. I manage properties. It's a constant in and out vacancy thing. Some of these apartments are offering special deals. If you sign up today, we'll give you a whole month free. Just to get them rented sooner. Yes, Idaho communities have grown. We all hear it, we all know it, and we live it. And on Middleton Road, it's pretty unique. So I do suggest that we not proceed at this time until the infrastructure is in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Is it Helen? Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Slobodan. Oh, gosh, I'm just destroying it. On deck is Riley Verver, John Bottles, and Karen Flower.
We hear from you so often. Could you, we've got to get your name down.
Slobodan Stevanovic. Slobodan. If you look at the name, it's slow, S-L-O, Bo, Dan, D-A-N.
It's a great name. Thank you. I love it.
Okay. My name is Slobodan Stevanovic. I live on 11244 West Rosette Drive in Nampa. And I'm against this project mainly because I think the roads cannot handle the traffic. For example, here is the video that I did today at 5:30 leaving the Casco, and I needed more than 15 minutes from Casco, almost 20 minutes to that location where they want to build a thing. And you can see how we are slowly moving. Basically, you move and you stop. And maybe 10 cars passes the light and then you stop again. So there is like a 2-3 stops before you pass Caldwell Boulevard, before you proceed to the next one. So I think that really the traffic is bad in that area, and until we improve the whole flow in that area, that anything should be stopped building or slow down. And at least if there is a possibility to make that Middleton Road, the two-way direction, 2 lanes in each direction, and another entry point to the freeway so people can avoid this location. And like what Councillor Haverfield mentioned, all the locations that are there, all the businesses, Casco, Winco, Home Depot, Lowe's, and other places, most of the people go, or everybody goes in that area to shopping, not only from Nampa, but also from Caldwell. So they don't have, I don't know if they have a Home Depot or Lowe's, and for sure they don't have Casco. And I spoke with the people in Winco, and they said that they're much more busier in that location than the Garrett location because the whole Caldwell is coming to this location. So in general, this is just a 3-minute video for the section that I took from the camera, but you can see how bad it is. And I'm just now going on top of the freeway. And I have been talking 2 minutes. So you can see how bad the traffic is. So that's why I'm opposing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Riley Verver, and on deck is John Bottles, Karen Flower, and Belinda McBurney.
Okay.
And your name?
And you're deferring to Mark? You're
He's
not
not
going to
gonna
speak?
speak.
Okay.
So our next speaker is John Bottles, although he does say he is not speaking. Is he here?
Yes.
Our next speaker is Karen Flower, and on deck is Belinda McBurney, Cheryl Higley, and David. I just have a David at
Kootenai? I'm
Kootenai
not sure
Place.
if that's Kootenai Place. I'm not sure how that's spelled.
Okay.
So the next person on deck
We have
then
Karen
is
Flower.
Karen Flower, and then Belinda, and then Cheryl?
Yes.
Okay. Is Karen here? I don't see Karen because we've got Belinda and Cheryl, but I don't see Karen.
Karen
Okay.
was showing that she was opposed. So
Okay.
our next speaker is Belinda McBurney.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Again, thank you for your service. You have a very difficult job, as I always try to step into other people's shoes and think, no, I really wouldn't want to be put in the hot seat and have to address some of the concerns and some very angry and upset citizens. Tonight, I was asked, and you did address this in the beginning, I was asked by citizens to represent the possible conflict of interest with Councilmember Haverfield. And you had pretty much, before we started, I thank you, Mayor Kling, for addressing that. But I still would like to, sorry, there still are a few questions we have discussed, and people have still asked me to bring some of this up. Okay, so you have reassured us, and we do appreciate that very much, because that was a big concern. And we do believe that those who are Nampa City Council and who have been, our Nampa City Council is and has been above reproach with not an inkling of impropriety. We do believe that. With all the development that's going on, you have skeptics, you have people that say things, but the proof is in the pudding. And you have said that Councilmember Haverfield has recused himself from voting and from the council. But as citizens, we still have issue and take issue that he gave the presentation tonight. If we, the citizens, had hired one of your city council members to represent us to get up and give a presentation to other council members, or to perhaps see our viewpoint, I'm sure this would not be acceptable. Even if allowed in the court of law, the question to ask yourselves is, does council member recusing himself still pass in the court of public opinion? Mayor Kling, due to the citizens' concerns on the issue questioning Title 74, Transparent and Ethical Government, 74.404, you requested Barton and Lakey Law and Policy to review this issue. Wonderful. In the letter, Councilmember Haverfield has reassured that there will be no conflicts of interest or undue influence to other council members. But we, the citizens, still find his presentation to the City Council as the architect for Northwest Villas objectionable. Thank you this evening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Cheryl Higley, and then we have David, I'm sorry, I don't have his last name, and then on deck is Liz White.
May I approach for some handouts to pass?
think we have them.
Everybody has them?
Good, yes.
Great. I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way here in Nampa. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. As you know, I usually focus on developments near where I live in Southwest Nampa because it's the area that I know best. However, I'm here tonight because even though the location of this development may seem good, I think there are two serious issues with the timing of this project, and that is why I'm strongly opposed. Number one, insufficient road infrastructure to handle the increased traffic. Per the comprehensive plan, quote, according to the public and the Comprehensive Plan Review Advisory Committee, traffic congestion relief is the top issue of concern for Nampa citizens, end quote. And boy, does this area for the proposed project need relief. Even though there are 4 exits from this development, they all funnel out to the tangled knot of traffic on Karcher Road and Caldwell Boulevard, which some of the P&Z commissioners at the public hearing described as a nightmare, horrendous, an area to always avoid. Adding 1,902 daily trips from this development per the traffic impact study certainly will make the traffic in this area much worse. Adequate infrastructure should be in place before this project is approved for the sake of existing residents as well as for the prospective future residents. Number 2, overcapacity of schools. I provided a printed copy of the letter from the Valley View School District, which was also provided in your packet. It states that East Canyon Elementary School is currently 75 students over capacity. Neighboring schools are also impacted, so a boundary change is not a solution, and that Valley View's 2 attempts at bond measures failed. The last paragraph, which I've highlighted, reads, currently a long-term solution is not in sight. Valley View School District's preference is that developments are not approved until an appropriate solution to growth has been approved. I've heard Nampa's legal counsel say that schools do not have to be taken into consideration when the council makes a decision. However, I respectfully disagree. I have provided you with a copy of the Idaho statute Title 67-6502. Please turn to that now, it's the second page. It indicates that the purpose of local land use planning shall be to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the people of the state of Idaho as follows. And item number L says, to allow school districts to participate in the community planning and development process so as to address public school needs and impacts on an ongoing basis. In Valley View School District's letter, it couldn't be clearer. The director has asked that no more developments be approved for the time being until a solution can be found to address the overcapacity of schools. Jeff Kirkman, who is a Nampa School District board member, said regarding the letters, we are incumbent to take them into account. Otherwise, why do we even ask for them? We can't just turn a blind eye. Please, I hope that you won't turn a blind eye either. Please deny this project because of the timing for those 2 items. Thank you so much.
Cheryl, thank you for your testimony and your handouts. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is David. And on deck is Liz White, Emily Miller, John Flower.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. So I'm David McCarver. Sorry for my writing. I apologize. Should have become a doctor, instead just a master's in computer engineering. So I am against this approval of this development. I live at 16159 Kootenai Place in Nampa. And I agree with all the testimony that I have heard that is against this project, just not at this time. It just seems like these apartment complexes are getting approved everywhere. Every piece of vacant land, these things are coming up, and it's just nuts. And usually in planning and zoning, you have like development with like development. And this high density, I know it's encroaching on rural, and that's just the way it is. But this does not mesh with the rural community that is there. So, and also that, yes, the traffic, I won't go into that. I mean, you guys have heard a lot of that testimony. And the video, that was awesome. I love that. So yes, vote no for this project. And please consider a moratorium on this type of development until some of this infrastructure needs can be addressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Liz White, and on deck is Emily Miller, John Flower, and Terrence Kane.
Hello, my name is Liz White, and I live at 2610 North Middleton Road. This apartment complex is going to be my next door neighbor. I am the only residential next door neighbor to this complex. We moved up here from Phoenix 3 years ago, and so I'm familiar with the urban sprawl. I'm familiar with the infill projects, and this property is perfect for an infill project like that, even though it's going to be my next door neighbor. John and Riley came out to our house on Thursday because we were at the last meeting and we had some issues or questions with regards to continuing to get our irrigation, some other things like that. They came out personally to our house, knocking on our door, saying, let's sit down and talk about that. I thought that was amazing for big guy next door neighbor to come sit in my living room and say, let's talk about this. However, the project is kind of good news, bad news. It's good news in that you're providing more housing and you're doing an infill project, but the bad news is the traffic and the schools. So that's something you got to weigh out. But really, I only came to tell you that it's okay if we have an apartment complex next door to us with our chickens and our farm. But yeah, that's your job to figure out whether if it's a good fit or not. But I just wanted to say, thank you, neighbor. Okay, that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Appreciate that.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Emily Miller, and on deck is John Flower and Terrence Kane.
Madam Clerk, if it's Mueller, I don't need to testify, but just wanted to register support. Thank you.
I'm Terry Kane. I just concur with the opposition.
Thank you. So I show Emily Mueller. Is it Mueller? Thank you. And Terrence Kane. They are, one is in support, Emily, and the other is opposed, Terrence, but they will not be speaking. Is John Flower here? He is not showing that he's here. He did show that he was in opposition. The next speaker is Sid Spath.
He had to go home.
Okay, he is showing that he was opposed. My next speaker is Michelle Hamilton. And on deck is Bill Hamilton, and finally Robert O.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you all. My name is Michelle Hamilton. I live at 16142 Kootenai Place. And if you haven't figured it out by now, it's about the traffic. So everybody wants to talk about the traffic. We've lived there for almost 30 years. And none of us in this group are delusional. We've known when you buy rural acreages that there's going to be development around you. We've known that. But what we did not count on was this newfangled thing called high-density residential, high-density housing. Everything is dense. And when you look at where we live in a rural community on acreages, and across the street, you have 3-story buildings. It's a little, Dave's right, it does not match with our community at all. And so it's very unfortunate. I mean, I might, at the risk of giving away my age, we just called them apartment buildings. There was no high density, any of this. It was just apartment buildings. And right now, we do have apartment buildings going on all over our valley, and every nook and cranny, they stick an apartment building. So the biggest concern, it doesn't match our community and the traffic and the schools. So there's not really much more than that to say. You've heard the term NIMBY, not in my backyard. Well, we say, dear Lord, just let us out of our backyard, because we are prisoners. We are traffic prisoners. We cannot when you are bordered by Karcher Road and Middleton Road, you don't have any options. And I think Randy needs to edit his presentation, because when he says easy access, he's obviously never been there. So there's no easy access to anything in that area. You literally have to fight and claw your way just to even get out of our community. So one of the things I also want to add, a little over a year ago, they wanted to do the same thing on the opposite corner. And we all showed up, and we argued with planning and zoning. And when they realized where it was, at the corner of Karcher and Middleton, they all were horrified, and they all said, oh my gosh, we can't put anything in there. You can't even drive through there now. That was a little over a year ago, and what's changed from then to now? They shut it down almost unanimously. There was only one vote. What has changed since then and now? What's changed is we have even more apartments across Karcher. We have even more apartments up Karcher. So why were they so horrified then about how bad it was, but now it barely passed? So I just wanted to point that out, because I feel like that's a legitimate complaint of why we're not sure why it passed. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Bill Hamilton, and on deck is Robert O.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Bill Hamilton. I live at 16142 Kootenai Place, and I'm married to the hot redhead. Okay? So I just want to read you something. This is from the Planning and Zoning mission statement. Mission statement, and I'll just read a little bit. To make a safe, vibrant, and economically sustainable community through wise growth management, including the use of smart growth principles based on Idaho law. And their vision statement says, to guide the use and development of land to support the health, safety, welfare of our citizens. Now that's their statement. I don't know what City Council's mission statement may be, but accountability. We all have accountability. Those of us who live in that community are accountable for paying our taxes that support police force, schools, fire departments. We're accountable for that. And in that community that I live, we're good stewards of that, and we have been. The only difference is, for us, we get to voice our opinion on how we feel development should be done in our community. That's why we're here tonight. We're voicing our opinion to you of how we feel about growth in our community. But the accountability lies on you. The voices of a few impact the life and livelihoods of everybody in that community. Not just for today, but in the future. So when you think about the decisions that you have to make in this community tonight, think about that. Not just what's happening now, but the future, what's going to happen. Because you're the ones that are going to be accountable for that. We put you in this position to be our voice in the community. So I hope that you do that and make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Au. I live at 16141 Kootenai Place in Nampa. That is on the corner of Kootenai Place and Haley Avenue, which puts me about 3 houses down from Middleton Road. And I'd like to start with, in all candor, One of the many reasons that I chose the neighborhood that I live in was that it was not adjacent to or across the street from a 264-unit apartment complex. And that's legit. Over my lifetime, in my time in the military, I've lived in several different states. I've lived in various metropolitan areas. I've lived in apartment complexes. I've lived in base housing. I've lived in single-family subdivisions, some near large apartment complexes, some very far away from large apartment complexes. And in my experiences, the further away that you live from a large apartment complex, the better your quality of life. In the 5.5 years that I've lived at this address, I've noticed a significant increase in the amount of traffic on Middleton Road. That's just 5.5-year snapshot, right? It's noticeably different to me, and I just got there. Every year, it gets heavier. In the spring and summer and the fall, I'm out in my yard, maintaining my home and maintaining my yard. In the afternoon and evening, when traffic backs up from Karcher Road to Caldwell Boulevard, I regularly see vehicles turning off of Middleton onto Haley Avenue to take Ladhaw Drive to westbound Karcher. So they cut through the neighborhood. And they do that in order to bypass the Middleton Road and Karcher Road intersection. I don't know exactly how fast these people are traveling, but it's pretty easy to tell that they're exceeding the posted 20 mile per hour speed limit on Haley Avenue and on Ladhaw Drive. I mean, you can tell somebody's going 20, and you can tell somebody's going way over 20, and it's on the way over side. This is a neighborhood without sidewalks, where people often go for walks, often with pets and family members and friends. When the weather's good, there's people on the streets every evening. I walk it, I see them. There's kids ride their bikes. Kids play in the street. Weird. Put in a 264-unit apartment complex on Middleton Road, regardless of how many access points you got on other different roads, is going to put more cars on Middleton. It's just going to do it. You know, I get it. Putting a high-density apartment complex in that location, you know, that's good for the developer, and that's good for the property owner, and that's good for the city of Nampa. And nobody here, you know, me included, is opposed to progress, opposed to growth, opposed to high-density housing. I'm opposed to it there in that location. Good for everybody except my neighborhood. It'll be bad for my neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone else signed up.
Well,
I was signed up to speak. I got here at 5:30 and signed up.
I'm so, come on up. Yep. Yes. And if there is anyone else,
Any opportunity to speak to a city council, so.
you know what?
Here
Thank you
goes.
for waiting patiently. Before
My
you
name is Lloyd
We're here every
Rogers.
other week.
And I-
Before you start, though, 1 second, if there's anyone else that did not get signed up, please go ahead and stand, and we will take you. And so, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lloyd Rogers, and I live at 2913 North Middleton Road. I've lived at my residence for over 40 years, saw lots of changes. I would like to say this project is responsible growth and good for the community and the people sitting behind me, but it's not. It's about greed. The people who are sitting behind me are neighbors and our local community. We're not represented by city council presidents or liaison members to the P&Z. We're not even allowed to vote for any of you people or get a library card. At the recent P&Z meeting concerning this matter, Mr. Haverfield reminded the P&Z members in his closing arguments how much money the city would make off of this project if it was approved. This is information only the P&Z and City Council would know, as it was not made public before, during, or after this meeting. Did he say this as an independent architect or as a city council member and president. The meeting room was packed. Over 200 people signed signatures on the petition opposed to this growth. And they were recorded by the city clerk. Not to mention everybody who spoke against the project. Yet 4 members overrode the people's voice and voted to approve this project. Was it because of Mr. Haverfield's closing statement about how much money the city would make? One wants to wonder. P&Z members asked the city engineer when its plans to widen Middleton Road, and the answer was no plans at this time. And they asked if there was money available, and they go, no, there is no money available for widening this road at this time. That before they could even consider that, it would be probably 2026, with the potential of widening in 2028. ITD will be widening Highway 55. Well, all those people that are going to try to avoid that area is going to come right down Middleton Road because it's a commute road. No matter which end of the road you're on Middleton Road, the traffic is horrendous. And we have seen, my residents and I have seen traffic backed up literally from one end to the other off of 55 and Karcher, and seeing police vehicles, fire departments, and ambulances trying to get through it. But there's no way for them to pull off the road because the cars are within, 3 or 4 feet of each other because they're all trying to get out on the boulevard or out on 55. So wouldn't this make it a public safety issue to approve something like this? Please consider our voices. We're just little tiny guys and we have no power over anything that you guys do, but we would appreciate if you'd listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else here that had missed getting to sign up that had intended to testify this evening? Okay, seeing none. This is the opportunity where the applicant has opportunity to provide response, and it is 5 minutes. And so, Mr. Haverfield, this is your opportunity to provide response to the public hearing comments.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I could just hit on the 8 or so that spoke in support of the project and just call it good, or I can kind of go through and try to hit some of the high spots. But basically, if you look at this project, Middleton Road, there's a lot of conversation about the width of it, the lack of surface that it has. It's an old section of road. Concern about pedestrian movement up and down Karcher, or up and down Middleton Road. And the timing, that infrastructure should be put in place before road improvements take place. Again, that logic, as you know, as a council, is lacking the dollars that are available. If you talk to Tom Points, he's going to talk to you about the dollars needed as far as for road improvements. The impact fees that we collect go directly towards that. What is much needed in this, on that section of Middleton is the road right-of-way, which would be granted if the project is approved. So you would have the road right-of-way, which instead of trying to condemn or to purchase, would be granted. The road improvements, the width of the road would be widened. Mayor, you talked about a turn lane. That's a part of the traffic study. They will say if there needs to be a dedicated turn lane or if it's a 5-lane road. That's a part of the corridor studies that are taking place on Midland, on Middleton Road, across the city. So if I just go back to the last person that spoke, I didn't catch his last name, but his first name was Robert. I believe that was his name, Lloyd. He talked about the value of the project, whether or not it was, if that was some sort of a selling point for the project. It's not. It's a fact. It's a $65 million project. When you look at the taxable value of that project and the number of police and fire positions that it will be able to support by virtue of it being a taxable entity, that's the reality that we deal with as a council. But that's not trying to persuade you by any means. It's just the reality of it. Mrs. Hamilton spoke about the property on the northwest corner. across the intersection there not being approved when it came through as a multifamily housing project. That was not something my client was involved with, but the basic reality behind that is that section of property abutted directly to the rural lots to the north of it. And it was subject to the CC&Rs of that subdivision, which didn't allow multifamily housing. That's why it died for lack of a proper vote. So there's reality behind that. Most of what we've heard tonight is a lot of discussion about the traffic increase and the timing of this project, the need for improvements. And I totally agree. We need to have the infrastructure improvements, but it's projects like this that fund those improvements, that fund for improvements across the city with impact fee dollars that are collected. The water, sewer, and irrigation is already available to the site, so all they'd be doing is tapping into it. We're not taking lines and stretching them further out into areas outside of the current city limits. If we were, I expressed if these were 6,000 square foot lots of this type of a density, you'd be looking at 40 to 50 acres of property that would be ate up as farmland. This is not farmland. This is not rural. This is an infill enclave parcel. It's perfectly fit for this type of development, as I've tried to explain. Again, I mean, I don't have a whole lot of time to speak back to you, but as we, you know, I was going through these, it was a lot of the same issues that the P&Z Commission dealt with. There was a concern about the number of positive votes were at the P&Z level. Well, not every one of the P&Z members were there that night. I mean, there's reasons for things, but again, when you look at the road right-of-way, I think it was 50-foot additional right-of-way from Centerline that will be granted on Middleton Road. That will increase the width and provide the pedestrian access and the road improvements that will allow the roads to continue. The one thing that I would state about this before I forget it is that when you look at this section of road between Karcher and Nampa-Caldwell Boulevard, it's about a half-mile long. If this project is granted, right-of-way would be granted for almost half of that length of road. The balance of it above that the folks have spoken to is their property. It's in the county. So until it develops, they're not going to be funding those road improvements, but we will be improving this road system tremendously by virtue of this property being able to be developed. Not only there, but on Sundance and on Karcher Road. So that's my time. I'll answer any questions you might have.
Mayor,
Yes.
are we, a couple things are we able to make statements or just questions still?
I
What
think
would
that
you
I'd
do?
like to hold our statements
Good.
until we're
That's
done,
fine.
so just questions.
So is it possible that I could have Mike Pena come up and speak to the apartments vacancy and so on? Is that, if he's willing to, and if
Be
you're
through
okay
with
with
me?
that, Randy?
No, I actually have a question for Randy first.
Okay.
though.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
No, that's fine.
Randy, I want to confirm and clear something up in my head. To expand Middleton Road, you said you have to take the right-of-way. So what does that mean, taking right-of-way?
Well, right now, it's a two-lane road. If
Right.
you've been up and down it, and I drive it all the time, it's a two-lane road. What will eventually happen there is the section of road between Karcher, especially to the boulevard, will be the same as what's to the south of Karcher Road, which again would be a 5-lane opportunity there to be able to expand and go through that section, which will allow a lot better movement of traffic north-south on Middleton Road to the boulevard.
Okay,
So, but it takes developments like this, as you know, to be able to fund those improvements.
So when you say taking the right-of-way, that means that we're going to encroach in the property of Helen Baptiste and Liz Wright
No, only on the side that's being developed,
on the
east side.
east side.
So the road will be improved width-wise by
You're
virtue of that.
dedicating the right-of-way for the road to be widened.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay,
And funding it.
okay, thank you.
I just have a quick question regarding the anticipated rental rate of the apartments.
Okay, that, again, I think I'd have to defer.
There was just some public testimony regarding the need for affordable apartments and that, so I was just curious if somebody could speak to that. And then I think Darrell has a question for Mike Pena, so whichever way we want to
So
go.
if you're allowing other testimony, it'd be great
Well,
if
it's a
you,
question.
Yeah.
So whoever has that answer.
they would have that answer better
Okay.
than I would. So any other questions for me at the moment? I can
Any other
always come
questions
back
for
up.
Ryan? There could be another one, but
I'll sit down.
thank you.
Hi, Mayor and Councilmember Riley Werner. That's yet to be determined. Greystar is our property manager on this. They're the largest property management company in the country. They do amazing work, and they're currently doing a study. Once, if we were to get approvals, that's when you kind of nail that down a little bit more of what your end product is going to be. We have a demographic study, and what they project our tenant mix to be here is young professionals and families that, like many people have said, can't afford homes. And so, you know, with apartments, you know, your rental rates have to be below what a mortgage is going to be, right? And so definitely will be well below that. We don't have an exact amount. I mean, the market really does dictate that. Construction prices, you know, as many people have said, it's construction prices have gone through the roof. And so when you get those final bids back, what's your product going to cost you? So we believe it's going to be a very nice product for Nampa. If you look across the street to Farmstead, over there just across the street from St. Luke's, their average rent is about $1.80 or $1.75 a square foot. You can go on their website and kind of see their rents. Obviously, you have to be competitive in a capital market, and so I think we see our product that we will deliver to be comparable to a Farmstead type apartment product. So.
Thank you.
Oh, Mayor, if I may, well, Mr. Werner's up there, so, but there's no percentage of these apartments that are workforce housing, is that correct?
No, these are not low-income
Okay,
housing.
these are all.
These are market rate apartments.
Market rate apartments, okay, thanks.
Yep. Any other questions?
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have a question for Mike Pena?
Yeah, Mike knows it all, so I always like to have him a voice, so. I'm just hearing some conflicting, Mike. We have a property manager who lives close. She was saying there's a lot of vacancies on quote, I don't know, it was 139 or so currently. I'm hearing from other folks that there's a waiting list, and of course, that's mainly, I think, for affordable housing. So there again, I don't know if there again, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but there's a lot of apartments I know just driving around all over Nampa coming up that are going to be available probably in the next 12 months. So what do you foresee?
Well, I usually defer to a neutral organization.
Good.
And I get my vacancy rate from the Southwest Idaho chapter of National Association of Residential Property Managers. And the latest data out there right now is 2.5% vacancy. That number does fluctuate up and down as new projects come online and they get leased out. What I will say is the average rent for a two-bedroom, two-bath apartment in Canyon County, this is average, so it's a mix of older and newer, is $1,550 a month. I would guess that newer projects are probably going to come above that. And to give a little clarity on that, in order to afford a single individual to afford a $1,550 a month apartment, they need to make north of $28 an hour. So there's an affordability issue. Just 10 years ago, that same average rent was about $850 a month. And I think that data just shows that the demand for multifamily units has way outgrown the amount of units that are being developed right now. I do believe that we are going to see continued pressure for affordable units. As I spoke to the council in December, we have 3.6 million square feet of industrial properties under construction right now, and that's going to create additional demand drivers for employees. And one thing I'm hearing from companies that I represent that are looking and going there is the concern about workforce being able to afford to live in Nampa if they bring their company here.
Right. Mayor, if I may, just two more questions while Mike is up. So I've seen your statistics. You make great presentations. When from an apartment standpoint, is a municipality overbuilt? What's the percentage?
I can say historically, typically, a landlord will start giving major rent concessions when we have some sustained vacancy at 7% or higher.
Okay, and so currently, the 2.5, we're quite.
That's the latest data from a
Quite a
neutral
ways from that.
property
And
management
there again,
company.
correct me if I'm putting words in your mouth. I know what my philosophical. I thought at one point in time when you spoke to this council or with P&Z that you spoke that the best place for apartments and so on is close to access to freeways, et cetera. Am I misspeaking as far as how you spoke?
Yes, my opinion when I spoke is I typically like to promote high-density residential on or near ingress, egress points to the interstate, near employment centers, so we can try to reduce some of that commute where they can
So
have
do
a
you
short drive or walk or ride a bike during good weather. And then I also think it's critical to have that near services, whether it's food, hospital, and employment centers.
So do you see this as an ingress, egress location? I'm putting you on the spot.
I think this checks a lot of boxes. I didn't come to speak on behalf of this at all. I came for the next one. I think it checks a lot of boxes where high density residential should be, in my opinion. Obviously, there's always concerns with neighbors, and it's a difficult situation. But again, my opinion, if you're near an ingress egress point on the interstate and near a heavy commercial area, apartments and high density typically goes there in most cities.
Thanks for allowing me to put you on the spot. Hopefully you still like me. Okay.
Yeah.
Council, do you have any other questions for our applicant or for anyone here? No. Okay, what about, do you have any questions for staff?
Mayor, I'll go fast. Maybe Rodney, I don't know who could answer this, but is Karcher Road and Nampa Caldwell Boulevard, is that, from my understanding, it's like the second busiest intersection in the state of Idaho? Is that true? Or one of?
Crystal, would,
I think we're looking at
Crystal
Crystal
and
over
Tom,
there.
transportation side, would you like to come forward? Would need to give you a mic. Oh, you've got one. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jangula, you were talking about Karcher and Middleton.
Karcher and Nampa Caldwell Boulevard.
So yes, it is one of the busiest intersections, I would say, in Nampa. I don't know if it qualifies in Idaho, though, but it is one that needs improvement.
Thanks, Crystal.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff before we conclude? Okay, no other questions. Okay, then I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, it's 10 after 9. It is getting late, but what is the will of the council at this point?
Mayor Kling, I'll
Yes.
start off with it first, if you don't mind.
Okay, and this is the opportunity for our council to discuss what their thoughts are. This isn't a time that we get to go back and have any further comment or testimony from public. It's to have open discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. One of all the objectives that the city council has is determine what is good growth, what is bad growth, what is smart growth, and what it would benefit the city in many, many ways as far as taxes and services. And then we ask that the community be involved, and we ask the community to help pay for that growth and help pay for the services that you are given. So that's a tough one for us, and it's a direction that I always fall back to is this. When you come up and you testify and you take time out of your home and time out of your family to come and give us your opinion, on a scale of 0 to 10 for involvement in the community, that's at 11. So what we ask of you is to be with us and to help us and to guide us. That's our job. So in what I have taken many notes tonight, and I'm just going to give you an idea of what I wrote, of what you all said. Density, high density, traffic, livability, current homeowners, especially the ones that are adjacent to this proposal, who's going to have to fit right next to them. A traffic impact study that we don't have yet. A left turn lane, right turn lane, there's not even mentioned to that yet. So it's going to be a difficult decision even before we even get to that point, because we don't have the common sense traffic study that I see. sometimes that traffic study doesn't always agree with me because I'm not a civil engineer or a traffic engineer. It's infrastructure. It's Middleton Road is a tough road. It's a difficult road. That intersection of Karcher and Middleton Road is terrible. I don't know what genius put that together, but it really worries me. It scares me when I get there. But it's the best we could do for right now. Timing is of most importance to me on this case right now. Are we in the right time, right place, right location? And I worry about that. We're surrounded by multi-family complexes, especially that area. And it's making traffic and availability for law enforcement to get through there. It's a tough call. But when the most important was the taking of the right-of-way, that really bothers me. I will not take somebody's property for someone else's project, if that's what we're going to do to that, to make Middleton Road bigger, wider. So I believe this could be a great project, but if you look 1,000 feet high and look down on this area, it's high density, and it's a terrible high density location. So I'm not going to support this under those things I just told you. Thank you.
And if you don't mind, I just want to correct one thing. On the right-of-way, they are not taking anyone's right-of-way. The only right-of-way that is being dedicated is the apartment. I just want to make sure
Yeah,
that's
okay.
correct. So that one, yeah.
Same thing.
Thank you, Victor. Yeah.
Mayor, are we moving down the line, or do we have a?
Oh, go ahead.
Have Jacob be the last one. Let me just, I think probably three pretty succinct statements. Number one, Randy Haverfield, when he does a project and the bottles here and Verner's, the people are represented, I've seen their projects all over the valley. It's nothing but top notch, top rate, okay? And, but the concern that I have here is too much in the space. Now, I will totally, if we will separate this, Mayor, I will totally vote for the 4.69 acres and for that to be approved for BC. It's the apartments. And I'm one who kind of says, yeah, that's just too much, but I personally, I will go for something lower. What my lower is and whether it pencils out from a financial standpoint, that's where developers have to decide. My lower is not, I would prefer not the 3 stories, but if we go 2 stories, but I'm looking, even if it's 3 stories, I'm looking at 5 units. That's 116 compared to 264. And so that's where I'd be willing to show a compromise. And in the future, if this came back before us, if this gets voted down, then I would be voting in favor of that. But those are my main comments. As it stands right now, the traffic, there's no question. I drive that road and I see it. And I don't see where it's going to help with workforce housing. If you need to make $28 to $30 an hour, I don't think that's going to help with it. And we need workforce housing. I'm in favor of that, but this is not where it's going to help in that area. So I will, as it stands right now, I repeat, I will be voting in favor if we distinguish the two verdicts here as far as on the BC for the 4.69 acres for the commercial, but I will not be voting for 264 units.
One of the really difficult conversations and uncomfortable conversations we have to have sometimes is, in order for us to preserve ag land, which I believe we'll probably discuss more later tonight, we do have to have these types of infill projects. It's just the way that the balance has to be. But it is about smart growth at the same time. So figuring out when's the best time to put certain projects in certain places. In this instance, I really like this project. I think it's very well done. I think that there's a lot of net pro, but the infrastructure can't support it right now. And hearing that tonight and just knowing this area, we just need to kick it either down the road a little bit, or we phase it out, or we do something, but that infrastructure is just not ready, in my opinion, so I'm struggling with that.
Councilman Reynolds.
Just wanted to comment on the letters we read in our packets and then the comments tonight about Councilman Haverfield's role. And wanted to remind people that we all work full-time jobs. This is a second job for us, or third or fourth in some cases. And I felt like our integrity was being questioned on some of the, by some of the comments in the letter. And I want to make a statement that our integrity is intact. We haven't had conversations with Randy about this project. And keep in mind that he is an architect and he has a job to do. And I think that it's important to have those respectful conversations. With that said, I think we need to fill in the enclave areas to stop the sprawl and preserve our ag land around us. We do need good, affordable housing for some of these positions that have been mentioned to house police officers, firemen, doctors, vets, pharmacists. I'm reading off of a letter here. And with a lot of the industrial we have coming in, it'll bring some high-paying jobs. Some of the industry that's coming to Nampa, we're blessed to have that, and we're going to need the housing for that. I agree that our roads could use some help, but keep in mind that ITD and other districts have purview over most of that stuff, and hopefully they are planning ahead. As far as the schools go, I know that we've had many conversations here at City Council about planning 20 years down the road. We want to leave Nampa in a good spot for whoever's here in this seat 20 years from now. And same thing with the schools. I think the school boards need to be planning ahead for the growth, and those conversations are sometimes tough, but you can also have a voice with the school boards to hear the need for additional schools or space. With that being said, I feel like that this is a nice project and would fit well in the area that it was presented.
Oh, this is the worst part of what we do on city council is making these decisions. There's always people we affect. Each one of these, whether it be people who know Michelle or other people that spoke. I've worked out with some of you, know some of you. So it's always tough making these decisions. There is a lot of these multifamilies going up, and people have mentioned that. We always don't approve those. A lot of those are county, or a lot of those got developed by council 10, 20 years ago, and they're getting built up without our approval. So please know that as well. In fact, I've denied on council many, I mean, I can't even, it's a lot. So even going back on Milton Road, I think there's been 4 or 5 multifamily in the last 3 or 4 years on council I think I've denied more multifamily than anyone besides Sandy, maybe Victor. So I've often denied multifamilies in certain areas. Usually it's when there's lots of other neighborhoods around. And when I have denied those, I always said, I've tried to defer to the experts, people like Mike, I have the highest regard for. And I kind of struggled when I made some of those early decisions on council. And I've kind of tried to look at expert advice, like, well, because I got 17 employees now, and they're in the $20 an hour range up to over 40. And those lower $20 an hour range people, they have a hard time finding a place to live, and that's a real struggle for them, and it sucks because they often don't have a place to live, and they're searching, and they get kicked out, they can't afford rent. So this is it's a hard balance on council and all cities or counties figuring out what to do with multifamily. That's where I defer to someone like Mike. He came and spoke to us before this development came, And he kind of gave us advice based on expert data that, we should maybe deny multifamily around, like West Middleton, where it's all neighborhoods, and I've denied that multiple times, but we should approve it next to main roads and close to freeways. In this example, there's gas stations, there's a large church where they have football games every weekend, hospital, movie theaters, lots of food places, banks, next to the freeway, next to the boulevard, next to the freeway. So kind of based on, when I've denied things in the past, I've denied a lot of them, I said these multifamilies need to go closer to these areas it's kind of this example. So it has nothing to do with Randy. People that came to council seen me deny these all the time, but I approved one, I think, close to the Idaho Center because of the similar features. It's close to a freeway, and there's a place to put these, and unfortunately, to the people that live around here, this is kind of where these need to go, in my opinion, close to freeways and close to main roads. And they are improving this road at this time. We've been dealing with lots of, not developments, but just like local businesses that have been coming here getting approvals for roads and different things. They've been talking with, anyway, so we know that the improvements are coming down this road at this time in the next couple of years. So it's actually a good time for this development to go in. So I'll be in favor of this development.
So I guess a comment that I would make as I'm thinking about, because this really is the decision of the council. I actually don't have a vote tonight on this. I would break a tie, but we're not in we won't be in a tie location here. So I'm hesitant to say anything because it is the role of the council to actually make these decisions, not myself. But I don't know which direction the council's actually going to go. I think we've got 2 opposed, 2 in favor, and 1 that I'm not sure on. So a comment that I'd like to make real quickly, if this weren't next to the neighborhoods, and I'll get to transportation in a minute, as Councilman Bowers said, infill, this is infill. Preservation of ag, this is preservation of ag ground. It's a quality development. It is a high quality, it's a great development. It's close to the freeway. It's in walking distance to all the amenities. In all the planning discussions we've had, this is the right place for high density. This would be the right location because of all those other things. And I appreciate there are a couple people that talked tonight that said, the reality, it isn't a bad project, it's the timing. Because the challenge that we've heard again and again and again has to do with traffic and infrastructure. My recommendation, I wish the developer had come in to say, you know what, we're going to come in and we're going to do the improvements on these roads. We're going to widen it to at least 3 lanes, and we're going to put the turn lane in as part of the development. That would make a huge difference in moving something like this forward, is just to say we're going to do some traffic improvements because we know otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult for the people around us. The other thing I would have recommended is that the exterior apartment complexes that were closest to the people were 2-story, not 3-story. You could go 3-story on the interior, but on the exterior, maybe minimize that impact. That would be just a thought to reduce it down a little bit. But the main thing that we're hearing again and again and again has to do with traffic. And it's so true that it is extremely difficult to get in and out of here. And that's a lot of the reason why I think there's a lot of concerns, because we're putting tremendous density in without the infrastructure to support that density. And so we do have the opportunity, and so I just want to remind the council when you vote, you do have the opportunity in a development agreement to say what your expectations are, right? So, and with an annexation, you have that opportunity to put a development agreement on a piece of property, but then the developer has to make a decision of what they can do or don't want to do with that. But it is like the no turn lane required based on the traffic study. Candidly, sometimes, and Victor said this, I so respect our team and the work that you guys do, and so I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but sometimes you do it because it needs to be done. This one building may not throw it, but it's everything together that says, good grief, we need a turn lane, right, in order for people to get in and out and just to ease traffic. So I think the big thing I'm hearing tonight, and I tell you what, just on these testimonies, you guys were so good. The research that was done, your communication, you're respectful. I love our community. And it is very difficult to sit here and make decisions because you are impacting lives. And boy, I get that. It puts a pit in my stomach because we're impacting lives. At the same time, our whole next public testimony is about preservation of ag ground. And if we don't provide some interior density in the right locations, then our ag ground is going to be gone, and we cannot do that. We have to preserve our ag ground. So it's a really difficult dilemma, and I'll quit talking because it's late and we all need to go home. That said, if council does make, depending on their decisions, a development agreement should accompany any. So I'm just going to share the rules right now. And legal, let me know if I need to share more or something different. But if we approve it, you have the opportunity to put a development agreement with it. If you deny it, you need to put, as you see on our screen, you have to reference the findings if you deny the project. And so I just ask you to consider both of them, what you're going to do, whether it's an approval or a denial. You need to go one way or the other.
Mayor, are we able to, I'm in favor of dividing these up. I don't know about the rest of the council members, but can we make two motions on this? And I believe staff had separated these motions if we so desired.
Well, I'm going to ask a question as to why we would approve your greatest opportunity is with an annexation in order to give any conditions. So.
Well, I would approve the annexation of the community business for the 4.69 acres.
And okay, and this particular project requires, because once you approve an annexation, you're done. You don't get to add any other stipulations with it unless you put a development agreement on that annexation. I'm just you guys may not like this. I'm sorry. I love you guys, but I'm just really candid.
Todd's about ready to say something, so.
Yeah.
Mayor and council member, just want to clarify the items you have before you. You have the annexation, you have the zoning, and then the multifamily requires a conditional use permit, which could include conditions, Mayor. So that aspect is a little different than your standard rezone when it comes to multifamily in a BC.
Because it's a conditional use permit.
So, Mayor, Todd, the easiest thing would be is to stick to either the denial or the approval, and then from there, remand it back to planning and zoning, or if it's approved, it just goes forward, right?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, I don't really, don't know that's my role to tell you what the easiest thing to do is.
No, most within the rule.
One thing that
Victor?
was just difficult was the way the motions were on the
Right,
board
right.
was actually challenging. It's much easier to look at it the way it just was moved to where they're both together.
Yeah.
We can separate them out, as Councilman Bruner was suggesting, and so it is helpful to understand the pros and cons. Councilman Bauer.
I was going to say, why don't you deny it, see what the vote is, and I'll approve it, and we'll see what the vote is.
Okay. I guess might as well do that then.
Well, the challenge with that is, well,
If you start breaking it apart right now, I think that it doesn't give, it gives the applicant an opportunity to go back and fix it and then come back on a what's that, when they come back after reconsideration.
Todd, could I ask a question regarding the answer? Could you provide a response to that, the reconsideration request, and what qualifies for reconsideration without making them start over again?
Sure. So a reconsideration is really to point out kind of deficiencies and maybe address some issues if there were deficiencies. Reconsideration typically isn't to redesign the entire project. That's more of a an approval with conditions, but again, you got to be careful if you're redesigning the whole project with conditions. Or a denial with direction on what you would want to see in a reapplication. Again, you've got three components here, and to some degree, it is possible to break them up, but it depends on what you want to do.
And Mayor, I'm in agreement with you. You've already heard from me, so I would want, and it would be a whole new proposal because I'm wanting less density and be about a third of what is being proposed. I'm in favor of what you said as far as having the roadway, as far as developers developing that. I'm in favor of just having there, again, the two stories as far as anything close to residential. So, I mean, those would be conditions. But as far as it's stated right now, I'm not going to be voting in favor of it as it is. But I am in favor of this, if you want to call it a reconsideration, Todd, or whatever you want to refer to it as them coming back with a new proposal. I would be in favor of this happening if they so desire, but not as stated.
So I guess the challenge we have right now is, and I think there are some discussions taking place, is what the developer would be willing to do. So one of the thoughts that I did have early on was actually to postpone the decision on this so that we have time to think about it and then come back at our next meeting and make a decision. The only thing I don't want to do is, from a public perception-wise, to feel like there's any compromise in our decision-making, because if we didn't make a decision tonight, there can be, we can't, as myself as mayor, council members can have no conversations on this particular matter. We do want to make wise decisions, though. Rodney?
Madam Mayor, we've just been talking about what could be done. There's some consideration about the traffic improvements that potentially they could look at offering more improvements. But my concern with that is, I believe I'm looking at Todd here, but I think we would need to open the public hearing and then continue it so that any kind of additional information that is presented would be available to the public, and they could respond to that. So I guess I don't know for certain on that. Is that accurate?
So we've had a lot of testimony on the traffic issue, and it's certainly a concern with the council. You would need to articulate if you had specific requirements regarding the traffic, you would need to articulate what those were and the reasons for them and support that in your comments. If there was an interest in getting more information about the traffic, you could reopen the hearing, but it depends on your preference. If you're going to put additional conditions on the traffic, then you just need a basis and you need to be able to articulate what those are.
Okay, Mayor, here it goes. Enough talk. So I am going to deny this, and I hope that they will come back and with a new proposal. But I'm going to deny the annexation of zoning to BC Community Business Zoning District for 2522 and 2508 North Middleton Road, and a conditional use permit for multiple family development in BC Community Business Zoning District at 2440 and 0 Karcher Road, and as stated throughout in the denial. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Because go down to the bottom, because the project fails to comply with?
It complies with the, as far as the compatibility in the area and excess traffic. No, timing is if reparations, if things get done, okay, then that's all the timing as far as in the infrastructure and lower. In my opinion, the 264 is not compatible to that area as far as units.
Okay, so that's our motion?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
No.
Bauer.
No.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
3 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. So that ends that public hearing this evening. And we are ready to move to, I would like to move straight on into our third public hearing of the evening. I'm going to leave and I apologize, David, we're going to wait and do the other thing last. So number 8.3 on the agenda. We'll pause for just a second to let everybody head out the door.
Well, the thing is, in the road, I still think it's too much.
It's going to be a long one, too.
I know it. Thank goodness it looks like his wife.
What's that?
Sebastian's baby.
Oh, yeah.
Thank goodness it doesn't look like him. I'd tell it to his face, too.
No, that's fine. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. So we are going to move into our third public hearing this evening, and this is action item 8.3. This is an expansion of the city's area of impact to the west, bound approximately by Lake Avenue, Lone Star Road, Indiana Avenue, Roosevelt Avenue, and Lake Lowell Avenue, including portions to the southwest, bound approximately by Greenhurst Road, Midland, and Lake Lowell. This is also the adoption of State Highway 16 specific area plan, the adoption of Highway 2026 specific area plan, and the comprehensive plan map amendment. Actually, this says modifying the agricultural land use setting to very low residential, but I thought that we had changed that further down, and that is not correct.
Yes, and
Yeah.
we'll be talking about that.
We'll be talking about that and changing that. And then modifying designations to reflect the State Highway 16 specific area plan 2026, which we just said, and modifying designations in multiple areas throughout the impact area, and the comprehensive plan text amendment to Chapter 5. There's a lot here. Todd, do I have to read all of this? Do you want me to?
Mayor, I think you were fine if you read those high points that are there.
We can leave it at that? Okay, thank you. So with that, the applicant is the city on this, and Doug Critchfield is going to be sharing some information. He is going to keep it short to about 10 minutes. And Randy, Randy, you're our council president. I'm going to step aside for just a minute during his presentation. If I have to step aside from the meeting, I'll have you take over. I will come right back in just a minute. So during his presentation, I'm going to step away, of which I apologize, but I'm going to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So thank you, Doug.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Doug Critchfield, I'm a principal planner. And this afternoon, we're going to be talking about this evening, 5 different projects that we're considering, the council's considering this evening. We will be covering at this at a very high level, but I'm glad to take any questions. There were just a couple of item changes that have occurred. This has been out since late December, and there's been a couple of changes based on the feedback that we had from the Planning and Zoning Commission and from the community and from the county. So as the mayor mentioned, we will not be bringing forward the change of the agricultural land use setting to very low-density residential. We will also not be adding language that adds a buffer zone. The buffer zone was removed when we decided to not go south of the current area of impact with the proposed extension. The future land use map, the planning area to the south, as you can see on this map that was included on the future land use map, has also been removed, again, based on comments from the county and the community. So the first plan is the Highway 2026 specific area plan. The county and commission have seen this 3 or 4 times now. Just in brief, this is 5,200 acres. It's 11% of the current area of city impact. The premise behind this was the expansion of Highway 2026 to 5 lanes in Ustick Road, the eventual build out of Ustick Road and the connection to Highway 16. And I'll go over this plan a little bit in detail in just a moment. The process has taken about a year to go through this. We've met with landowners, stakeholders, different agencies, and residential developers, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council workshops. The specific area plan is designed to, I'll go in a little closer view here. It's designed to preserve areas along the Boise River. There's lots of agriculture and open space in this area, and so the proposal creates an ag designation for this area. Low density along Joplin Road, which is existing and proposed in some of this area. And then along 2026 corridor, regional commercial, and what we're calling agribusiness, which is really business or large businesses that are focused on agriculture. South of Highway 2026, it's a community mixed use, which allows for higher density residential along this corridor. The major north-south corridors of 11th, Franklin, and Canada are also going to be connecting to this roadway system off of Ustick and downtown Nampa and beyond. The area that's outlined in green here a little bit to the right, it's what is being proposed as a potential master plan community or a combination of plan unit developments in a master plan community where we can locate high density residential. We've worked with Valley View on potential school sites in this area and potential trail locations with the Parks Department. Further to the south off of Ustick Road, again, this is an extension of that potential master plan community, and then medium density residential, and then commercial and regional business along Ustick Road. The intent of the trail system is to connect the existing trail system and to tie into both Meridian and into Caldwell. The Highway 16 specific area plan, this is 2,640 acres. As Highway 16 is now being built, we took 9 months to complete this plan. And again, we went through a similar process as 2026 for the public outreach. It defines 2 distinct business districts, one along Ustick and one along the 10 Mile Creek or the Waterways District. And this plan provides more specificity and has some land use discussion that's not currently in the comprehensive plan, but it does relate in terms of the land use designations for these areas. JUB contracted with us to complete the plan in early 2022, and we had a steering committee and similar process as the Highway 2026 with public outreach and surveys and so forth. So if we take a look at the northern side of this plan, you can see along the Ustick Road, that business district, it's higher density residential next to the Hawaii High School. We propose extending Hawaii Storm Road south to Cherry and further to the south. There's along the 16 corridor, it's commercial and high density residential and industrial commercial campus with a higher design standard for the roadways and lighting and streetscape and so forth, landscaping. The area that's outlined in a box here, the Paul family owns the property, and they've asked that this not be changed to the designations in the plan, but remain community mixed use. And the Planning and Zoning Commission agreed and recommends that to the council. South of the railroad tracks, light industrial commercial along the interchange, And then south, which feeds into property of the medium-density residential off of Airport, which is owned by the Nampa School District. We don't know if it's going to be a school site or what. It's about 30 acres. And high-density residential and low-density residential adjacent to that property, as well as light industrial on the mining properties. There's also a potential transit center south of the railroad tracks, and we'll see what happens with the Amtrak connection to Salt Lake City. In terms of the area of city impact, it was important for the audience to understand what this city of impact actually does. It is not a zoning map, and we want to be clear about that. It outlines where the city will grow in the future, and it outlines, it gives us the opportunity to lay out land uses, future land uses in the area, and it provides a planning tool. And it also allows people to continue to use the land that's in the county. As, for example, if somebody's farming a parcel, they can continue to farm in perpetuity. But if a landowner decides to develop, it gives guidance as to how that property will develop. It also helps us determine when we have a development that's not adjacent to city property. It allows us to go through a pre-annexation process with them so that they're developing to the standard that's outlined in the future land use map. This has been a 2-year process for this expansion. As you can see, and in the staff report, there's been lots of outreach for this. We've sent letters to over 1,300 residents. We've had meetings with stakeholders and the community at Lake Ridge Elementary. We've met with the different cities that are around us. We met with the county on several occasions. We've had community surveys and so forth on the property. So the proposed expansion is 2,633 acres. Currently, our area of city impact is about over 45,000 acres. It would increase it to 48,505 acres, or 5.7%. The expansion that we're proposing this evening was approved by or recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Is the area west of Midway, over near the Midway Sports Park, and down to the area next to Lake Lowell. As you can see, the land use designations in these areas would be agricultural, which is very low density, and also low density residential adjacent to the Caldwell area to the north, which is going to be in estates, residential estates, according to their comprehensive plan. The purple area on the map, there was a question about that came up today. The purple areas are the residential mixed use. The density is the same as medium density residential. So there's a limitation to that. And that is expressed in the language changes that we're proposing for the code. And that's important for the council and the community to understand. What that does allow us to do is ask for planned unit developments. The whole intent of these changes that we're making to these plans is to try to create more cohesive neighborhoods instead of a series of subdivisions that aren't really interrelated with each other or don't really have much of a feel for one another. This will allow us to have more of a planned unit development approach, which is something that the council has asked us to pursue. In the future land use map update, I won't go into a lot of detail. You've seen this. Most of the changes were made as a result of the 16 and the 2026 plan, and they are required by state code. Again, this is an extensive process. And also there was a chart that was given to you that shows the distribution of land uses and the percentage of change, and that was also in your staff report. I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have anything about that. This map here shows the changes. The blank areas will not change, but the areas that are colored would be changing, and it shows each land use and its current use and the proposed change to it. There were over 100 of these on this map. And again, the emphasis is to try and preserve ag land to the north around the Boise River, and to have gradual change from there to denser uses and planned unit developments. If you look at the map here on the 16 plan, again, the large purple areas, they were medium density residential. The density doesn't change, but it allows for some commercial uses in here that brings neighbor services to people rather than getting people out on the road, which we've talked a lot about this evening already. And then over to the east, most of that area is developing in very low-density residential, so we've changed the land uses from medium density to low density on the eastern side. And we're making that proposal. And then if you go further to the south, the purple areas again is medium density residential, residential mixed use. So in terms of the comprehensive plan update, the fifth of the 5, there are 3 chapters that are directly impacted by these changes. We've made changes to those chapters, chapter 5 particularly with the land use chapter. There were some changes to transportation and specific area plans, but that's merely a planning tool to help guide us for the next set of planning that we need to do. And if you have any questions about any of these changes, they were outlined specifically in the staff report. In terms of the public comments, much of what we've heard this evening about traffic, keeping as much ag as we can, and ensure that we're preserving what we have for the public to enjoy as much as possible, and ensuring that there's water availability and that the impact on services and preservation and open space are not overlooked in this process. We did have several public comments. Again, they're in your staff report. And we also had a response to the county's letter, they were concerned that we hadn't had much interaction, and in reality we have. It's just they've gone through a staffing turnover, and so we're having to re-educate some of the staff about the process that we've gone through thus far. We also placed in the comprehensive plan that we'll be working with the county to develop additional strategies to conserve agricultural land. And the county's proposed sub-areas and agricultural overlays and committees to determine what those things are, and we've asked to be a part of that, and they've agreed. The conditions are listed in your staff report, and the analysis generally is in support of this plan. We'll outline that again in the staff report. We have a fairly extensive list of findings. Wanted to note that we added some more findings this evening that we would like to add to the eventual conclusions of law and findings for this report, adding more detail from the staff report into the findings. This is all stated in the staff report, but it's reiterated here in the findings for the in terms of the legal. So with that in mind, I have approval for all applications, and then we can go project by project if you desire, and that's my report.
Doug, thank you so much. Council, do you have any questions? I apologize, I do, and I just need to double check. What did we do before we step into public hearing regarding our ag designation? I missed that just now when you were presenting. Could you restate it for me? And I apologize for that, but I need to know.
Yes.
And I apologize, I cannot open my laptop because of our duo authentication tonight.
Oh,
and that's
okay.
very frustrating because I don't have access to any of my documents because of our security.
Okay. It is the, let's see. It's in the
Initially, you had
conditions.
changed and taken away the ag designation, in my
Yes.
understanding. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something in the areas that we talked about, that it
Yes.
went back to that ag.
The
The designation remained the same.
Sorry. Yes, so the condition number 8 eliminates the name change. So it's
Condition
at the very
number-
bottom.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see, clear
yeah.
at the bottom. Eliminate the name change of the. Okay, I just, the way you read that, eliminate the name change, it sounds like you're changing it to low-density residential, but you're eliminating the change from ag, you're eliminating that. So I just wanted to make sure I understood it and we get it right. Wouldn't want to make a mistake. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So Mayor, just further clarification, Doug. So proposed edit, it says the agricultural land use designation was proposed to be changed to very low density residential due to the permitted zones within that designation. However, after the staff report, so that's what we're confirming, that this is still ag designation.
That's correct. Yeah.
Because I agree how that reads to me did not.
It's confusing.
It's a double
Did not say
negative.
that.
Yeah, my
It is.
apologies.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, Doug, we'll have you back for questions. And so this is a public hearing, and thank you guys for your patience and waiting tonight. This is so important. Okay,
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Diana Stanford, and on deck is Noreen Nunez and Natalie Sandoval.
thank you for waiting tonight. My goodness.
It's been interesting. Yeah, listening about all the damage that's being done, the building that's going on, and the change that Nampa has seen in the last 30 years since I moved here. And Idaho was my first choice, first time I ever get to choose where I was going to live. And it breaks my heart to see what is happening to it at this time. It's turning into Southern California, and it's looking really bad. But that's my opinion. I do live in the agricultural area. And it was about 2 years ago that I didn't. And then about 2 years ago, they moved across the street and moved me into the agricultural area. And now they're talking about changing the agriculture. I'm a little confused on that there. So did you say that they're not going to be changing it to, it's going to stay agricultural area, or are we going to change it to this new, what do they want? Can't see it right there right now. But anyway, yeah, I am surrounded by about 118 acres of agricultural land. And my house is close to 100 years old. It's one of the original homesteads. The shallowest well, first one ever drilled there, has a lot of history. And I grew up, well, I didn't grow up. I was born in Iowa, but unfortunately, due to my asthma and health issues, they were told to move, but then they took me to California, which back in 1959 was a really nice place, till the growth, we'll call it, in the movement. All I want to say is I'm glad to hear that it's not going to be changed to low density or whatever they want to do. It needs to maintain agricultural. We have lost enough, and I, for one, do not want to be dependent on China or anyone else to feed me. I don't know if the men get in to do much grocery shopping and looking around in the stores to see the price of things and what is available and what you cannot find. And my dogs do not understand why their treats are not coming. They don't know what they did wrong, but it happens that way. So if that isn't going to happen and we're not going to be changing that, then I'm happy, and I've learned a little bit more here, sitting in and keeping an eye on it. We don't have that much left. And the traffic is getting horrendous out on Highway 45. I'm off of 45. And Deer Flat. And the building that has gone up above is slowly moving down and fighting to get into and take over the flat land, the agricultural land. So I appreciate you staying strong on that for us. Thank you.
Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Diana Stanford, 10065 Deer Flat Road, Nampa, Idaho, 83606. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Noreen Nunez, and on deck is Natalie Sandoval and Buddy Kofer.
Hi, my name is Noreen Nunes, and I live at 6946 Ustick Road. Our house is located on the corner of Ustick and 11th, which makes this the worst-case scenario of anyone being affected by this project. Not being notified of the changes proposed is most upsetting. We should have been allowed to vote on this as a ballot form, as this will affect many people. That's what a democracy is. We all get a say in the matter. We have asked 2 times if every resident on Ustick Road have received notices of this expansion and still not have received an answer. We have elderly neighbors who will be affected by this, one lady being a widow and not healthy. Our land is going to be taken and used for something we knew nothing about when we bought our homes. People's fences and mailboxes will be torn down, and the road will be very close to some of the houses, which is not safe at all. Will everything be put back after construction at no cost to the homeowners? A roundabout is scheduled to be put at our intersection. We have issues with that being right in front of our home. How are we going to access our driveway with the structure right there? Part of our front lawn will be removed, thus the sprinkler system will have to be changed. Who will reimburse us for the land and the sprinkler system and any other changes that will be made? Whatever happened to protecting property rights as indicated under the Land Use Planning Act? We moved to the country because we love the peacefulness with no congestion. Now this huge amount of land around us will be covered with buildings, both residential and commercial. We feel that if you were not constructing so much in the 2026 Ustick, Canada, et cetera area, you would not have to widen Ustick. There are many other places to build in the Napa area than tear up our road to accommodate for traffic. For just 5 miles of widening, it seems too costly to make sense. We hate to see Napa turn into a Sacramento or Bay Area city, but it's growing so fast, and that's what's happening. We realize the city of Napa would love to see the money generated from this, but at what cost to the people who live here, maybe generations of families? We feel that by making 2026 a 4-lane highway should be a large enough expansion going east-west between Highway 16 and I-84 to increase the flow of traffic, thus eliminating the disruption and cost of changing Ustick Road, which is only 22 miles from 2026. We just want to reiterate, we feel this is a bad idea. This area is huge. Things are moving too fast, and when that happens, major mistakes are made. Our taxes will also go up, and that's been confirmed. We are requesting that the Ustick construction be tabled until a later date, much later date, after the 2026 and 16 highways are completed to see if traffic will be as busy as you anticipate. Thank you.
Noreen, thank you for your testimony. Can you remind me, you live at the corner of Ustick and what was the other? 11th. Thank you. Thank you. So just to be clear, and so Noreen, we have met and talked about the Ustick corridor and the construction there, and a lot of your testimony is related to that. Tonight, the decisions that we're making are not really related to that Ustick roundabout that you're directly impacted. It is about our land use map, though, and I know that your testimony is also talking about land use, but I just wanted to be really clear. The vote tonight is a little different. But I think you're trying to bring the tie-in of the two, correct? Of the impact area.
It does affect my property,
Yeah.
whether it's Ustick or not.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Natalie Sandoval, and on deck is Buddy Kofer and Jean Mucci.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Kling and council members. My name is Natalie Sandoval, 446 Lake Lowell, 83686. I'm here tonight representing the McKinney-Vento program with the Napa School District. I know this plan does not just affect the Napa School District, but while I share just a little bit of information with you, I hope that you keep in mind the families and kids that I serve through the McKinney-Vento program. Those families are moving constantly through Valley View School District, through Caldwell, Star, and even beyond. And so I'm going to share a little bit of information about the students that I serve, but just wanted to give a little bit of that background. The McKinney-Vento program is actually a federally mandated policy. The policy works to ensure the educational rights of students who are experiencing homelessness. The students that we service that are experiencing homelessness, that can include living in vehicles, shelters, doubled up with families, or living in hotel and motel, and also unaccompanied youth, so our youth who are not in the care of a legal parent or guardian. We provide numerous services to the families that we serve, as do our partnering districts that we often share students with. Every local district has a McKinney-Vento liaison, and we are constantly partnering together as our families shift through place-to-place situations since they lack adequate and affordable housing. The Napa School District serves around 1,200 persons between 0 and 21 every school year. That's roughly 673 families that we serve. That's just our district. But again, keep in mind, a lot of those families and kids are shifting between our local school districts. We know that housing and security for children and youth impacts their academic success. 53% of homeless students are chronically absent. Homeless students are twice as likely to score poorly on standardized tests, 3 times as likely to be placed in special education programs, and 4 times as likely to drop out of school, and 9 times as likely to have to repeat grades. So we know housing matters. There are currently too few areas of the city where multifamily residential development can be permitted. The Highway 16 and Highway 2026 specific area plans provide for potential housing options. And I think what we heard tonight in earlier testimony from other items on the agenda is smart growth. I think this allows, these plans allow us to think about smart growth. The young people that we had in the very beginning of tonight, which seemed like forever ago, from the CTE program, they need smart growth because they need access to adequate and affordable housing to continue to stay successful in Nampa. So we join Nampa in its commitment to a healthy and prosperous city, and we urge you to approve the specific area plans needed to enable the potential development of various housing opportunities that can serve the students and families that are struggling with housing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Buddy Kofer, and on deck is Jean Mucci. Did I say that right?
You did.
And Margie Potter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bud Comfort Jr., and I reside at 8825 Vic Lane in Middleton. And I am representing NeighborWorks here this evening, who owns 73 units in Nampa at 211 North Gateway in Nampa. NeighborWorks is a nonprofit affordable housing developer with a community mind to serve our community in the Treasure Valley. We've done this now for 40 years. We provided the area of housing services. We provide an array of housing services from home buyer education to down payment assistance through our nonprofit lending arm. And tonight I'd like to speak on behalf of the housing services that we provide. Our goal here is to help local families obtain, retain, and maintain their home. I'm here to show support of the approval of Highway 16 and Highway 2026 specific plans. One of the largest barriers, and we've heard a little bit about it tonight, is obtaining housing in Nampa is a lack of, or at least the understanding of areas within this city that where medium and higher density for single family and multifamily can grow. These area plans before you tonight help set a blueprint for smart growth. And or in the words of Mayor McLean, is the opportunity to grow wisely. This approach will allow for housing to be more easily developed to meet the needs of the growing community. Both plans are oriented around the transit corridors, which I think is key, and the employment centers as well. This aligns well with the vision of NeighborWorks, which has been our mission for the last 10 years. We have developed single-family home ownership within what we call our pocket neighborhoods. Our pocket neighborhoods, purpose of our pocket neighborhoods is to provide high-quality, obtainable housing that is sustainable and community-focused housing, both in the Treasure Valley and beyond. Our pocket neighborhoods grew out of a desire for many to live close to where they live, work, play, and worship. This vision, while NeighborWorks does not own and or have identified any land in this area, we recognize that the area plan provides more residential density and permits use, which enables development of more single-family and multifamily units. And I think it's well stated already where we've identified schools, walkways, paths far ahead of where growth will be. Measured growth like this enables our community to reduce the sprawl and protect agricultural land. The food that we grow in these areas is just as important as the people that we house, and I believe this plan accomplishes both. Obtainable housing is important for our community, has been identified as #1 need in our recently published Community Health Needs Assessment. All of us, or I'll say most of us, started our day this morning in a home and expect that most of us will head back home tonight. Jobs are where homes go to sleep at night, and I'd urge for you to approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jean Mucci, Margie Potter, and Peggy Paul.
Hi, Mayor, Council, thank you. I'm actually speaking on behalf of St. Luke's for this testimony, so I will give my address and then St. Luke's. Jean Mucci, 12294 South Brunswick Way, and then for St. Luke's 9850 St. Luke's Way. Healthcare's changed. Just like the provision of education, we're seeing in healthcare things that we didn't ever have to plan for. A diabetic patient who needs dialysis but doesn't have a home to go to. So when we typically discharge that patient, we're now having to make accommodations for somebody who doesn't have a home to go to be safe. We are seeing more entries into our emergency rooms from pediatric patients who are coming in because that's the only place they can get care because they're living in crisis, moving from place to place. As Natalie said, there are about 1,200 students in the Nampa School District who qualify as homeless. That's really stunning to think that that many children don't have a safe, stable place to lay their head at night. Then that comes into our health system, goes into our education systems. And again, we're making allowances now for patients that we should just be treating medically, but we're having to look at all of the other factors. Housing, employment, poverty, food insecurity, all of the different things that we're having to look at as we try to provide care. I think this is an excellent plan, as does St. Luke's. This allows for us, again, to preserve ag land. Please come to the Ag Forum on Wednesday to be reminded how the economic engine of our community truly is ag. We need to preserve that while also offering really safe, sustainable growth, smart growth that creates livability where everyone in our community can live, work, and play. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jean.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Margie Potter, and on deck is Peggy Paul and Cheryl Higley.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Margie Potter, 1811 North Cobble Way, and I'm not officially here for the Salvation Army tonight, but everybody knows that I work for them. And the Salvation Army provides shelter and services for families experiencing homelessness, including case management, housing, and income stabilization. There are currently not enough affordable and attainable housing units in Nampa. Inflation in housing cost has made it difficult to enter the housing market and make mortgage or rent payments. Rents are currently higher than HUD will reimburse. Families with children, medical workers, teachers, et cetera, are not able to enter and or stay housed within the current housing market. This housing insecurity negatively impacts the physical and medical health, educational success, and employment capacity of our community. Unfortunately, man, I hate reading from a phone because, you know, it just moves on you when you don't expect it. It's here. Thought I was being all prepared and everything. Okay. There it is. Unfortunately, there are not enough zones permitted for multifamily development in the city of Nampa, and neighbors are generally not supportive of multifamily being developed as a conditional use. The Highway 16 and Highway 2026 specific area plans provide for the medium and high-density residential zones necessary to more quickly respond to the need for affordable housing in the city of Nampa. These plans also provide for the development of housing adjacent to transportation corridors, employment centers, and public services, further serving the needs of Nampa residents. We join Nampa in its commitment to a healthy and prosperous city and urge you to approve these specific area plans needed to enable the development of a variety of housing options that will support the continued growth of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Cheryl Higley, and on deck is Slobodan Stevanovic and George Crookham.
Sloba had to leave.
Did we miss you? What is your name?
Oh, Peggy Paul. I apologize. Peggy's actually next. Sorry, Cheryl. And I do want to state that Slobodan Stevanovic is opposed.
I wonder, was he on the correct public hearing?
He was on both.
He was on both, okay.
Okay.
Hi, Peggy.
Hi, I'm Peggy Paul, and I reside at 16429 McDermott Road. Dear Madam Mayor and members of the Nampa City Council, this letter to express our family support for the Highway 16 specific plan as recommended by Planning and Zoning Commissioners. Thank you very much. We have been on our farm for over 50 years, and our property is not yet annexed into the city, but are contiguous to the city on our southern border, where Industrial Autoval Modular Building Facility was constructed in 2019. As originally proposed, our property was within the Highway 16 specific plan for low density, medium density, and planned, but the Commission, Planning and Zoning, agreed that these designations were not appropriate for our property. And at planning staff recommendation, the Commission voted to remove our property from the Highway 16 specific plan. We thank them very much because we are going to be surrounded by Highway 16 on our east side and on the south. I'm cutting it short. I'm just closing. Please adopt the revised Highway 16 specific plan as revised by Planning and Zoning, which excludes our property from the plan and maintain the property's current community mixed-use designation. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
So I know we're not supposed to ask questions, but Rodney, is this going to come, when we get done, can we come back and address this specific parcel and how we're addressing that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Cheryl Higley, and on deck is George Crookham and Mike Pena.
Thank you, Cheryl. Two more. You can start.
Okay, everybody having, I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way here in Nampa. And I saw the agenda for the special meeting back in December and attended it. And I was concerned because I saw the changes that were being made to areas that before had been medium density or low density. And it was hard to tell based on their map. So what I tried to do, and I know it's not very detailed, but to show an overall, a bird's eye view of what was being changed. And so I have concerns about that. And after the stuff, I believe Doug, is it Doug? Yes, after Doug presented tonight, I have some questions because maybe I'm not as concerned as I thought I was. So you mentioned that the density is the same for medium density residential and residential mixed use. So my question is, are the land uses also the same? I know because I have the chart of some of the other like neighborhood business, community business, and there are designations or land uses that are allowed. So that's question number one. And question number two is, after reviewing the changes to the comprehensive plan and the descriptions for the different designations, it appears that the mixed use requires 5 to 50% to be commercial. So it sounds like the developer will be required to build some commercial on site. Will businesses occupy it, however? Will they be forced to find somebody to occupy it? And my question is, or one of my comments is we saw how the Nampa Economic Development Department indicated the public hearing on October 17th regarding the Clear Creek parcels near Middleton and Roosevelt. They felt that it didn't have potential for prospective businesses, even though there were almost 13,000 people within a 1 mile radius. So these areas would have much less demand because of lower density in the surrounding areas. Another question is, I saw that gross density, the density that's going to be used will be gross density. So my question regarding that is the planning and zoning going to supply the gross density for the surrounding neighborhoods? Because right now, like an RS7, we know the lot sizes are 7,000 square feet, but how will we know, because we don't know the gross density of our own neighborhoods or other neighborhoods, we won't be able to compare. And then the last question, which may have been answered, I was wondering if notices were sent out in the mail to all the residents within 300 feet of all these changes. I'm not beside one of them immediately, but I know I would have liked to have found out if I were. So anyways, thank you so much, and thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, Cheryl. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next,
Rodney, are you taking some notes here, and Doug, and you'll be providing response and answering these questions later? Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is George Crookham, and on deck is Mike Pena and David Ferdinand.
Well, good night, City Council. It's been a little bit late. George Crookham here with the Coalition for Agriculture's Future. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. Many of our members are ag-based, and we still grow seed crops in the area of impact of Nampa. We appreciate the efforts of P&Z and putting their effort into protecting farmland. We also appreciate Mayor Kling for putting together the ag land meeting preservations, and hopefully we can keep those going. Our concerns is that we're hearing two things in the comp plan. One, protect farmland. But at the same time, we have LDR classification in that farmland, which to me says we are open for developers, we're open for business. These are mutually exclusive concepts. They're incompatible from a zoning standpoint and will not protect farmland. It also will increase the financial burden on the city of Nampa, as farmland pays for itself and residential development does not. It also cuts into your biggest export out of your city, and that's agriculture. Our recommendations for the city of Nampa are to build better, maximize your infill, which you're focused on. Thanks for doing that. Build up, not out, but also give your LDR, your low density, some teeth. Because what typically happens with low density is it quickly turns into high density. It's 100 times more likely to go into high density. I was supposed to speak after David Anderson with AFT, so he's going to speak in more detail to that. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer them or do my best.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Mike Pena, and on deck is David Ferdinand and David Anderson.
Madam Mayor, Honorable Council. Mike Pena, 5700 East Franklin Road. I'm with Colliers. I'm here to represent the Bastian family. They own 16 acres on the northeast corner of Canada and Cherry under Bastian Family Trust and CNI Development that's been in their family for many decades. They asked me to come here. They live out of town to support this plan, particularly on this intersection of Canada and Cherry next to CWI, and to give that opportunity to be high-density development there. We feel that's the right area for that. It's near employment centers, public transportation, but most importantly, it's next to CWI, where we have 80 acres of land. 30,000 students currently go to CWI. I think it's important to have some high-density zoning next to CWI as we build that campus out. As many of you know, we're going to start construction on a 110,000 square foot health and science building. We're working with the state legislature, and it's very positive right now to get a new horticultural center and student services center. And we feel it's key to have long-term planning to be able to have that temporary housing next to CWI as we grow and have easy access to the campus, whether it's riding your bike or walking to that adjacent properties. And hope we support your plan here. Thank you very much.
Mike, quick question. So does the plan currently have that particular location as high density?
The new comp plan here, which they're showing here, would make that change to provide some high density next to the CWI campus, which we need that housing there. I mean, if you look at what Boise State's even going through right now, trying to add student housing, they're paying $1 million an acre because, to try to get some high density housing next to the campus. And CWI is the largest secondary public school now in the state. And in the next 25, 50 years, it's going to continue to grow, and we're affordable training for our workforce and the future of our companies that are coming here.
And then also, you didn't speak to the, and I'm sorry, we didn't usually ask questions, but I'm just curious, on the Highway 16 and the 2026 plan, are you supportive of all of those?
We're supporting all of it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is David Ferdinand, and on deck is David Anderson and Aaron Anderson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
David Ferdinand, 2419 West Heron Loop in Nampa. Born and raised in Nampa. Sism Road, you're not quite there yet with the comp plan, with the impact area. But as some of the people said earlier, listen, born and raised here, I've seen it. We moved to our farm. I think my great uncle owned it before we moved there for about 30 years, and then we moved in 1952, sold it about 3 years ago, and it's still being farmed. This is a farm community. I think what George said is accurate. You know, all these plans look good, but sometimes they just don't mesh. They don't go together. When a business wants to grow, they have to have land to do it. When I was 11 years old, I went and interviewed a lady named Annie Laurie Bird. She wrote a book called Nampa, My Hometown. She was our government and history teacher at Nampa High School. I was getting my second-class badge for Boy Scouts, and so I went to her farm. You know where her farm was?
I don't remember. Go ahead.
On the corner of Midland and Lone Star. Her farmhouse is there still today. You know, Wesley Steck bought it. It's a little place called West Middle School or West Junior High and West Park. That was her farm. We know that the farm ground that was developed out of sagebrush, and you know, my father-in-law was involved in bringing water out of the Snake River to grow potatoes. They grew that farm ground out there so that they could continue to farm, and those larger farms really sprang up. We know what happens around cities, and that is the farm ground, the really good farm ground that was watered and started in 1906 when Bureau of Reclamation built Lake Lowell, that all of this is growing. We also know, as one of the former positions that I held, that I was part of the Highway 16 corridor, and that's really why I wanted to speak tonight is, you know, we spent a lot of money, but most people didn't realize we needed to bring 150 truckloads a day to Sorrento Lactalis of milk in order to feed that plant. It takes a lot of hay to feed those cows to make that milk. So I'm speaking on behalf of the plan. I think with some of the changes that I've seen here tonight, that it hopefully will also have an opportunity to provide the infrastructure for the new impact areas, and we need to really make sure that that happens before we start building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is David Anderson, and on deck is Aaron Anderson and Robert Montclair.
If you would have said a third Anderson, I would have been like, whoa, the whole family showed up. Good evening. David Anderson, American Farmland Trust. I'm our Idaho Program Manager, and office address is Post Office Box 7 in downtown Caldwell. I believe that's 83602. I want to say thank you very much to Doug and his team and the rest of the council for embracing ag protection. And I don't think we have to spend a lot more time on it. I think the previous case hearing was a really good test of the challenges that we have ahead of us. So I'm going to jump to to a couple of issues that I've noticed in this comp plan that I want to raise to your attention. And the first is section 5.33. As densities increase, the city should consider opportunities for limited agricultural use near residential development. I'd like to see this expanded to talk more about community resiliency and the importance of urban ag. During COVID, we saw a 60% increase in the orders of CSAs to our local organic farms and products to our farm to markets. And so they were able to respond to that demand. And so as we grow, our population grows, that demand is only going to continue to grow. Here's the challenge. Those urban ag farmers, those urban farmers are competing with developers for land prices. And so we need our cities to actually make it a formal action to protect enough urban farming for those folks, those farmers of a new generation, our new Americans, to be able to get on that land. So I'd like to see that section expanded. And then George already led into, and that is the agricultural residential description in here, which is, as I understand it, 1 dwelling unit per acre or greater. I will tell you that even though that may have an ag designation, that 1 dwelling unit per acre is not production ag, all right? That is making enough room for the kids, for the toys, and a whole lot of weeds to grow, is what that is. And so when we look at the land use plan and we look at the dependence on that low density residential, our studies of Treasure Valley have shown that in the last 15 years, that low density residential is 102 times more likely to be converted to a higher density. So anybody that's heard about the Old Hill Road in Boise argument, yeah, I'm seeing nodded heads, right? Old Hill Road 40 years ago was low density residential. And now look what's happening. So what the challenge is for us is how do we keep a low density residential market? I'm not saying we don't have it, because people are always going to want that, but how do we keep it that way? So I think going forward, when we're talking about turning this comp plan into zoning ordinances updates, I'd like to see if there's a way that we can actually keep LDR in LDR. Thank you.
Thank you. I so appreciate your testimony. Thank you. I appreciate everybody's testimony, but I like the smart growth concepts, and thank you for educating us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keep at it. Thank you.
All right, we'll hear from you soon.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Aaron Anderson, and on deck is Robert Montclair and Shelley Montclair.
Shelley will not be here this evening. I can speak on her behalf if you'd like, but I'm not as beautiful as she is.
Okay. Good evening. It's been a really interesting evening. My name is Erin Anderson. I live at 2238 North of Stairway in Meridian, but I work for the housing company. I'm the director of the housing company, which owns a multifamily residential community at 3921 East Comstock Avenue in Nampa. We also manage 3 additional multifamily properties in Nampa and employ about 6 full-time people in the community here. While I may not be fully in tune, and I've been learning tonight the details of the specific locations where there are changes proposed in this plan, what I wanted to speak in favor of is the concept that furthering fair housing involves creating really clear definitions as to what compatibility is. And I think this plan has put a really strong effort forward in that, to move in that direction. As a housing developer, or a developer actually really in any area, one of the worst things that you can do is not have an idea of a clear definition of what is compatible, and to face a city council or a planning commission that, you know, kind of has a vague notion of what they're looking for. I think this plan really has attempted to define those things more clearly. It involved specifically public participation processes for defining those areas where the infill and the redevelopment will happen, updating those codes to align with that comp plan, and it doesn't seem like it's going to necessarily make it any easier for developers to develop, but it will at least set parameters for decision-making bodies to help in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Robert Montclair. I do want to state that Shelley Montclair, although won't be speaking, was stating that she was opposed. And on deck is Doug Fowler and Bill Clayton.
I don't know if I need this thing. I speak kind of loud, so if I do get too loud, please just let me know. My name is Staff Sergeant Robert Louis Montclair, United States Marine Corps, retired. And the reason I state that is because I am not from this state, but I love it. I got the choice to move here upon retirement because I will not stay in the state that shall not be named. I lived at 19721 Madison Road. I am in the Caldwell impact area because Madison separates by 25 feet the Nampa impact area, so everything along the 2026 corridor that is happening does affect me. I'm also speaking on behalf of Bo Bonds, his family, Drinkards, all those folks over there that are between Franklin and Madison on those large properties. When I looked up here and I was looking at this comp plan, if you go just north of 2026, it's very low density, little low density, and then all the way to the Boise River. You come right down and it's regional commercial and it says low density, which is where the Bonds live on their 5 acres. There's another 3-acre parcel, another 2-acre parcel. And then you come down to medium density. We've been seeing that these these home builders, and I've asked them, KB Homes to be exact, that why don't you guys, I mean, it says 2.5 to 6, right? Why are you guys putting 6 per acre? Well, it's because they get more money, right? Well, the thing is that you got people with ag going on. I've got my own small farm. Pigs, chickens, goats. Goats can go, they're worthless. But the pigs are great, and so are the chickens. Grow my own tomatoes and all that good stuff. And right across the way, if it becomes this dense area, because medium density, even so it says 2.5 to 5 per acre, you know they're going to put 5. It's going to increase so much, and it just takes away from what everybody else is living on. The neighbors right across the way, they live from my house on the Nampa impact area. They live on about 1.25 acres, and the house right next to them is 1 acre. So if you start now it's looking like, okay, you got this subdivision, and then you got this nice big red barn, and you got this nice big house, and you got these horses neighing over over yonder way and everything. But then you hear the honk honk, beep beep. You got dogs that probably get off leash. Then you've got all this other noise that happens to be going on. Development's got to happen. I get it. But if y'all could look at that part and kind of like say, oh, look, this is what it looks like here. Why don't we kind of make it look like everything else? Because folks do want land. They do want it. So with that, I got 3, 2, 1, beep, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for waiting all evening for that. Thank you.
I've stood in line for 20 years. It's okay.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Doug Fowler, and on deck is Bill Clayton.
Looking like a true Marine, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
you bet.
Doug Fowler, it's good to see you. Thank you for coming tonight and speaking.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Doug Fowler. My address is 877 West Main Street, Suite 501, Boise. I'm here this evening representing a landowner with property on the northernmost area of the proposed Highway 2026 specific area plan overlay. I want to start by thanking the staff, Doug and Rodney in particular, for all the time they spent meeting with me and the great amount of planning that's gone into this. The family that I represent has lived in this area for generations. How their property develops environmentally, socially, economically, and its compatibility to their surroundings is very important to them and their legacy. We're here this evening in support of the proposed 2026 overlay. As this specific plan promotes cluster development, which will result in ensuring more open space throughout future projects, it's particularly important to the development along the bench area. We're encouraged to see this type of thoughtful planning in a city which helps shape smart growth planning principles while preserving vast amounts of open space for future generations to enjoy. Additionally, we believe it's important that the cities work closely with the county so they can recognize the value of both the land use and infrastructure planning Nampa has done and continues to do. Again, on behalf of the family, we thank the city staff for all the work done on the 2026 South Area Plan overlay and respectfully request the council approve it as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for waiting tonight. I tell you what, come on, is this Mr. Clayton? I saw you earlier, I didn't know who you are. Thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, council persons, my grandfather moved to Idaho in 1901, bought a 67-acre farm across the Boise River, 67 acres at $100 an acre, 1% interest. We eventually bought the property across the river from him, and we very much have enjoyed living there. We've been very lucky. We're trying to figure out how we can preserve it, and we have welcomed the community and watched as the growth has evolved over the last 60 years. More people moving into the Treasure Valley. As such, we're very grateful to the staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission for proactively developing a very thorough Highway 2026 area. We believe that the plan creates a desirable vision for the future and meets its objective of carefully planning for orderly development of the Highway 20 area while accommodating growth and protecting property rights. I have a deep appreciation for the difficulties to develop plans like the one you're talking about. I was personally involved in initiating and starting the Treasure Valley wide initiative called Boise River 2000 that sought to encourage collaborative planning across city and county lines and across entities with different objectives. For example, flood control, agriculture, conservation, development. Additionally, as afraid to say this, as chairman of the Flood Control District for the last 33 years, I fully understand the complexities of working with many agencies and organizations to create a successful plan. In short, I know how hard the city staff has worked to develop this plan. Again, thank you. I am hoping that this plan will be a useful tool for guiding growth for our larger community into the future. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clayton, thank you for waiting, and to all of you. It's been a late night, but thank you so much. And I tell you what, I so respect everyone's testimony. It is so important. And you know what's difficult is some of the diversity of opinion that's here. And so you guys have listened to a lot tonight. These are such hard decisions sometimes. But I thank you all for your time and for listening. So with that, I don't believe we have anyone else signed up. Is there anyone that had intended to speak tonight that has not had the opportunity to do so? Good evening. Come on forward. Thank you for waiting all evening. And go ahead and share your name and address with us as you come forward.
Well, I know Idaho. I grew up here, so.
What a privilege.
Council, my name is DeRoy Bassett. I live on the corner of the southwest corner of Lone Star and Midway, 13971. I moved to that farm in 1945 from Burley, Idaho. My father bought the farm. We moved up here. I went to the first grade in Lone Star School in 1947, graduated from Nampa High School in 1959, graduated from the University of Idaho in 1966. And so, like I say, I know Idaho. I grew up here. Anyway, make a long story short, preservation of the farmland is probably one of the most important things we need to really think about now. Food comes from farms. Local food is important, meaning local farms are important. So we need to preserve those for forever. And basically, that's all I have to say. I just want to keep the farmland, you know. I like to be out in the dirt, so, you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify this evening? Seeing none, actually, I don't know that we need the public hearing open. This is an opportunity for staff to come back and answer any questions. Doug and Rodney, we do have a couple follow-ups, right, that we were listening to, so we'll let you come and share those real quickly. Doug, if you've got them all. Thank you.
Just a side note, Mayor, my family settled Oakley, Idaho. I go back 5 or 6 generations, and we were one of the first families to settle that. So I appreciate the farming input that we received. That's where my family comes from. So there was some questions that came up. So Cheryl Higley brought up the point about gross density. So we've been operating off of a net density model, which was confusing for developers and difficult for people to understand. So we're proposing in this plan to go back to a gross density model where we simply look at the number of dwelling units per acre, and then we have lot size limitations for each of the zoning districts. And so that would apply across the board. I think that was the question. In terms of the so the businesses that would be required in the mixed use areas. So it's the mixed use areas, residential mixed areas, is intended for residential commercial types of uses. So that would those would be local uses. They're not big box stores and things like that. The property would then be, however it's subdivided by the developer, the intent would be to have these in master planned or planned unit developments where the commercial would work together with the residential. Nobody's forced to occupy these sites. They've just become available as commercial properties for that purpose.
Doug, sorry,
go ahead.
Excuse me. I just want to make sure that this is clear. So did we decide that the BN zone, the kind of the neighborhood business zone, would be the one that would fit this kind of designation? Yeah. So it's a smaller scale commercial for neighborhood. It's not these big box stores, large type of developments.
Yeah. Thanks, Rodney. And in terms of the notification, when we have a large plan like this, it's citywide. Can you go through that just real quickly, that notification process, Rodney? So on that.
Yes. So a typical situation, a state code outlines all of the noticing requirements for the city to go through these public hearing processes. And the reference to 300 feet is to a specific project. When the requirement is for an entire city where we have over 200 people being noticed or 200 residents being noticed, then there is an allowance for going to the newspaper and publishing in the newspaper, and in the most used newspaper or something like that in the state code. And so that's what we did. However, I just bring back your attention to all the public outreach that was done. There was a lot. And we, at one point, we looked at parcels of over 10 acres, I think.
Yes, for this.
We notified each of them. We sent out over 300 letters to people in the southern area, and eventually, and then eventually removed that section down there because of the feedback we got. We held open houses. It's significant public input, and we went beyond the requirements of state code.
Okay, and then to answer George's remark about the very low density in the plan, as Doug and Mr. Clayton identified, these intent is to cluster housing similar to a Harris Ranch type of a development, where the housing would be clustered and it leaves large areas of open space, and that would be the intent for those uses. And then in terms of the LDR, keeping LDR, we did strengthen the language in Chapter 5 for the uses and assigned zoning districts that would be allowed in these uses, so that it was very clear to a developer what type of use could be used in these zoning areas. I think those were the questions.
May I jump in here, Mayor? Just really quickly, I did hear a comment about LDR eating up agricultural land because the number of units is spread out rather than compact and building up, and that is true. That's a planning principle that the best way to preserve that agricultural land is to develop in our main core and to develop density. Infill development is the best way for us to preserve ag land. And so I would just say that this is tough because we have compatibility challenges when we get on the outskirts of our community. The compatibility is we have county developments that have happened, large lot parcels in subdivisions, and we are trying to create this compatibility. We don't want a high-rise apartment complex next to a low-density development. And so that's a challenge that we've struggled with. And I think we did the very best we could to provide that compatibility. But the best thing that we can do in the long run is for this council to make decisions to encourage growth to be at the center of our city and to do that infill and higher density in the inner core of the city. That's the best way for us to preserve ag land.
Thank you. And Doug, do you have any other comments? Council, do you have any questions? Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So council discussion, comments?
Mayor, if I could, just for a moment. Oh, were you gonna? Mr. Crookham said it the best. We've got to preserve our ag land, and we need to do that. But then again, Mike said it best as well, which is put a facility for students right there at CWI. So we have different locations for different zones and districts, but the priority for me is to keep the agricultural as much as we can. The problem being that I see is, what if a farmer decides to sell? Then what do we do? That's the question. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe you all know, but I don't. I know according to this, we could probably change it based on the development that's going to go in there. But that's just what I worry about.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, I'm really glad about the change for the ag land. I was prepared and ready to pounce. So I'm glad that I don't have to do that. But no, ag is so important to our community. It's clear, and I've talked a lot about this. We do one-on-one calls every month, and we share the same idea as far as that goes. And it is really important. It's a lot about our heritage and who we are, and kind of who Nampa is. It's us, and it is so important. And not only that, but the seed production that we have out here is just, it's so unique, and we really have to protect that. I am a fifth-generation Idahoan, so I go deep roots as well, and I've had lots of very miserable days picking rock in my grandparents' potato fields. It helped us build character, I guess, but definitely not. But it's just really, really important, and I'm just glad for the change, so we need to support our ag land. I think this council universally does support that, so thank you for making that change.
Any other comments? I would like to make a comment. First of all, thank you for the hard work on this. I really like our Highway 16 plan. I like our 2026 plan. I love that north area, the Clayton property. I thank you, Doug, thank you guys for your help in working together, for Mark Bottles, for Mike. There have been a lot of people that helped us work through this. It's very difficult when you lose ag ground. But at the same time, there's the property right side of it, right, where somebody's wanting to develop their property. I think as far as going south and southeast, that is, when you don't have plans to take infrastructure there, then you need to just be there. It's ag ground. We don't need to be moving into it. And I think the further south, boy, we have got to protect that. It's really, really important. I have had meetings with our ag community, with our seed producers, because we feed the world out of Canyon County, and there aren't other counties in the state of Idaho that feed the world or across this country. It's very, very important. Agriculture is important to our economy. It's held us through, and we do feed, it's important because people always need to eat. So it's kind of weird because then I'm conflicted with growth, right? But what we're trying to do, and David, wherever you went, we're trying to have smart cities and smart growth. And so you need to have density in order to do that. You have to have well-planned, master-planned communities. That's what this is doing. It's where it's taking us. There you are. Hi. I was like, I'm looking straight at you and missing you. I want to talk more because we have to do it right? We need to figure out how do we do that density. And you guys sat here tonight, and so if you're going to preserve ag ground, you've got to have density, and you have to have well-planned subdivisions, yet we have a lot of opposition to that too. It is very, very difficult sitting in these seats. It is the council, usually not me, making these decisions. But I think we've done a good job trying to work through it. And we're going to continue to have discussions. I'm going to continue to support ag and figure out how do we not go there and how do we improve density and make sure that we have well-planned subdivisions that have mixed density within them. And there's some great examples that we've had the opportunity to see in our community. So I just want to say good job. Any other comments? Okay. I think we closed our public hearing, didn't we? Okay, thank you. It's getting late. So with that, what is the will of the council? And do you have your motions up there? Council.
Are we going to do them all or just one by one? Motion to approve all. I think I can read that far.
Would you like, you know what I would suggest? It's right in front of you. Would you guys read the motion? So if it's right in front of you, because it is harder to read it from a distance. No?
I just had cataract surgery, so I can see everything right now. But I can't even see that right there, so.
Mayor, do we really need to, or just approve the motion as stated in writing? And I make that motion that we do so.
And I second that.
Todd, is that okay? Can you?
Thank you. If you want me to stutter and read through it, Todd, I will.
I think as you said, as presented.
Yeah. As stated.
As stated. I think let's read it real quickly. Hey, Doug, read it. Read it quickly.
Move to adopt the State Highway 16 specific area plan and incorporate it into the Nampa 2040 comprehensive plan by reference. Adopt the Highway 2026 specific area plan and incorporate it into the Nampa 2040 comprehensive plan by reference. Expansion of the city's area of impact to the west, bound approximately by Lake Avenue, Lone Star Road, 1/2 mile west of Indiana Avenue, Roosevelt Avenue, and Lake Lowell Avenue, including portions to the southwest, bound approximately by Greenhurst Road, Midland Boulevard, and Lake Lowell. Comprehensive plan amendment modifying designations to reflect the State Highway 16 specific area plan, the Highway 2026 specific area plan, and modifying designations in multiple areas throughout the impact area. And comprehensive plan text amendment to Chapter 5, Chapter 6, and Chapter 15 with the findings and all conditions as presented in the staff report and presentation. And direct the planning and zoning director and city attorney to draft an ordinance for reading at a future city council meeting for the city of Nampa.
May I add, would you allow me to add to that?
Yes.
And my thought is, I don't know how to word this, but in keeping with the recommendation to prioritize that ag ground to the south and give teeth to the LDR area.
By all means.
Would you agree to that? Are you okay with that?
Yes. I made the motion to revamp that.
Prioritize it.
Prioritize.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Todd's looking here again. so.
No, I'm fine.
You're good?
He's had a long day
Did you
already.
mess
What
up?
are you talking about?
I think the added part was really kind of more direction than approval of what's in front of you, but that's fine.
Just so I didn't forget it.
Just modifying it.
If there's no discussion, roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Bauer. Brunner.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So we have a couple of action items yet, and then staff report yet to come, and we have the action on our public hearing 8-1. I have to step out of the meeting. Randy, you're going to take over. All your notes are here, highlighted action items in front. You can come over, I can, whichever. So I apologize. Yeah, there you go. They're all, well, you might want to set by Shar.
We moved to 8-1.
I would go to the public hearing item first.
Yeah. Just volunteers on the.
What happens when my check no longer gets delivered? I've got to go.
Well, and the best asset we had in Afghanistan was the Predators circling around. We did that's what we did, but we did. The Predators were awesome. And, you know, aerial reconnaissance and just having that eye in the sky.
So the guys got trouble with, but yeah, we drop them off, then we load them up and tell them. That's all right. They got trouble with the down.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wow. Second five, brother.
Yeah, be good, man. Yeah, too.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you for coming. Oh, yeah.
Y'all have a pleasant evening.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and continue our public hearing at this point. So if you're sticking around, great. If you can grab a chair. If not, we thank you for your coming tonight. We're going to go back to public hearing item 8-1, since we left it open. Can't remember where we're at. Were they going to provide, Tom, were you going to provide further information as far as to us? Is that what
Yes.
it was?
So just, I'll give Jeff just a second to start sharing the screen. But yeah, we have some information on he built a couple slides during the last public hearing. Okay, so here's the PPI West calculation. So it is from the U.S. Bureau of Statistics. Pulled this right off of the website. So what we do is we capture the index for the fiscal year. So you see from October to October, so 21 to 22. And go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is how you do the calculation. Take the old rate, and then take the new rate, and then subtract those, and then divide it by the original base to get your percent increase, so 19.98%. So that's how, and on that, there is a website for that. We'll provide these slides. You can go take a look at it. There is a checkbox in there that you can, the PPI, you can check whether you're in the West or the Midwest or East Coast, like I said. So that's where that information came from.
So, Mr. President, just question, confirmation with Doug here. So what your point was, we're just staying even, and this confirms that, correct?
That's correct. If what they're proposing now doesn't make us any better off in our capacity to build more pipe, because we're just keeping even with the cost of doing the construction we're doing right now. So if you do less, we're going to fall behind. If you do more, we catch up. It's simple math. I recognize the amount's high, but it is what it is.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Sure.
Your mic on.
I know maybe we're not supposed to ask you this, but like, do you have a strong recommendation for the financial outlook for the city?
I recognize that there are cost increases that are difficult to absorb for in the present, but I tend to take the long view. If we don't do it now, eventually it will probably cost, not probably, it will cost more eventually. So doing it now may actually save money in the long run rather than doing a 6% increase and trying to catch up later, because then it puts us further behind than we already are. So if you want a short-term answer, you can go low. If you want a long-term view, look at the higher rate, and at the very least, we won't be worse off.
President, can I have one more question for Tom?
Sure, go ahead.
Can you explain why Caldwell's that was so much less than ours? And they're like old, do you think they have old pipes and things like that too?
So you want to answer that? Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bauer, Caldwell actually has not had a pressurized irrigation system for as long as the city. They started installing that probably in the 90s was when they converted, and a lot of theirs was done by the Pioneer Irrigation District that then they took over. If you look at the older areas of Caldwell, a lot of that is still in flood irrigation, and they're transitioning over, and so they don't have the age of pipes that we do.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I have a question for Doug first. If I remember right in our workshop, you were talking about the PPI at the 1998 was putting us flat.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so my concern is we keep kicking this can down the road, and we're gonna have some serious issues with trying to get this, and/or an emergency to fix that. My question is, do you have any other ideas hiding somewhere and that
Well,
you think we could do here?
It becomes a question of priorities. We talked about Highway 16 tonight. Well, there are more costs related to that down the road to developing it. We've talked about in the past the capital needs for the city to keep it working correctly. We have a certain amount of a capacity to fund capital improvement or capital needs, but it becomes a matter of priorities that the council needs to take up. What's the most critical thing to do? Is it developing a new building, finding something that's cost cutting, working on developing the Highway 16 project, or fixing water, or fixing the wastewater, or fixing irrigation? You as council are going to have to determine where to spend our money. I have a certain amount of money I could spend. If we were to take that and say, okay, let's take it from general gov and give it to irrigation to fix irrigation, then I can't do something else. So as part of the coming budget process, which we opened today, we'll try and present those options to you for the coming year. But this is just trying to keep up with the current impact. And if you wonder why the inflation that is so high, look at the amount of money that's flowing out of the federal government right now, driving capital investment that's making the product scarce and more expensive, that's making labor scarce and more expensive, and all that supply of money from the federal government is driving up the costs. And it's not likely to go away anytime soon.
So question for both of you guys probably. If we did a one-time capital investment to get to zero on the irrigation system, what are we looking at, like $6 million?
Well, more than that.
Was it the 60% increase?
Million.
So 98%.
Come forward. Sorry. But we need to have you on public record.
Thank you. If we just pick a time and say 10 years ago, and I picked that because that's about when I started on this. It might have been 12, but we have not done 5 miles for all those years. So that's 50 miles. I think I said 55 earlier. But that's how far behind we are. And so 60 miles at $1.5 million, you know, that's the answer to your question. And if you'll allow me just to be out of order for a second, 3 times we've said the 19.98% keeps us even. That's not true. It gets us 1 year older. We're 1 year worse off. We've been getting 1 year worse off for as long as I've been on this committee, which I think is 2010. So I guess that's 13 years. It is 13. That's why I got the 65 miles earlier when I talked.
So, Mr. President, I like to put people on the spot and David's knowledge and so on. So if you were up here, what would be? I know you said you would go much higher. What was your recommendation to your fellow cohort?
Keeping us even. So when I say even, I'm talking about the condition of the pipes, okay? Just talking about the 105 miles that we have in the downtown core. Those are the ones, you know, a leak every 8 days. And it'll get worse. It'll be worse this next summer. Sure. Just how it is. It was only 17 leaks the couple of years before. So keeping us even would be the number I gave you before, which is a huge increase. You wouldn't have to repeat that. And you could stair-step up there, but then you have to have this ugly meeting every year. You know, it's like tuition, Darrell. Do you take a year off of tuition increase and then go to 8%, or do you say 4%, 4%? Same discussion.
Incremental. So you're not answering my question directly.
I'm sorry.
So
Go ahead.
put yourself on. So what would you be recommending rather than a 19.98%? What would, I know that was unanimous, so you must have went along with that in the end.
I did. I gave their committee kind of the same speech I gave you in our working session. But to directly answer your question, and I stated it earlier, it would be a 98% increase from where we are today.
So if you were up here, you would say increase us by 98% to get us to break even.
I would at least hope you understand that's what it would take. Now, what you decide to do, and of course, you can scare people with percentages like that, but it's $155 more in a year than they're paying today. Now, granted, they're paying $159 today. That's the average number. I mean, I'm a little more, and some of you are a little more. But so that's what the answer would be.
That would and Mr. President, I may. So Tom, would that put us close to Boise then?
Almost.
I'm just curious.
Councilor Bruner, we'll still be below them. That'd be
Still be below
$300,
Boise
and
with
they were at
98%
$388, somewhere in there.
And Councilor, Mayor, I don't disagree with what was said. When I said even, I meant it keep us, our spending level even with the prior year, not even to catch us up with the investment. Meaning, with a 19% increase, we can do the same amount of work we did last year, but that's still significantly below what we need to do in order to meet the needs of the system.
Well, I can guarantee you, Mr. President, if we go 98%, it'll be in the paper tomorrow.
Specifically.
And it should be if we did, so.
Any further questions for staff?
Mr. President, really quick, kind of maybe a question, maybe not, I don't know.
To who?
Staff. We're in a conundrum because I see the need, it's there, I see it. I don't think that we're getting false information on that. But in 2 years, a 40% increase, I can't do that. I would be willing to go cut it in half, go somewhere around 10%, and then figure out if we can somehow get funds elsewhere, cutting from somewhere, I don't know, but I can't do 40%.
Is that a question for staff?
So is there ways that we can shift money around? Can we increase the initial hookup fees to be higher? Or does that get into like property right?
The hookup fee is set by the court case. We can't change that. It's pretty much what it is. It's the value of the system divided by the capacity.
Well,
in it, so-
but can we do that to be like the 19 point whatever % for them? And then,
Two separate votes. So you
yeah,
You could,
yes, thanks. like
although the
separate
rates is what really generates the funding that we're asking for. It's more like a,
But can we shift certain expenditures around so that we're using impact fees where we can on certain things and then money that we would be using on those shifted over here? Because I know that we can't use impact fees for this because this isn't new. So is there a way, can we collect fees from new and shift it around so that we can then take money that we were spending over here to put towards this, to bring that down?
so,
So, if I
go ahead,
can,
Daniel.
Councilwoman Jangila, the impact fees, by implementing the impact fees, we are doing just that. There is funds that we are having to pay out of the ratepayers funds for those development-related new pump stations that are now going to, since the adoption of the impact fees, will now be funded through impact fees. That will free up some money that we have been paying for that to now go to other things that we can use the impact fees for that, and that will free up those funds that we're currently using out of the ratepayers for additional projects, replacement projects.
So do we know how much that is roughly?
It's been an average about 750,000 a year.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Start.
question. Tom, when did we initiate the impact fees for irrigation?
So it was just this last fiscal year, and I believe it was July-ish is when we started collecting the fee.
So I'm looking at the bank account right now for impact fees for irrigation. So since that time, we've collected, there's more journal entries, but $45,000.
For irrigation.
Yeah, so it's going to take a while to build up to what Tom wants to do. We started at the right time, but it's going to take a while to get there to what Daniel's saying. That he's saying is correct, but there's not a lot of money to do right now.
And as with irrigation, the pump stations, the lower number of building permits that we collect, the less need we have for new pump stations. So as growth speeds up or slows down, the impact fees are able to absorb that much easier than the ratepayers would be.
And is residential paying the same as commercial if they're in the same zone?
No, Councilwoman, so commercial pays a higher rate, but then they also get a deduction for impermeable surface. So when you actually do the math, it's pretty similar. So, but we're going to look at that as a board of appraisers. That's something that's come up, is figure out if there's a different way to do that. But that's going to take a board of appraisers decision.
Okay, this is an action item. Is there any further questions for staff?
Mr. President, yeah, this is a repeat question to a certain extent, but so still would like the comparison because of all the broken lines. You know, I realize you weren't able to give me just an exact figure, but from a taxpayer standpoint, with the way the lines are breaking in this older section, how does that compare with the increasing our rates on them? I mean, in the end, in my estimation, they're going to be paying more.
I'm still.
You understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, if we increase the rates overall, say this, I'm just going to round it off to 20%. Okay. If we go to 10%, only 10%, then as these lines continue to break and we're repairing them, you said it's 8 times the cost to repair the lines as it is. So for Councilwoman Jangala, any idea? We know what the average rate is, $159 or whatever, but actually, in the end, spraying this out, what is it not going to cost her more with all these lines breaking if we don't increase the rates? That's I know you don't have exact figures. I'm just saying that if a taxpayer, if they're going to ask the question, you know, that's a question as a taxpayer I would be asking. How's it going to affect me?
It's just, I guess the simple answer is it's just not an efficient way to use your money if you're just fixing brakes on the same.
I
mile of
understand,
line.
but is
So-
it over time, say 20 years from now, I would think the taxpayer would be paying a lot more money than if we
Right.
just increased the rates.
That's true, and that, yes, that's why that 8 times amount is a real number, an emergency repair versus a plan fix.
But if we could somehow find funds from other resources, if we were cutting funding in some areas and maybe looked at that more closely, we could make up some of the difference. Not saying all of it, but I mean, we increase rates here and there and here and there. I mean, we're just taxing the crap out of people, excuse my language. But, so, I mean, at what point do we just say, we need to find another solution?
So, Councilwoman, that's why these enterprise rates are set up. So, for example, I can't take a sewer money and go put it in an irrigation fund.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, and then it was streets, and then the general fund, Doug mentioned that, but there's some real challenges on what needs to be happening out of the general fund to be able, so our mechanism really is to figure out a way within our enterprise funds to pay for what we need.
Yeah, I mean, you've got general depository funds in the general gov, but those come from property taxes primarily. So is it appropriate to take property taxes and divert them? I mean, you as council could approve that, but is it appropriate to take property taxes, which we're already struggling with the high, and divert some of those monies to irrigation, which at best would be a stopgap measure? It wouldn't solve the problem. You might solve it for 1 year. Maybe you invest enough to get 5 miles done in 1 year, which I think you said $1.5 million. So you're, $8.5 million. That would drain my capital fund, and I would never be able to do that again. Would be out. So there is no. This was put to me a while ago by one of our teams. It was a tough question to hear, but one of the questions put was, when are we going to ask certain departments to do more with less? And that's kind of what we're trying to fight our way around. Do more with as much as we can, but not more with less.
Do we have any grant options?
So the irrigation funds, very limited grants for, we found nothing for pipe replacement. And a lot of the grant money that's coming through, I mean, they came from the East Coast where they don't have irrigation like we do on the west side, so it really wasn't thought about. There is some drought money, but again, it's not for pipe replacement and maintenance. It'd be more for gaining capacity in our system somehow. And we are going after those, but we haven't found any grant money for pipe replacement.
And even the ARPA funds were prohibited from going towards irrigation.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. President, but if we don't, I mean, we're like Boise. If we do not have irrigation water, which, when in my opinion, we've been spoiled over time. We've been very good. Otherwise, we're going to be like Boise and be using domestic water if we want to water our lawns, plants, or whatever the case is. And that's not cheap.
Okay,
System
before you,
can't handle it.
we've deliberated for quite a long time. Really, it's coming down to, do you want to increase irrigation hookup fees and irrigation rates, or do you not? I mean, so you have options. So due to the lateness of the hour, I'm just going to go ahead and let's move forward. We're in council discussion, so if we can express what your thoughts are moving forward, if you want to make a motion, let's break it into two parts. The first is irrigation hookup fees. There's a couple of options that have been provided. You can choose up to the 19.98%, I think is approvable, but, or down to 5.7, whatever you think. And then moving back to the second item for irrigation rates, we have a couple of different options. We can't go beyond the 19.98%. So I would entertain a motion, and I guess I need to state too that a 3-3 tie vote is a no vote. So it needs to be a motion that has a 4-2 count.
Mr. Arden, so all the public hearing has been closed, so.
Yes, it has.
Okay, so, Mr. President, I make the motion that we approve both rates by our Board of Appraisers as presented before us.
At what amount?
The amount that they proposed.
Wait, I
Nine-
thought we were just separating them.
We're separating them into two action items.
So it has, Todd, it needs to be separated into two action items.
It doesn't have to be, it just.
I just went ahead and approved as they stated.
Okay. So the motion is to increase irrigation rates and the hookup fees at 19.98%. Is that your motion?
If that's what they.
Is that what you seconded then, Jacob? Okay. So that's the motion. Let's go ahead and have a roll call vote.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Jingula,
No.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield,
No.
Bauer. Brunner.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Report real quick. Crystal?
You waited all night just for this.
So you don't need to come in before 7 o'clock in the morning.
Right, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and council members. I'll try and make this quick. Thank you guys for hanging tough with me almost until tomorrow, so.
Only.
Yeah, if you guys will bear with me, I may go a little bit out of order from what is presented in the staff report. Just, I'm gonna give my part first, and then I'll invite Daniel up to give his part. So first, I wanted to give you guys an update on our school zones. I'm sure you guys remember last city council, we had quite a few people come in and testify from the Nampa Christian schools. We went out, city staff went out, met with them 10 days ago now, not Friday, but the one before that. Presented a couple options to them for safety improvements as well as partnering efforts that we could share with them. I've put the options in your council packet for you guys' review. They opted for option number 1. They went to their board and got it approved, so we are going to be implementing some safety improvements at that locations with their help as well. They also wanted to express their gratitude to the entire city staff for all of our cooperation that we've had with them. So that was a win. Next update I wanted to give you is on airport grant applications. At the end of December, I presented an entire list that said, this is all of the grants we're going to apply to. Well, now I'm here to tell you that we applied to 2 more. They're both for the airport. One is a 90% grant match for a stormwater retention pond. That would reduce any outfall that we have from the airport if we were able to get that. And then we also did a secondary grant for the airport terminal. That was at the same 53-47 match that we applied for the other one. These were just 2 grants that we had not seen before. It was just additional discretionary funds that they had, so. If we do get awarded either one of these, we will come to council for approval prior to accepting, so. Next one, in our effort to continue to analyze our intersections, we are recommending an all-way stop at Holly Street and Hawaii Avenue. We pulled traffic data and crashes, and it does warrant an all-way stop. I will note in this location that when we install the all-way stop, we should see about a 7-second improvement in delay in the AM hours. But we will see about a 13-second additional delay in the PM hours. So, I mean, overall, it's pretty close to a wash, you know, less than 10 seconds delay for all of the safety improvements that we'll get out of an all-way stop. And then the last thing I have for you is just an update on snow removal. We've had a total of 8 snow events and put almost 115,000 gallons of salt brine down on our roadways. With that, I'd love to entertain any questions
Thank you, Crystal.
and invite Daniel up. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Council, I'll be really quick. It's just our first quarter project delivery for FY23. So we've got 20 major projects this year, and hopefully it's switching over with a $34 million price tag. It is in the packet. So we are currently at 44% designed, 36% awarded, and 11% constructed. That compares with last year. We're a little ahead on design, little same on awarded, and a little behind on construction. That's more just related to the types of projects and when we're going out with them this year. There's our project savings for the year so far, for our project cost avoidance, sorry, and project team. And any questions?
Looks good.
Okay.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, so moving on to unfinished business, we have several ordinances to read. Oh, I'm sorry, 7-7. Okay, we do have an action item to authorize Public Works Director to, 1, sign a letter of objection for the Star Sewer and Water District's wastewater facility planning guide or study, and 2, to invite the City of Middleton to sign the letter of objection jointly with the City of Nampa if they so choose.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. Or, but then discussion here, huh?
Any further
Mr. President,
discussion?
Can I
Yes.
add a new piece of information?
Okay.
The City of Middleton still wants to participate. They don't want to sign the joint letter because it doesn't exactly fit their needs. So they're going to provide their own separate letter. So,
Okay.
but there's 2 options on there for you. Either one is to sign without City of Middleton's signature and
Okay.
proceed.
So that's the 1 and 2. Sign the letter of objection or invite the City of Middleton to sign with us. Are the 2 options. What's the pleasure of the council?
Mr. President, since I made the motion, would be to sign the letter. And Middleton can
Are
write.
we okay with that, or do we need to pull the motion, the original motion? Since it wasn't defined, I guess he's
Yes.
defining what his motion is now.
Mr. Chairman, or Council President, it's appropriate. I think he could clarify his motion since he included that.
Okay, so you're looking to sign the letter of objection without Middleton.
Correct.
Was there a second?
Yes.
Who was the second?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking on this. I mean, Tom, what's your recommendation?
We have a motion, we need a second, so.
No, I seconded, but he amended his motion, so we don't, so if somebody else want a second and then have discussion, I'm not going to second it with the
I'll
amendment
second
at
the
this
motion.
point. Okay,
So it's been seconded.
okay. And so I guess I'm just asking your advice on this. You said Middleton would like to have a little different content. And so what's the feasibility of actually it's being a mutual signing of one letter if they want different content?
So, Councilor Bruner, the intent is that we both sign letters to the sewer district, but they're going to be separate documents, and we'll deliver them at the same time.
Okay, so only the amendment is they're just going to be sent to get delivered together.
We sign our own letter independent of them, but we'll work together to
Okay.
get the message to the sewer
Yeah,
district.
then that's what I thought the first motion already stated was that, okay, very good.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bauer. Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Now we can move on to new business. Get your reading glasses on. Okay. Okay, 7-1. Do I need to read this?
9-1.
I'm sorry, 9-1.
Mr. President, so we okayed the commissioners for 7-5.
We haven't done 7.5 or 7.6.
I don't recall doing anything on 7-5 or 7-6, but that's, I may be mistaken.
Nope.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yep.
We
Already taken care
stated Sydney Smith by name, huh?
Oh, no.
Andy's.
She was
Yes, Sandy
removed.
Smith was
seven
removed.
dash-
Okay,
was
I
removed.
apologize.
We did 7-6.
Yeah, 7-6 we did, okay, 7-5 it was removed, okay, that's what I was questioning.
So we are on to unfinished business, item number 9-1. First reading of an ordinance for the vacation of 1.29 feet of the eastern edge of the drainage easement between lots 5 and 6 of Block 9 on the Sunnyvale subdivision number 4 recorded final plat. The portion to be vacated resides on the property addressed as 11310 West Harlington Street, which is a 0.185 acre parcel at R3143527900 located in the northeast quarter of Section 18, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Base Meridian for Austin Edwards representing Sunnyvale Properties LLC. Do I need to VAC-00056-0 or 2? Okay. And there is a request to pass it under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a portion of a drainage easement located on the property generally described as 11310 West Harlington Street, Nampa, Idaho, parcel R31435279000, consisting approximately 0.185 acres located in the northeast 1/4 section of 18T3N R2WBM, said vacation being 1.29 feet at the eastern edge of the drainage easement between lots 5 and 6 of Block 9 of the Sunnyvale Subdivision 4, more particularly described below in Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
So move under suspension of rules.
Is that a roll call?
Yeah.
Okay, roll call vote?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer. Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next, 9-2 is a first reading of an ordinance for the vacation of an 80-foot by 256-foot, which is 20,480 square feet, 80-foot by 256 feet, 20,480 square foot, and 10-foot by 600 square foot. Wow, there's a bunch of them. 20-foot by 256 foot, 5,120 square feet, portions of the public utility easement at 215 and 307 East Hawaii Avenue located in the northwest quarter of Section 34, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Base Meridian, for Brandon McDougald, representing Petticore Investments, BAC-00057-2022, and it is a request to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a 60 by 256 foot, 80 by 256 foot, 20 by 256 foot portion of a public utility easement located on the property generally described as 215 and 307 East Hawaii Avenue, located in the northwest 1/4 of Section 34 T3N R2WBM, more particularly described below in Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
So move under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer. Reynolds.
Yes.
Brunner. All in favor, motion carries.
9-3 is the first reading of an ordinance for the annexation and zoning to RS6, single-family residential zoning district, and potential development agreement for 3 parcels totaling 7.84 acres addressed as 0 East Railroad Street, parcels R32395012, R323920111A, and R3239401OF, located in the southwest quarter of Section 36, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Base Meridian for KB Homes, Idaho LLC, owner requested by the City of Nampa, annexation number 00261-2022. And again, it's being asked as passed under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 0 East Railroad Street, Nampa, Idaho, county parcels R323950112, R323920111A, and R323940110F, comprising approximately 6.20 acres, more or less, lake contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS6 single-family residential, declaring that said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said property as RS6 single-family residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mr. President, I move this pass under the suspension of rules.
Roll call vote.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer. Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9-4, action item, first reading of ordinance for the annexation and zoning to RS6, single-family residential zoning district and potential development agreement for 506 North Middleton Road and 8.86 acre parcel number R310490000, located at northwest quarter of Section 20, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Base Meridian, Nampa, for Ramon Torres Patlan, annexation number 00234-2022, original concept, Connect City Pressurized Irrigation Service. Again, this was requested to be passed under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 506 North Middleton Road, Nampa, Idaho, county parcel R31049, comprising approximately 0.86 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS6 single-family residential, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said property as RS6, single-family residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mr. President, I move this pass under the suspension of rules.
Roll call vote.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer. Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The last item tonight, since we won't have any executive sessions, is 9-5. Action item, first reading of ordinance for the annexation and zoning to RD, two-family duplex residential zoning district, development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Parker Estates subdivision at 525 East Greenhurst Road, parcel number R20163000000, a 2.9 acre parcel in the northwest quarter of Section 3, Township 2 North, Range 2 West, Base Meridian for Darren Taylor, Subdivision Maker LLC representing Left Right Center LLC, annexation number 00237-2022 and SPP-00106-2022. Original concept 20 townhouse units and 10 buildings, 8 single-family detached homes, and 3 common lots, a gross density of 10.35 acres. And this is requested to be passed under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 525 East Greenhurst Road, County Parcel R20163, comprising approximately 2.9 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned RD, two-family duplex residential. Declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Napa and to designate said property as RD two-family duplex residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, subject to the terms of that certain development agreement between the applicant and the city, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Will of the council.
Mr. President, I move this pass under the suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer. Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That was our last item. I would accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye.